The night wind rushed into the cave opening. The frail figure curled tighter inside the animal hide. In the next moment, I jolted awake, clutching my head. Ugh, it hurts. I lay on the ground, pressing hard on my temples as pain throbbed through my skull like something had slammed into it. The ache came in relentless waves. Inside the cave, the air was thick with the stench of sweat and blood. From outside, the roars of wild beasts echoed in the darkness, too loud for anyone to sleep. All I could do was groan softly and endure. My bloodshot eyes slowly blinked open, and all I felt was despair. It had been over 10 days since I found myself in this place. I still couldn't understand why I was here, trapped in the body of a scrawny 14 or 15-year-old primitive kid. Worse yet, there was no way back. The sky here was an unnaturally vibrant blue, with not a single trace of clouds. The air was so clean it almost felt unreal, and the jungle stretched endlessly in every direction. It looked like paradise, but living here was nothing short of hell. Residing in caves, eating raw, bloody meat, and sticky egg liquid. Survival came with death as a constant companion. Moonlight poured through the cave entrance as I resigned myself to another night of misery, taking in my surroundings with tired eyes. The cave was barely 10 square meters, just a cold, windy hollow in the mountainside, with cracked walls that occasionally dropped sand and dirt. The far corner was my so-called nest, a pile of animal hides where I lay now. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a fire pit. The leftover ashes were faintly warm, making this rudimentary kitchen the only source of comfort. Next to the fire pit, a few stone bowls and crude stone tools were scattered about. Stone knives, they called them, but they were more like jagged saws, ineffective and clunky. Next to the tools were broken eggshells and bits of rotting scraps, giving off an overpowering stench. To the right were 3 massive eggs, each the size of a human head, cushioned on animal hides. Before nightfall, there had been 4 eggs. Earlier, I had cracked one open and eaten it. It tasted foul, reeking of rawness, but at least it eased my hunger. I couldn't shake the suspicion that these were dinosaur eggs. The one I ate the other day had an underdeveloped little creature curled up inside, just an indistinct, slimy lump. With great difficulty, I had forced myself to swallow it down, thinking of it as protein. The place I'm stuck in is called the Boulder Tribe. Tribe is an overstatement. It's more like a savage family, a group of barely 20 people who wear beast hides and munch on raw meat. To me, they all look like demons. The tribe has 12 adult warriors, 7 men and 5 women. The men are towering giants, each close to 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than my thighs. The stronger and bigger they are, the higher they rank. Around here, physical strength decides everything. The women are smaller yet terrifyingly agile and just as muscular. Their exaggerated strength allows them to carry boulders as tall as a person, weighing at least 800 pounds, with just one hand. It's almost inhuman. The strongest of the group is the chief, Stonebone. Together with the shaman, he leads the tribe. No one dares to go against him. His sheer presence is frightening. Every day, the tribe forms hunting teams to scavenge for food, hauling back whatever prey they manage to find. Their belief is simple: eating stronger beasts makes them stronger. But tracking powerful creatures always comes with a high risk. These beasts can shred a person to pieces with their claws and fangs. Only the bravest and toughest warriors dare take them on, but coming back alive is a matter of luck. Among the few non-warriors is an elderly man with white hair, referred to by everyone as Shaman. Stonebone's father, he's the smartest and oldest survivor in the tribe, earning him a revered status. As a young man, he had been a formidable hunter himself. Now, too old for hunting, he spends his time sharpening tools, grinding herbs, and attempting first aid. He can't do much about serious injuries, and minor wounds are more about luck than skill. When he isn't busy, the shaman presides over rituals, muttering cryptic chants. His favorite pastime, however, is telling stories to the young ones about his heroic adventures back when he was a hunter. The children's wide-eyed awe suggests that, even if the tales are exaggerated, they do pick up a thing or two about survival in this unforgiving wilderness. Other than the shaman, the remaining tribe members are children, infants, and nursing women. They all rely on the shaman's teachings to scrape by. After blending the foreign memories of this body with my own, I've at least managed to understand their primitive language. They don't have any structured writing or grammar, but it's enough to communicate. The tribe inhabits a place called Rock Mountain, specifically in the cluster of stone formations halfway up the slope. Massive boulders and caves make up their territory, with both natural and hand-carved shelters serving as homes or storage spaces. The stone columns act like walls, keeping out large predators. While small threats do get through occasionally, they're manageable for the tribe's warriors. Between the rocks grow huge trees and thick shrubs, providing cover, which turns out to be essential. It wasn't long before I noticed terasaur-like creatures soaring overhead, their talons clutching prey. Danger doesn't just lurk on the ground, it's in the skies too. On the far side of the mountain is a steep cliff, and from the higher points, I've managed glimpses of an endless expanse of giant trees and rolling mountain ridges. At the mountain's base to the left is a massive river, at least 100 meters across, snaking its way through the landscape like a silver ribbon nestled among the greenery. It disappears into the forest through a gorge. The water is so deep it seems to swallow all light, hiding whatever monstrosities might lurk below. The shaman calls it the Blackwater River. The water isn't black, but the banks are covered in dark stones, and the perpetual mist from the forest gives it a gloomy atmosphere. The tribe doesn't care much for the river, except to collect water from it. No one dares to wade in or fish. The creatures in the water are too vicious. Occasionally, something horrifying, like a crocodile-like amphibian, will crawl onto the bank and attack animals coming to drink, a constant reminder of the danger. The shaman once mentioned a tribe downstream that excels in underwater hunting, but even they lose people to the river's perils. Fortunately, the part of the river near us isn't terribly deep. You can see the rocky bottom at times, and there's been no sign of large aquatic predators near the surface. Still, the forest is a constant cacophony of beastly roars and dying screams, proof that survival here is anything but guaranteed. On the surface, the original body's parents entered the forest with the hunting party 5 days ago and never returned, losing another warrior in the process. 3 deaths in one outing left the tribe in shambles, paralyzed for days before they dared to venture out again. The original body used to live with her parents in the same cave, but when my memories fused with hers, the old times felt like they'd been wiped away by mist. Just fragments remained. Those first few days after I arrived, I was dazed and foggy, my head pounding like it was going to split apart. When the pain subsided and I finally regained clarity, panic set in. We'd only spent 3 days together, fleeting and blurry, and I hadn't even gotten a good look at them. Now, when I try to recall, even their faces are hazy. The only clear fragments left are the sound of their laughter, the scars from hunting, and the worried looks they gave me before leaving. Sigh. My chest sank, sadness swelling like a tide, though I couldn't tell if it was the original body mourning or my own fear letting loose. Fear that I wouldn't survive in a place like this. Anyhow, the priority is survival. I stood and walked toward the fire pit in the middle of the cave, plopping onto a piece of animal hide. The few dinosaur eggs near the pit, they were what my parents had left behind, and they were now my most critical source of food. Luckily, despite the tribe being battered and grieving, its people hadn't let me starve. After all, orphans like me would grow up to be warriors someday. Over the last several days, I'd been slowly adjusting, dragging my malnourished body to gather berries at the forest's edge with other kids near my age, hauling water from the river on the left side of the valley using a crude stone bowl. Gradually, I was getting the lay of the land. Reflecting now, the pounding in my head had lessened significantly, and my mind felt sharper, brighter, even. My body had stopped collapsing into itself and finally felt alive. When I focused, a strange light flickered in my mind, a flame the size of a ping-pong ball, suspended in the dark. Its glow pulsed in sync with my heartbeat. This soul fire only appeared after I ate that chunk of unhatched dinosaur meat yesterday. Over the course of a single day, it had grown brighter, shifting from a dull grayish-white to a fierce, stark white with hints of green. The radiance of it didn't seem malevolent, so I decided to name it this soul spark. Thanks to the spark, I felt more alert, warmer, and stronger. But what could it actually do? I hadn't quite figured that part out yet. Whatever it was, it certainly didn't seem like a bad thing. Maybe this is my ticket to surviving in this hellscape, I muttered. After hours of pondering with no answers, I gave up. I stood up, walked back to where the pile of dino eggs lay, and picked up two reddish-brown, speckled ones. What kind of eggs are these? They look small, but didn't a documentary say a small egg doesn't mean it comes from a small species? I gave one of the eggs a firm shake. Sloshing noises came from inside, unfertilized. There'd be no meat in this one. I set it down and tested the second. Same deal. Frowning, I grabbed the third egg, the one with black speckles, and was about to shake it when bam, asterisk. A sharp jolt coursed through my mind. The soul spark trembled violently, almost like it was desperate to burst free. Startled, I froze in place. The other eggs hadn't caused any reaction, but this one sent the spark into an uproar. Swapping eggs quickly, I double-checked with the brown speckled ones. Again, nothing. Then, back to the black speckled egg. Once again, the soul spark thrashed intensely, as if waiting for my go-ahead to enter. Gently, I shook the egg, but this time I didn't hear the liquid sound. It was solid, fertilized, an embryo was already forming inside. All right then, go for it. At my thought, the soul spark seemed to take that as permission. Its energy transformed into fine threads of light, flowing from my hands into the egg. The process lasted around 2 minutes. I could feel the flickering energy dimming in my mind, shrinking from its brilliant white glow back to a pale gray, as if it had been drained. The black speckled egg, however, seemed to be consuming all of it, greedily absorbing the light until the flame's last ember was gone. As the connection severed, my mind tensed, like something powerful had gripped it. Then I heard it. Thump, 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 a heartbeat. I could distinctly sense the life within the egg growing stronger, as though the soul spark had not only been swallowed, but was supercharging the embryo's development. Is it about to hatch? The soul spark can be absorbed by dinosaur embryos? And now it's linked to me somehow. I winced, thinking bitterly about the unhatched embryo I'd eaten last night. Regret hit me hard and fast. Still, I knew desperate survival had left me no other choice. What was done was done. Those two other unfertilized eggs? They'd be meals soon. As for the black speckled egg, I carefully wrapped it in animal hide and set it aside. I needed to watch it closely. Whatever would hatch from it, especially after consuming the soul spark, could either be a huge advantage or a massive danger. The next morning, Yang, wake up. The hunting team's out already. Let's head to the forest. We gotta pick more berries today. A rough, booming voice yanked me awake unceremoniously. I cracked open one groggy eye to see a burly boy about my age standing over me, shaking me so hard it felt like my bones might fall apart. Yang was the original name of this body. The boy manhandling me? That was Shan, the chief's son. He was half a head taller than me, wider across the shoulders, with a mop of messy hair like a bird's nest and eyes glaring at me impatiently. Shan? Why so early? I muttered groggily. The light outside was still faint, barely dawn. This was definitely earlier than usual. My dad said the tribe's almost out of food. We haven't hunted enough this week. They need us to bring back a haul today, Shan whispered forcefully. I stumbled up, rubbing my face, and followed him out. 2 more kids were already waiting, a little team of 4. We were all around the same age, and any older, we'd be expected to join the actual hunting party to learn some real skills soon. One kid, typically called Stone, was even taller than Shan, but skinnier, with absurdly long limbs and hairier than average arms that made him look half ape. Stone was crouched on the ground sharpening what looked like a basic stone axe, his small ponytail sticking upward comically. The moment he saw us approach, he jumped up eagerly, running to greet us. Yang, are you really okay? I'm starving here. Let's go already. I'm fine, full of energy now, I said with a grin. We've been together since we were kids, thick as thieves, and we plan to hunt together in the future. These past few days, I've taught them how to weave little grass chickens, tie high ponytails, and play jumping field games. In no time, I ended up becoming the leader of the kids, the king. Whatever we did, they listened to me. Stony looked at me with anticipation and suggested, Yang, let's head to the river. All the wild fruits nearby are pretty much gone. The other 2 chimed in eagerly, their eyes lighting up. I frowned. What if it's dangerous near the river? Stone Mountain quickly explained. Da's been patrolling the area these past few days, And just 2 days ago, he took down a stray dodo dragon. He didn't see anything else harmful around. I thought about it for a moment. Hiding all the time wouldn't help. We need to adapt to this world sooner or later. Fine, we'll head to the river. But you must listen to me, and no running off. Stone Mountain jumped up in excitement. We informed the shaman, and with his endless reminders to stay safe, we headed toward the river. The water was shallow and slow-moving, clear enough to see the sandy bottom, with several fat fish leisurely swimming around. Occasionally, one would leap out of the water, and their hefty size, easily 15 to 16 pounds, left all four of us gaping in amazement. But no matter how enticing those fish were, none of us dared to go into the water. We were all scared of it. Stone Mountain started collecting shells, while Stony and Stone Big headed into the nearby bushes to pick more fruit. The wild fruits along the riverbank were about the size of a fist, reds, yellows, and greens, all edible, but with tough, tart peels. As the others were busy gathering, I pulled out a stone knife and chopped down some vines and tree branches. I needed to keep myself occupied with something more stomach-filling. Sitting on a human-sized rock, I kept watch while peeling the bark off the branches. The tree bark was tough, and once dried, it could be twisted into rope. The branches, once stripped, were a pale gray-white, with sticky sap. I didn't throw them away. Instead, I started weaving a trap. Using a crisscross weaving pattern, I crafted a wide body for the trap and then narrowed the entrance to form a one-way, only in, no way out, opening. A perfect trap for fish. The sun was blazing, and it took me over 2 hours to finish. The trap was crude and the gaps were wide, but it should work well enough for the big fish. By then, the bark I had laid out was dry, so I began twisting it into ropes. Stone Mountain and the others came back with piles of fruits. They laid them out onto animal hide, enough to last us several days. Stony even found a bird's nest with 6 eggs, each the size of a goose egg. The 3 of them immediately cracked the eggs open and slurped them down, stuffing their mouths full of fruit in between bites, their faces smeared with juices. Stony stared at my fish trap in confusion. Is this thing for carrying fruits? Nope. You'll see soon enough, I said, tossing him some bark. Stop gawking. Help me twist these into ropes. The 4 of us worked together, and before long, we'd made a rope over 60 feet long. I tugged hard. The rope held taut and was incredibly sturdy. I had Stone Big catch a palm-sized toad, which I gutted right away and nailed to the bottom of the trap. I also added 2 crushed fruits as bait and secured the rope tightly. Stone Mountain tossed the trap into the deeper water, I instructed. The group carried the trap to the riverbank. Stone Mountain, with his great strength, hurled the trap into a dark, deep part of the river I'd pointed out. Splash! The trap hit the water, sending several large fish leaping out in shock. The commotion was impressive. I wound the rope securely around a stone and tied it tight. Leave it for now. We'll come back to check later, I said firmly. With bundles of fruit in hand, the 4 of us moved to a large tree far away from the dark river. It was our usual hangout spot. After a whole morning of work, the sun was now dead overhead, and heat waves shimmered in the distance, making the world look distorted. Cicadas buzzed relentlessly, their cries grating on my nerves. Stone Mountain and the others, however, were still full of energy. They started a wrestling match, tumbling and laughing while I sat back and watched. After all, I wasn't really a kid at heart. Stone Mountain was the strongest, Stone Big followed, and Stony, while the smallest, was the most nimble, with his deft hands making him better at weaving ropes than the other 2. Eventually, the 3 of them tired out and collapsed in a row on the ground, their gazes fixed on a cuckoo bird perched high in the tree canopy. The bird had striking red and blue feathers, was about the size of a rooster, and looked plump and meaty. In the tribe, the only way to hunt these birds was to either throw spears from afar or chuck rocks and hope for a miracle shot. 9 out of 10 times, they'd miss. My eyes narrowed. Grabbing my stone axe, I chopped down a forked branch from a tree and stripped it clean of its thorns, crafting a bow frame in no time. I then reached for the animal sinew coiled around Stone Mountain's waist. Stone Mountain froze, his hands instinctively moving to his pants. What are you doing? Trying to have a peeing contest or something? Shut up, I shot him a glare. The sinew was incredibly tough. My stone axe couldn't even cut through it easily. After several attempts, I managed to slice off a piece. It was ridiculously elastic. Tying the sinew onto the bow frame, I gave it a test pull. It reached full draw perfectly, powerful and tight. Stone Mountain and the rest stared wide-eyed and leaned in, looking as though they'd just seen something out of this world. I picked up a stone about the size of my thumb, knocked it onto the sinew, pulled it back fully, and let it fly with a flick of my wrist. Whiz! The stone shot out like a bullet, hitting the ground far off in the distance with alarming speed. Grabbing another stone, I glanced up at the cuckoo bird on the tree. It continued to chirp away, oblivious to the danger. Whiz! Thud! The stone struck its head with pinpoint accuracy. With a croaked cry, the bird went limp, lost its grip, and plummeted to the ground, flapping weakly twice before going still. My three companions were utterly dumbfounded, as if someone had sucker punched them. It blew their minds that this was even possible, to take down a bird like this so easily. Back in the tribe, the adults would usually throw stones, if luck was on their side, to knock one down. But now, it looked like I just rewrote the rulebook. One down. Stone was the first to react. He dashed over to pick up the bird, and the closer look gave everyone a bigger shock. It was huge and heavy in his hand. Stone Mountain and Stone Big's eyes turned red as they stared intently at the thing in my hand. Their mouths were practically watering as they forgot all about the bird. "Yang, what is that?" Stone Mountain came up to me, eyes brimming with greed. "A slingshot," I replied simply. I shot it a few more times to show them how it worked before casually tossing it over to Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain held it like it was his most prized treasure. He mimicked me, loading a stone and pulling it back with all his might. The sinew string was stretched so taut I thought it might snap, but the stone went flying wildly off target. Stone and Stone Big stood there watching with increasing desperation until they snatched it out of Stone Mountain's hands. They took turns messing with it, excitedly fighting over it, until they reluctantly returned it to me. All three of them spoke at once. "I want one too. Go chop down some Y-shaped branches like this. Then everyone can have one." It didn't take long before the three of them each had their own slingshot, though the cost was Stone Mountain's sinew belt, which we used up entirely to make the strings. The replacement ropes were made with hemp instead. Stone and Stone Big's slingshots were similar to mine, but Stone Mountain, being the stronger one, doubled up on sinew. He could pull it to full tension without any fear of it snapping. At this point, the birds in the trees nearby were out of luck. The four of us, armed with slingshots, cleared the vicinity in no time. The only birds left were those quick enough to fly far out of our range. By the sudden quiet that followed, the ground was left strewn with 3 goo-goo birds. Adding the first one, that's 4 in total. We also took down 2 giant land roamer birds and a small, rabbit-looking creature. The forest was teeming with plentiful game. Stone had the sharpest aim. He hit one of the goo-goo birds and one of the land roamer beasts. The rest were my doing. It's getting late. Let's head to the river to check the traps, and we'll head back after. I glanced up at the sky and decided we needed to move. Stone Mountain and Stone Big complained, but their poor aim offered no room for argument. They'd have to practice some more before showing off again. The three of them carefully tucked their new slingshots away like treasures, grabbed a handful of stones, and carried the game as we made our way to the river. We grabbed the ropes tied to the fish traps and began hauling them up. After a bit of tugging, up came the basket, brimming with several fish. One of them easily weighed 7 or 8 pounds, with the others being 2 or 3 pounds each. The fish were thrashing about so hard that the basket nearly fell apart. I grabbed a vine branch nearby and threaded it through the mouths of the fish. Then I did a quick reinforcement on the basket and handed it back to Stone Mountain to toss into the river again. They couldn't take their eyes off the big fish, staring with amazement. Even the way they looked at me had shifted. "Stop staring. Let's go roast some fish." Feeling a bit unnerved by their newfound admiration, I hurriedly ushered them along. Stone Mountain carried the fish strung up on the vine. Stone and Stone Big carried the rest of the game and some wild fruits. Together, the 4 of us ran back to camp with everything we had. As soon as we reached the village, Stone Mountain and the others rushed straight to the elder to show off their haul. Their excitement made them look like kids showing a report card. "Grandpa, Mom, come look at what we brought back with Jan." "Stop screaming. I can't hear you just fine," an aged yet firm voice answered. The elder, also known as Grandpa, was Stone Mountain's grandpa. At the same time, he was the only elder in the village. Though his back was hunched, he was followed by a woman carrying a baby and two small children tagging along. The elder was lean and wiry, nothing but skin and bones. Yet, his bright, calculating eyes could cut through you like a blade. The scars scattered across his face and body were a testament to how fierce he must have been in his younger days. "Grandpa, look. We caught all this." The game was heaped onto the ground in front of him. The elder's eyes widened, easily weighing in at dozens of pounds. The fish, the goo-goo birds, the wild chicken, and the rabbit beast were an incredible haul. It was the kind of luck the usual hunting parties rarely had. But what shocked him the most were the fish. Most of the villagers were afraid of water. At most, they'd scavenge dead fish washed ashore. Eating fresh, live fish was a rare luxury. The elder gulped, his throat visibly tightening as his dry voice cut through the air. "You went in the water?" No, we didn't," Stone Mountain reassured him right away, shaking his head fervently. As he explained, he gestured excitedly, retelling the story of me making the fish traps and crafting slingshots. He even took out his slingshot to show it off on the spot. The elder glared at me, studying me like I was a stranger. I wasn't surprised. Normally, I was the sickly, quiet Stone Yong. Who would have expected me to make something this crafty? The elder picked up the slingshot to try it himself. The stone shot out in a sharp whistle, vanishing instantly from view. He chuckled in approval. "Not bad at all. It's got enough power to deal with small prey," he said, handing it back. "If we had better sinew, the slingshots could be even more durable," I added hastily. Opportunities like this didn't come often, and I wasn't about to waste it. "Emma, prep the game. Once Stone Bones and his lot get back, we're all eating fish tonight." "Got it, Dad." Emma, Stone Bones' wife and Stone Mountain's mom, replied energetically. She had given birth recently and stayed back at the camp with the elder to watch the kids and tend to the village. "Yang, you come with me." The elder beckoned as he turned and headed toward his stone chamber. Stone Mountain, Stone, and Stone Big collected the children and slingshots before following Emma to deal with the game. I followed the elder into his chamber, which was far larger than the space I slept in. It was not just his personal quarters, but also an area where the children learned hunting skills and the villagers gathered for meetings. The elder lowered himself onto a thick, well-worn animal hide cushion near the fire pit. The hide was absurdly thick, no doubt the pelt of some giant beast he'd slain in his youth. It was a reminder of the elder's glory days. The left stone wall had numerous carved-out slots filled with leather, shells, and tree bark. The elder often etched symbols or markers onto them, most likely to record things. A row of black stone weapons was arranged neatly on the ground. Axes and spears were the most abundant tools. There were also a few short daggers, and their design. The tip of the tool was like a dagger, similar to those used by the hunting team, tough and razor-sharp, even sturdier than obsidian. "Feeling better now?" The old shaman fixed his gaze on me. "Much better, almost back to normal." Warmth spread through my heart. This small tribe, while few in number, truly treated me as one of their own. "Good. Make sure to recover fully. You'll have to pick up the mantle soon," the shaman said, his tone turning serious. "Your father and the others, those are our bravest warriors. I hope you won't be the one to fall behind." I didn't say anything, just lowered my head. "Now, tell me about your fish basket and slingshot," the shaman urged. I explained the methods all in one breath. As he listened, the old man traced lines on the ground with a stone. I corrected a few details here and there, and soon the shaman nodded in understanding. He stood up and handed me a short black knife. "I sharpened this today. It's yours." "Thank you, grandfather shaman." The knife felt solid in my hand, its blade gleaming coldly, far superior to Big Stone's stone axe. He then passed me a piece of dried meat. "Take this too. You four are no longer young. It won't be long before you'll join Stone Bone and the rest on hunts. You need to build up strength." I took the jerky and thanked him, then left the cave while the shaman stayed inside to ponder more ideas. After returning to my stone cave, I placed everything down and then headed to find Stone Slope and the others to help process the prey. Before long, we finished up. Emma, carrying her baby, instructed the group to move the prepared meat into the storage cave. It was cool and well-ventilated inside, where meat often air-dried since the tribe hadn't mastered smoking methods yet. All right, go play amongst yourselves. Emma waved us off while adjusting her child. The four of us headed outside. The sun was setting, and Stone Slope kept Stonehead and Big Stone busy practicing with their slingshots, determined to bring down more cuckoo birds tomorrow. I didn't join them. I was still recovering and had been active all day. My body felt heavy with fatigue. Big Stone, I'm going back to rest. Make sure to call me when the hunting team returns, I told him. Got it, Big Stone replied without even looking up, still fiddling with his slingshot. Back at my cave, I instinctively reached for the egg wrapped in animal hides. No movement. I carefully rewrapped it and set it aside. As soon as I lay down, sleep overtook me. Unbeknownst to me, while I was sound asleep, the egg twitched softly, its surface cracking with tiny fissures as if ready to hatch. But after a few moments, it stilled again. Later that night, shadows emerged from the base of the mountain, figures making their way toward the village. Yang, wake up. The hunting team is back. They brought down a saddleback dragon. Big Stone's shout echoed from the cave entrance. Groggily awakening, I jolted upright at the words saddleback dragon and ran outside. The scene was chaos. A gigantic saddleback dragon lay sprawled on the ground, its blood drained. Several adults were busily working, using stone knives to gut and butcher the beast. The creature stood at least 3 meters tall, its long neck and tail accounting for most of its size. Its small head bore a backward curving fleshy crest, with a humpback and flat, herbivore-like teeth. It vaguely resembled a parasaurolophus. With every stroke of a knife, chunks of meat fell away. Within moments, the entire dragon was stripped clean, leaving behind nothing but bones. Tonight was going to be a feast. I was staring in awe when a heavy slap landed on my left shoulder, nearly sending me sprawling. Ha-ha-yong. The loud, booming voice made my ears ring. Towering behind me was the tribe's leader, Stonebone. The shaman told me you brought back a decent amount of prey today. Well done. You're showing signs of taking after your father. Eat plenty tonight. Get stronger. One day, you'll join us on the hunts. Standing over 2 meters tall, Stonebone loomed like a massive bear. When he leaned forward slightly, his shadow engulfed me. I swallowed hard, suddenly nervous. I had no doubt this man could crush me with a single hand if he wanted to. Stonebone, uncle, you're injured. Still rubbing my now numb shoulder, I noticed the fresh and old wounds crisscrossing his arm and couldn't help but sound concerned. It's nothing, Stonebone brushed it off. The saddleback dragon herd put up a bit of a fight. Just scratches. With that, he grabbed my slingshot from my waist. Now, show me how this thing works. Once again, I found myself demonstrating. Soon, other adults gathered around, all eyes shining with curiosity. It didn't take them long to get the hang of it. This is decent, though the pull isn't strong enough and it breaks too easily. Don't pull back too hard, or it'll snap. Naturally, someone was quick to complain. Can't you make it bigger? More power would be better. The frame and the sinew aren't sturdy. If we used better materials, it'd be much stronger. I explained honestly that the slingshot had its limitations. Stronger weapons like bows and crossbows were things I'd only read about and didn't know how to make myself. Stonebone let out a hum of thought, then pulled out a bundle of dark red sinew from his pouch. Each strand was as thick as 2 fingers, dried stiffly over time. Saber-tooth tiger sinew, he said in a low voice. Barely made it out alive when it ambushed me in the forest. That beast cost your father and the others their lives. Take it and give it a try. My fingers tightened around the sinew, though my mind went blank. I forced myself to keep my expression steady, hiding any turmoil from showing. Stonebone gave my shoulder another pat before walking off. Outside, the village women were busy grilling dragon meat and fish. Emma, a child strapped to her back, bustled about, her face streaked with sweat. Stone Mountain stared at the golden fish, gulping hungrily. I carried the sinew back to the cave and used my black stone dagger to cut off 2 lengths, each over 1 meter long. The rest I stored carefully, already planning to use them for a bow in the future. I found a sturdy, arm-thick forked branch and fashioned it into a bow frame, tying the saber-tooth tiger sinew to it. I gave it a pull, and my arm instantly ached. I could only draw it about 1/3 of the way. I realized then that while the materials were strong, my strength wasn't sufficient yet. If I could fully draw the bow, its range and power would be significantly enhanced. But without that, The effort was nearly pointless. When I stepped out of the cave, the others were already gathered around the campfire, laughing and chatting. It was their only time each day to relax. That warm atmosphere eased the tightness in my chest a little, but I forced myself to suppress any thoughts of retreat. If I've made it this far, I have to survive. I sat by the fire and mimicked the others by skewering a small fish onto a wooden stick. I rotated it carefully over the flames, making sure it didn't burn. The shaman walked over and glanced around at everyone. Everyone's here. Eat. They'd obviously been starving, but no one dared to make the first move until he gave the word. The moment he did, they lunged for the half-cooked meat, tearing into it. Blood dripped from their mouths, but they didn't care. I didn't rush. As my fish roasted, I took out a gray-white block of salt and scraped some powder from it with my black stone knife. Then I evenly sprinkled the salt over the fish. This salt had been traded from distant lands in exchange for food and animal hides. Nobody really knew where it came from, but everyone understood its value. Soon, a rich aroma began wafting through the air. Stone big eyes fixated on my golden-brown fish, swallowing hard. It was leagues better than the half-raw meat they'd been eating. I handed the fish to the shaman. "Grandpa Shaman, here, you eat first." Without waiting for a response, I grabbed another fish and began roasting it. He took a bite, and the crispy exterior gave way to tender, salted meat, its flavor bursting in his mouth. The heat forced him to suck in air as he chewed, but he couldn't stop, finishing the fish in mere moments. He glanced at me again, his surprise clear, but he didn't ask any questions. The others, drawn by the mouth-watering smell, observed the shaman's eagerness. Following his lead, they began salting their fish and meat too. Though their efforts couldn't compare to mine, the improvement in taste was significant. As their hunger eased, their movements slowed, and the chatter around the fire gradually resumed. After holding back for quite a while, I turned to Stonebone and asked, "Uncle Stonebone, I heard you ran into the tyrant today. What happened?" As soon as the words left my mouth, the campfire went silent. Even Stonebone froze mid-bite, a glint of reverence in his eyes. He lowered his voice. "The tyrant, it's the king of this forest, the strongest of all dragon beasts. No one can defeat it." Stonebone explained that our tribe lived at the forest's edge, where few giant beasts roamed, making it relatively safe. But deeper in the forest, the trees grew taller, the beasts became more numerous, and herds of herbivorous giants roamed, constantly shadowed by fierce predators. Bloodshed was a daily occurrence, and at the top of that dangerous hierarchy was the tyrant. The name tyrant was given by many terrified tribes that had encountered it. Its head was monstrously large, capable of smashing through boulders and splintering trees. Its teeth were like rows of spears, easily grinding bones to dust. Its massive body stood on two thick legs, and its black scales were so tough that stone spears and axes couldn't penetrate them. A red mane ran from its back to its tail, like a fierce banner naturally marking its dominance. My blood ran cold as I listened, and I couldn't help but picture a T-Rex. But based on Stonebone's description, this thing stood over 15 meters tall, far more exaggerated than any dinosaur fossil reconstruction I'd ever seen. Stonebone added that the tyrant, due to its enormous size, rarely ventured far from its territory, preferring to hunt near its den. However, anyone foolish enough to trespass was seen as a challenger, and the tyrant would fight them to the bitter end. Then, with a grin, he said, "But for us, it's not much of a threat. To the tyrant, we're no bigger than ants, not even worth its time." The group chuckled, the oppressive tension easing just a bit. The shaman chimed in, "As long as we don't provoke the tyrant, it likely won't bother with us. What's truly deadly are the saber-tooth tigers, tree lions, and other dragon beasts. They're cunning and ruthless, masters of ambushes, and they strike with deadly precision when they get close." The shaman's words made my chest tighten, but I couldn't help asking, "Grandpa Shaman, is there any way to tame these fierce beasts? Could we make them hunt with us?" The shaman shook his head. "I've never heard of anyone taming these kinds of predators. Some tribes raise docile pig-like creatures as a food source, but those meat-eaters, you'd be lucky if they don't try to eat you first. They're wild to the core, and that can't be subdued. Whether herbivores or carnivores, none could truly communicate with humans. Their primal instincts were impossible to suppress." Carnivorous beasts might ambush their prey, but in direct combat, they fought with unmatched ferocity. And even if raised from infancy, they would inevitably reveal their fangs to humans sooner or later. Zoo lions, tigers, and bears still sometimes attacked people. Rampaging elephants were unstoppable. Truly training such creatures to heed commands as easily as one's own hands and feet was a fantasy. Humans had only managed to tame animals like dogs, cattle, and horses. Dogs had descended from a specific lineage of wolves. Not all wolves could be tamed, and it had taken countless generations for them to evolve into loyal companions that could aid in hunting. I didn't ask further, but couldn't help thinking about the fiery spark in my mind and the energy-infused egg I possessed. Would whatever hatched from it be something I could control, or something that might bite me instead? I had no answers. The moon hung high in the night sky. Silver starlight draped the forest in a gauzy glow. Distant cries echoed from deeper within, chilling me to the bone. When can I join you for hunting? I turned to ask Stonebone. Stonebone laughed heartily. With your current state, you're way too weak. Let's see if you can survive a few rounds under my fists first. Just looking at his fists, the size of sandbags, made me nervous. That day, I watched him heft a boulder like it was nothing. I was pretty convinced I'd be down with just one punch. Stone Mountain jumped up, striking a pose. Father, I'm going to beat you soon. Look, I've grown taller again. Everyone burst out laughing, while Stone Bone looked exasperated. It seemed he thought this son of his only grew in height, not intelligence. I laughed too. The tribe was like a big family, noisy and chaotic at times, but tightly knit. Everyone was giving their all to survive. The shaman glanced at Stone Bone and sternly advised, Bone, don't go hunting tomorrow. Rest until your wounds heal. We have enough food to last. Stone Bone thought for a moment before relenting. It's just a small wound. 2 days, it'll be fine. I'll bring back extra game after that. Going into the forest while injured was basically a death wish if a predator attacked. The shaman added, I'll prep some herbs in a moment. Grind them up and apply it to the wounded. Stone Bone and the other injured men nodded. The herbs weren't proper medicine, but they could ease pain and reduce swelling. With their sturdy constitutions, they'd recover quickly. The group continued eating and swapped tales of the dangers they'd faced while hunting. The shaman shared some stories from his younger days, keeping me riveted. After supper, the shaman stood up. It's late. Everyone, head off to rest. The fire was dying down as people cleaned up. There wasn't much to tidy, so it was done within minutes. Before leaving, I handed Stone Bone a slingshot I'd made using the sinews of a saber-tooth tiger. He tried it out a couple of times and was thoroughly impressed, showering me with praise before assigning 2 people to guard the cave entrance for the night. Every night, the tribe had to keep watch. Once people fell into deep sleep, any intruders, even small creatures like dog dragons, could wreak havoc before anyone could react. The stone forest shielded us from large predators, but wasn't enough to stop smaller threats from sneaking in. When the others dispersed, I grabbed some oil from a camel dragon carcass. I wanted to make a lamp. Back in the cave, I poured the oil into a stone bowl, cut a strip of animal hide with my black stone knife, and twisted it into a wick. After soaking it in the oil, I lit it using a burning stick. The warm, flickering light filled the cave. I lay back on the animal hides, hands behind my head, and reflected on the day's events. My thoughts kept circling back to that egg. If it hatched into a useful companion, great. But if it turned into trouble, no one here would be able to stop it. Survival in this world demanded more than brute strength. Adaptability, ingenuity, and maximizing every available resource were key. I'm no wilderness expert, and I can't manufacture advanced tech, but modern thinking and strategies from my world were my secret weapon. With the right tools, even ancient ones, I could survive. Determined, I sat up and started sketching on the cave wall. The tribe had already mastered stone axes and spears, and any form of metalworking was still an impossible dream. My sights were set on the bow and arrow. A bow and arrow could kill at a distance, offering far more lethality than a slingshot. Even with primitive materials, sinew for bowstrings, sharpened branches for arrows, it could be a game changer. After finishing my sketch, I rummaged through the materials in the cave, selecting a few sharp stones. Taking a larger stone in hand, I began chipping away, shaping one into an arrowhead. My hands were sore and cramping, but I didn't dare stop. Hesitation in a place like this could mean death. Relentless trial and error were the only paths to survival. Eventually, I crafted a crude but sharp arrowhead. It wasn't as perfect as the black stone dagger, but it was serviceable. Using the dagger, I drilled a small hole at the base of the arrowhead, then set it aside to dry. I'd find the wood and string later to assemble the bow. The oil lamp began to emit a faint burnt smell, snapping me out of my focus. My thoughts briefly turned back to the mysterious spark within my soul. After one full day and night, that flame within me had turned a pure, serene white, faintly flickering as if waiting. Retrieving the egg wrapped in animal hide, I reached out with my mind toward the life inside. The connection was immediate. I could feel a heartbeat, strong and steady, echoing in my thoughts. My mental probing stirred the awareness within the egg. A faint, high-pitched hiss resonated in my mind as the little creature inside began pressing fiercely against the shell. Crack! A loud noise rang out as a hairline fracture branched across the glossy surface of the egg. "It's hatching," I whispered, placing the egg gently on the ground. I stared unblinkingly, thoughts of encouragement flowing from me to the life struggling within. Tap after tap, the hits on the shell grew bolder, pausing briefly as if to gather strength after every few attempts. The membrane beneath the breaking shell rippled, and I could see the faint outline of a wedge-shaped head pushing outward. Finally, with one mighty strike, the middle of the shell shattered. The clear egg fluid inside spilled out, catching the lamp's light with a slight silver sheen. The next instant, a tiny black claw burst through the opening, followed by the sharp sound of what I could only describe as a shriek. The shell crumbled entirely, leaving a mess of egg shards and fluid on the ground. From within emerged a baby dinosaur, its scales slick and glinting under the firelight. Its eyes, half-lidded with exhaustion, opened slightly to reveal vertical golden pupils filled with cautious curiosity. Bracing itself with tiny foreclaws, it wobbled out of the remaining shell, slipping and splashing through the egg fluid until all was left behind, leaving it prone on the cave floor. The baby dinosaur's black skin had a translucent quality, its surface crisscrossed by faint, light blue veins beneath. It was small enough to fit snugly in my palms. Its head was streamlined, its narrow jaw slightly agape, revealing an array of thin, translucent teeth. Dark crimson fuzz covered its head and neck in soft tufts, while its long, slender tail twitched and coiled, already looping itself around me. With soft clicks of its mouth and a sharp pair of amber eyes piercing into mine, its gaze fixated entirely on me. And then, it began crawling toward me, its caution melting into what I could only sense as a deep bond, a magnetic pull from somewhere within my very soul. "You're not planning to bite me, right?" I muttered skeptically, but I could feel that faint sense of fondness radiating from our connection. Tentatively, I scooped up the hatchling and wiped away the sticky egg remnants with a piece of dried animal hide, studying it closely. Once cleaned, its dark, translucent scales became more distinct, its body now glowing softly from within like distant embers beneath the skin. It let out a small chirp, its pale claws hooking lightly against me for support. Its round golden eyes looked up at me once more, full of both curiosity and trust. Quietly, it nestled into my palm with a soft shiver, wrapping its long tail tightly around my wrist. Its body, especially the hind legs, seemed noticeably sturdier. The claws curled inward like crescent moons, but when spread, the third claw jutted out like a sharp sickle. Its forelimbs, though smaller, were agile, moving with skill in 3 distinct segments, tipped with sharp claws akin to miniature scythes. The little one in my arms, a baby velociraptor, no less, was something I had only ever seen on screens before. Freshly hatched, it was surprisingly soft and cuddly, a far cry from the vicious creatures portrayed in movies. From what I remembered, adult velociraptors could grow up to 3 meters long and over 2 meters tall, built with powerful hind legs, razor-sharp claws and teeth, and terrifying agility. They were swift, had incredible senses of smell and hearing, and the most dangerous part, they hunted in packs. Sometimes just a few, but at other times, hundreds, ambushing and taking down prey with precision. Chirp, chirp. The little velociraptor let out a soft, contented sound in my arms, and through this spiritual bond, I could feel its overwhelming trust, as though it saw me as its sole protector. After resting for a bit, the little one lifted its head to look at me. Its stomach let out a loud, gurgling sound, and its hunger radiated into my mind in waves. What should you eat? Meat? Fish? Either would do, but I don't have any. Dried meat's too tough. Your soft little teeth wouldn't stand a chance. I frowned. Scanning the cave, my gaze fell on the 2 remaining unhatched eggs. My heart clenched, but I eventually picked one up. The moment I set the little velociraptor down, it began chirping frantically, loud enough that if anyone in the tribe heard it, we'd be in trouble. They despised these jungle predators the most. I quickly picked it back up. Cracking open the top of the egg, I created a small hole and held it near its mouth. The little black raptor immediately thrust its head into the egg, its tiny foreclaws gripping the edges tightly as it gulped down the thick egg liquid. Holding the egg steady, I carefully placed the raptor on the ground. It braced itself with its hind legs and ate with a fervor, almost like it was trying to compensate for lost strength. Not long after, it wobbled to its feet, head buried deeper into the egg, its stomach visibly swelling. By the time it finished half the egg, its appetite was sated. Its belly was so round it looked like a ball. Waddling over to my feet, it tried to climb back up, but failed. Instead, it plopped down, hugged my foot, and promptly fell asleep. Watching it filled my heart with warmth. This was a dinosaur, yet it was so obedient. How could anyone not be fond of it? I'll give you a name, I murmured thoughtfully. Blackie? Nah. Snowy? Nah. How about Blackfang? The little raptor seemed to understand, letting out a sleepy chirp. The next morning, sunlight poured into the cave, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Blackfang woke me up. Sitting cross-legged on the animal hide, I noticed that the last of the egg liquid from last night had been eaten entirely. I chewed on some dried meat to fill my own stomach, watching Blackfang bounce around energetically, curious and excited thoughts flooding our mental connection. It had grown to the size of a small dog. Its black skin had toughened a bit, now faintly reflecting hints of purple under the light. Its amber eyes shone brightly, locked on me. Come here, little one. I dangled a piece of dried meat and tossed it across the cave. Blackfang immediately lowered its body, foreclaws outstretched, tail raised, in a perfect hunter's stance. A low growl rumbled from its throat. In an instant, it shot forward like a shadow, eyes fixed on the piece of meat. It lunged just as it was about to hit the ground, catching it in midair. When it landed, its claws scratched faint lines into the dirt. Proudly, it darted back to my side, rubbing its head against my leg before placing the meat back in my hand, as if urging me to toss it again. Amused, I waved the meat in front of it, but didn't throw it right away. Instead, I moved it slowly back and forth, letting Blackfang follow the rhythm with its gaze. As I intentionally slowed down, letting the meat drop little by little, Blackfang suddenly leapt up, snapping at midair. Good boy. I clapped my hands. Sit. Head held high, meat still in its mouth, Blackfang appeared smug. It didn't start eating. Instead, it pawed the ground briefly before sitting obediently, tilting its head up as though demanding praise. Good dog. No, good dragon. I laughed, patting its back. You're pretty impressive. Scratching its chin and the softer flesh around its neck, I watched as Blackfang closed its eyes in bliss, the rumbling in its throat growing louder. It clung to my leg, its warm, velvety body pressing against me like a smooth, breathing rock. It gently released the meat into my hand once more, clearly eager to play another round. Instead, I scooped it up into my arms, its cooler body temperature noticeable even through my clothes. Blackfang buried its head in the crook of my arm, nuzzling softly as it let out a contented hum. The sunlight warmed our skin, and the faint scent of stone and freshly cut grass lingered near it. In moments like this, it seemed nothing like a predator, more like my own little secret troublemaker, endearing, yet always on the verge of chaos. But as I glanced toward the mouth of the cave, reality crept in. If I wanted to keep Blackfang, I'd have to get the tribe's approval. These jungle predators were well-known killers. One wrong move during a hunt, and they could turn the tables on even the most skilled warriors. No one would feel safe with one nearby. If I had any chance, convincing the elder was the key. His word carried weight. If he agreed, Most wouldn't dare oppose him. I acted quickly, wrapping Blackfang snugly in animal hide and sending it a mental command to stay still. It chirped softly but complied without resistance. With Blackfang in my arms, I stepped out of the cave. The weather was bright, the sun blazing overhead. The hotter it got, the faster I greeted passing clansfolk and made my way straight to the shaman's stone cave. Inside the cave, the shaman's golden pupils narrowed to slits as he fixed an unwavering gaze on Blackfang. The little creature, tense but alert, crouched low as if ready to pounce. However, my gentle reassurance kept it still. "Yang," the shaman spoke first, "is this newly hatched?" "Yes, it just emerged last night." I could barely contain my excitement. "It's very obedient. I want to try raising it. Maybe it can help with hunting in the future." The shaman frowned. "Predators like this are born bloodthirsty. They can't be tamed. The tribe has tried before. Once they grow, they go mad and injure people." I persisted. "Look at its eyes. They don't seem as wild as the others. It even understands commands." I turned and softly commanded, "Blackfang, sit." Immediately, Blackfang crouched obediently, letting out soft chirps in response. The shaman's expression flickered with surprise. A newborn this well-behaved was indeed rare. He reached out suddenly to touch its head. Blackfang's back arched, muscles tight, sharp clicks coming from its jaws as a burst of aggression surged forward, but it held itself back from biting, barely. In my mind, I repeatedly sent it calming signals. "Relax, no danger." Slowly, Blackfang eased, allowing the shaman to stroke it. "It may not be fierce now," the shaman warned gravely, "but that doesn't mean it won't turn on you later. When it matures, those claws can rip prey apart. It'd take at least 3 or 4 warriors to restrain it." He frowned again. "I don't feel easy about this." I argued, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Blackfang at all times. If I can't tame it and it shows signs of aggression, I'll handle it myself." The shaman considered this for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, keep it for now and see how it goes. But the tribe doesn't have extra food to spare. If you're going to raise it, you'll have to find its meals on your own." I understood. With prey scarce and the hunting team not heading out until tomorrow, no one was going to part with the hard-earned meat just to feed a potentially dangerous beast. Once the shaman gave his reluctant approval, the tension in my chest eased, and a grin broke across my face. As for food, I wasn't worried. I'd head into the forest today to set traps. Catching some small animals should be enough to tide Blackfang over. A little hunger wouldn't kill it. Blackfang, oblivious to all this, happily rubbed itself against my legs, brimming with uncontainable energy. "Keep a close eye on it," the shaman reminded, "and don't let it harm anyone." I led Blackfang for a brief walk just outside the tribe's camp, helping it get familiar with the area. The little creature left its scent everywhere, marking its territory, it seemed. Whenever it encountered someone, it would give a low growl and warning. Only after I calmed it down did it gradually become less defensive. To others, it remained aloof and distant. All its enthusiasm seemed reserved for me. Stonehill approached carefully and asked, "Yang, can I pet Blackfang?" "Sure, you can," I replied. "It listens well. But don't tease it when I'm not around. Wait until it's more familiar with you." Under my watchful eye, Blackfang behaved and allowed them to stroke its rough, warm skin. Stonehill, Stone Rock, and Big Stone all took turns petting it, exclaiming at the unique texture. To them, it was something novel and fascinating. The adults, however, regarded it with brief glances from afar, unimpressed. They'd seen too many wild creatures to believe this one could truly be tamed. After a short while, Blackfang lost interest in the attention, curling up quietly, and Stonehill's group quickly grew bored. Soon, they wandered off to practice slingshot shooting instead. With the hunting team yet to leave, everyone else in the tribe busied themselves, sharpening stone spears and axes, scraping and drying hides, or repairing leather armor. 2 children barefooted their way after a stone ball, their laughter startling birds into the sky. The tribe's healer laid herbs to dry on a deerskin, her bone bracelets clinking softly as she moved. Then came the chieftain, Stonebone. Draped in animal pelts and carrying a stone spear, he towered like a bear over me. After casting a glance at Blackfang, he cut straight to the point. "Yang, come to the river with me. Show me how you caught those fish yesterday." Stonebone gathered a group of warriors, making us 5 in total. Stonehill, along with Stonerock and Big Stone, tagged along too. Stonebone gave them an approving nod, and with that, a party of 9 dashed out of the village toward the river. On the way, I didn't keep Blackfang always close. It darted here and there, thrilled by everything it came across. A distance away, I had to yell for it to return, which it promptly did. The others paid it no mind. It was, after all, just a newborn. A curious little thing chasing anything from bugs to butterflies and even digging out hidden burrow critters. It would pin them down and casually gulp them in one bite. Not picky, easy to feed. The group kept an eye on the surroundings as we walked. Stonehill and the younger ones shot slingshots at birds in the trees, missing targets more often than not. Only Stonerock hit 2 on occasion, and as soon as they hit the ground, Blackfang darted in, grabbing them in his jaws and delivering them back to us. The chieftain, Stonebone, was even deadlier. He wielded a reinforced slingshot, taking down tree-dwelling cuckoos with precision, each strike lethal. His aim improved with every shot, earning me a round of praise for teaching him the tool's tricks. The other 4 warriors watched, envious, pestering me to make them their own slingshots too. I agreed, but told them they'd need to gather some sturdy beast tendons first. Stonebone laughed heartily at their impatience. When we arrived at the river, the water shimmered under the sun's rays. I headed to check the fish trap from yesterday. It was still tied securely in place, but the rope was taut. Stonehill and I worked together to haul it ashore. To our dismay, part of the trap had been chewed through, leaving a gaping hole. Only 3 white-scaled fish remained, each weighing about 3 or 4 pounds. Clearly, predators had feasted during the night. We need to repair the trap and reinforce it. I took out the remaining fish and briefly demonstrated how to craft the trap. Stonebone and the others caught on quickly. Before long, they were chopping vines and bark, sitting along the shallows weaving new traps. Despite their rough hands, they moved with surprising deftness. Their finished designs even turned out tighter and sturdier than mine. Before long, 2 massive fish traps were constructed, their entrances shaped like funnels to let fish swim in but not find their way out. The netting was woven tightly enough to trap even the smallest fish and shrimp. Uncle Stonebone, drop them here. The water's deep, plenty of fish around, I said, stuffing a bit of meat into the funnel as bait and pointing to the spot where they should place the traps. Thud, thud. The 2 fish traps splashed into the water, startling a few water birds that skimmed across the surface with a flurry of wings, their cries shattering the river's stillness. They hadn't spread the traps far apart. This river was teeming with hungry fish. Just a faint scent of meat was enough to draw them in. After tying the ropes securely, everyone moved away from the riverbank, heading into the dense forest to hunt some game with slingshots. The other warriors patrolled the surrounding area, standing guard to ensure no dangerous wild animals approached the tribe. If any threats were spotted, they needed to be dealt with before they got too close. Blackfang stayed fixated on the string of freshly caught fish, not moving its gaze for an instant. I chuckled, pulling one off the string. Using my black dagger, I gutted the fish carefully. I didn't dare toss it the whole thing, worrying the little creature's stomach wouldn't handle it well. Instead, I cut the meat into small pieces, removed the bones, and threw the guts along with the meat toward it. Eat up, little one. Grow bigger and stronger. You're going to take care of me someday, I teased, patting its head. Blackfang chirped twice in response, then devoured the food ravenously, barely chewing as it swallowed, scarfing it all down in seconds. Leaving the group in the forest, I led Blackfang toward a thicket about 30 meters away. The ground underfoot was soft, littered with animal tracks, and even speckled with fresh droppings, a clear sign this area was frequently visited by wildlife. I picked a concealed spot and began digging with a stone dagger. Blackfang tried to help, pawing at the ground, but it wasn't much use with those little claws. When I dug down about knee-deep, I frowned. It was ridiculously slow without a proper shovel. At this rate, carving out a pit wide enough and 2 meters deep would take ages. I was also worried about breaking the stone dagger. Frustration grew as I kept digging. Someone wandered over from a distance, glanced at us, and, seeing no apparent danger, turned and walked away. We paused to rest, munching on some wild fruit and dried meat. After 3 more hours of work, the pit was finally finished. The bottom was lined with sharp wooden stakes weed whittled, their points protruding upward. Water seeped through the soil, turning the mud slick and sticky. Anything that fell in would struggle to climb back out. Using branches and leaves, I camouflaged the pit's opening. Overhead, I hung some wild fruit and scraps of meat as bait. With the trap completed, I didn't have energy left to do much else. Exhausted, Blackfang and I made our way back to find Stonebone. They'd made a decent haul too. Stonebone and his crew managed to shoot several doves and rabbits with their slingshots. Those slingshots lacked power compared to throwing spears. They were effective enough for small prey and less cumbersome to use. When I returned, Stonebone suggested we retrieve the fish traps. The group gathered by the riverbank and began pulling on the ropes. Inside the traps, fish splashed and thrashed around wildly. All 3 traps were stuffed to the brim. Today's hunt would feed the tribe for 2 or 3 days. Without emptying the traps, we carried them and the rest of the game back home. Back at the settlement, the catch and a dozen large fish were dropped onto the ground. Stonebone called on Emma's group to process the food. I plucked feathers from the doves and set them aside, planning to use them for future arrows. The rest of the plumes, a vibrant mix of red and blue, were quickly claimed by the other women for ornaments. They were in high demand. We didn't keep more food than we could finish within 4 to 5 days. The scorching weather made it easy for meat to spoil. Even jerky had its limits, and bugs biting into everything made storage a constant challenge. Emma's group was fast and skilled. They skinned, gutted, and processed the game with practiced efficiency. A few of us, including me, tried to learn from them. Though our hands were clumsy, small prey wasn't too difficult to handle. Suddenly, Stonebone called out, "You lot, over here. Time for a spar with Stonemite. Let's see if you've improved lately." There was still daylight left, so it seemed like a good time for some practice. Stonemite was fairly new to the hunting squad, but he was 5 or 6 years older than us and nearly 2 meters tall, with arms like tree trunks. His eyes lit up at the chance to toss us around. He'd always been the weakest among the older warriors, but now it was his turn to have the upper hand for once. Stonehill immediately volunteered to go first. The clearing outside the cave was hard-packed from years of use, stomping the dirt into solid ground. The tribespeople gathered instinctively, forming a circle around the fighters. Stonehill and Stonemite faced off, the sharp tang of sweat and earth hanging in the air as tension mounted. With a roar, Stonehill charged forward, abandoning any semblance of strategy. He barreled into Stonemite like a small tank, aiming to grapple him by the waist and lift him for a slam. The moment they collided, Stonemite didn't retreat but instead stepped in closer. Twisting his core for leverage, he maneuvered his arms around Stonehill's neck and shoulders, locking him in tight. Using Stonehill's own momentum, Stonemite shifted his weight sharply to one side, flipping him over in a swift, brutal throw. Stonehill felt the pressure on his neck like a vice, and, before he realized it, his feet were no longer on the ground. In the split second of free fall, he knew he was done for. The next moment, his back slammed into the packed dirt with a dull thud. Dust burst into the air as the impact knocked the wind out of him. Again, Stonemite barked, staying in place without following up. Stonehill, face flushed from both effort and embarrassment, staggered to his feet. He took a few heavy breaths, shaking himself off, then charged once more. This time, Stonemite didn't wait for him to close the distance. He stepped forward, lowering his stance, and countered with a shoulder block. Wrapping his arms tightly around Stonehill's waist in one fluid motion, he lifted him clean off the ground and slammed him back down with raw aggression. A loud thud echoed as the earth trembled under the force, scattering loose soil in all directions. Groaning and dazed, Stonehill crawled back to his feet only to admit defeat, muttering through clenched teeth. He trudged back to the group, his head hanging low. No one offered him consolation. Among the tribe's warriors, falling only meant you needed to train harder. Next up were Stonehead and Big Stone. They stepped in one after another, trying their luck, but the outcome remained the same. Stone Ming slammed each of them to the ground until they were completely disoriented. Those around us were laughing hysterically, and the more the crowd laughed, the more excited Stone Ming became, as if he enjoyed preying on the weakest. When it was my turn, my heart sank into my stomach. The last fight I'd been in was back in elementary school, over an eraser. I ended up getting pinned down by the class chubby kid and couldn't move until the teacher pulled him off me. But here and now, showing fear meant disrespect. It could even get me thrown out of the tribe. I had no choice but to toughen up and think quickly. How could I make it look decent, but keep it from hurting too much? Outside the circle, Blackfang growled low at Stone Ming, as if ready to lunge in. I held him back, keeping him from making a move. Come on, I'll go easy on you. Stone Ming smirked, motioning me forward. I knew brute strength wasn't my game. Charging headfirst was a death wish. I copied Stone Shan's tactic, sprinting straight at him. Stone Ming braced himself, ready for the usual grappling throw. Right at the last second, I veered to the side, leapt sideways, and kicked hard at the back of his knee with my right foot. Stone Ming faltered for a split second, his left knee buckling, almost dropping him to the ground. His face flushed red with a mix of shock and anger. Before I could retreat, he reacted with terrifying speed. He grabbed the animal hide at my waist and yanked, while his other hand clamped down on my shoulder, effortlessly lifting me above his head. I didn't panic. Twisting my waist, I locked onto his arm and wrapped my legs tightly around his neck, refusing to let him slam me down. Stone Ming shook and thrashed, trying to throw me off, but I held tight. Finally, he reversed his grip, grabbing my arm and ripping me free with sheer force, flinging me to the ground. I landed awkwardly and tried to scramble away, but Stone Ming charged like a lightning bolt. He rammed his shoulder into me with brutal force, a blow like a sledgehammer. Bam! The impact sent me flying, crashing into the ground with a dull thud. This was the first time Stone Ming had gone all out. Lying there, every fiber of me screamed in pain. My stomach churned, my vision blurred, my head swam. For a moment, I thought I might not get up again. Enough. Stop. Stone Goo's commanding voice cut through. Stone Ming finally stepped back. He helped me up, grinning as if he'd just had the time of his life. Not bad. At least you've got the guts to throw hands now. Stone Goo patted me firmly, as if it were some sort of compliment. You three, he shot a stern glance at Stone Shan and the others. Use your heads more. Charging mindlessly isn't a strategy. No matter how strong you are, you can't outmuscle a giant beast. His blunt criticism left them all sulking awkwardly as the surrounding crowd chattered, laughing and pointing fingers at their expense. Dusk crept in, and the gathering dispersed as people returned to prepare for the night's feast by the fire, one of the only times in the day we could eat to our heart's content. The camp bustled with its usual lively energy, but in the depths of the forest, it was a very different scene, a hellish one. Rain poured relentlessly, like the heavens had split open, sending torrents of muddy water cascading through valleys. Trees and shattered logs floated in the churning flood of thick sludge. And in the midst of it all, a massive, dark silhouette fought desperately to stay alive, swept along like a piece of driftwood by the rushing waters. It was the alpha of a razor-tusk boar herd, once a king among its kind, now reduced to a struggling heap in the storm. A fallen tree pinned its hind leg firmly to the ground. Every tug sent stabbing pain shooting through its body. Its once proud body bore the marks of a terrible defeat. 3 massive claw wounds exposing raw flesh, one deep enough that it nearly punctured its core. And worse than the pain was the gnawing hunger, a hollow agony that felt like worms eating away inside it. It let out a low, guttural whimper that was swallowed whole by the roar of the storm. Just a day earlier, a monstrous predator had torn through its territory, slaughtering the boar's companions. Even the mightiest of its herd, fighting alongside it with razor-sharp tusks and brute force, could not land a single effective blow against the beast's impenetrable armored hide. Piglets, sows, seasoned boars, all were ripped apart, their tusks and strength little more than a joke to the predator. And the alpha? It had fled, dragging itself away with its last scraps of strength, leaving behind its siblings, its mate, and every ounce of pride. Now it was trapped in an alien nightmare, far from its den and herd, clinging to a single thought: survive. As the rain eased, the mud settled, revealing chaos all around. The storm had masked the sense of blood, and its overwhelming stench was washed clean. The boar lowered its head to the freezing ground, barely moving save for the faint twitch of its nostrils. It forced itself to chew down rain-soaked, rotting roots and debris, foul and bitter, but enough to keep its gut from collapsing inwards. In the distance, a pack of feathered claw raptors emerged, small but vicious creatures, notorious for hunting in groups and preying on the wounded. Though clearly outmatched, the boar's instinct to live smothered whatever rage remained. Instead of struggling against its pen, it used its tusks like excavators, furiously digging and churning the mud around itself until its entire enormous body sank into the quagmire. Only a thin, unassuming layer of mud concealed its presence now. The raptors circled, sniffing and searching for their prey. After a while, finding nothing, the pack gave up, slinking away into the shadowy drizzle. Nearly collapsing with exhaustion, the boar pulled its bruised and battered body onto a patch of higher ground. Mud caked its bleeding wounds, sealing them and masking its scent, both a bandage and camouflage. It stood there as still as a statue, only its small, wary eyes flickering behind layers of mud. As the lightning lit up the terrain for brief flashes, the boar dragged itself toward a faint, distant memory, a direction it believed held fewer predators. Its massive form trudged on, vanishing slowly into the darkness of the rain-soaked forest. The chill seeped through. Through the muddy earth, it crept into the crevice of a wind-shielded rock. Pain and hunger struck again like an unrelenting predator. Clenching its teeth, it used its fangs to scrape off bits of moss and lichen, swallowing them in harsh gulps. That flicker of faint green life became its only shot at survival. The path was turbulent, battered by thunder and rain. On the way, it encountered a saber-tooth tiger on the prowl. Forcing itself to stand, it put up a bluff that scared the beast away. In the darkest hour before dawn, the forest echoed with a chilling howl. Several eerie green lights flickered in the shadows, drawing nearer and nearer. Wolves, they had caught the scent of blood. Its heart pounded so violently it felt like it would burst. It wanted to run, but its injured leg made escape impossible. Clinging to the icy rock, every muscle tensed, it didn't even dare to breathe. The mud camouflaged its form, and the rain hid its scent. The wolf pack sniffed and growled outside the crevice, but they never detected the mound of mud that had nearly become one with the rock. Fear gnawed at time, dragging it into eternity. The first rays of sunlight pierced the darkness. Impatient and growling curses, the wolf pack retreated. Only then did iron tusks let out the smallest breath, trembling as dry layers of mud began to flake off its battered frame. 3 days later, dragging its useless leg, it limped into the brush at the edge of the rocky mountain. Infected wounds stung with a pain that drilled into its core. Maggots swarmed the festering gashes, while thumb-sized flies buzzed incessantly around its body. The mountain in the distance belonged to a human tribe, a place it would have typically kept far from. Pausing, it stared through crusted, mud-covered eyes at the thin trails of smoke drifting into the sky. Memories stirred from a time when it had stumbled upon humans in the dense forest. Around their fire, they had eaten together, and the moment they noticed it, they scattered in fright. Iron tusks turned, glancing once more at the death-ridden forest behind, the home of predators and the roots it dug up to survive. The place was filled with nights it had endured buried in mud. Compared to that perilous wilderness, the human territory seemed almost safe. Letting out a low grunt, it dragged its mangled leg along, eventually finding a hidden nook in the underbrush. Collapsing, it lay there, motionless. Giant trees shielded the area from view. As the midday sun dried the mud coating, revealing tougher skin beneath and battle-scarred muscles, it was clear it was no longer the leader of any herd. It was nothing but a lone beast forced to survive on mud, fangs, and sheer grit. Using its teeth and tusks, it unearthed some damp roots and greenery, barely chewing before swallowing them down. It longed for meat, but its condition made hunting impossible. The only scraps it had seen recently were a shred of strange meat and some wild fruits hanging on the bushes in the distance, neither of which it had the strength to claim. After barely filling its stomach, it closed its eyes, exhaustion pulling it into brief bouts of restless sleep, interrupted only by the relentless hum of flies and mosquitoes. It had chewed bitter herbs and minerals from the earth on its journey, substances known to fight infection, ward off parasites, and clot blood. But the injuries were too severe. Survival, for now, was nothing but prolonging the inevitable. Night fell, and the tribal settlement lay in unusual quiet. The shaman sat in his cave, staring intently at the flickering flame in a stone bowl. The dim glow illuminated the cavern in waves of dancing light. The lamp was a gift from Yang, the boy who seemed ever curious and eager, always finding new things to bring back. Fire pits had long been avoided in the cave, with smoke too risky during warmer days. Even the ground fire pit was seldom used unless for brief warmth during harsh cold snaps. With no chill on this night, it remained unlit. The shaman had to admit he admired the boy's latest invention, but in a world where strength ruled, innovation rarely held sway. Tradition dictated that any man who could strike down a tyrant beast with one deadly kick would rise to godhood in the eyes of the tribe. For now, the oil lamp burned quietly, releasing the faint smell of scorched fat. The shaman picked up one of the tribe's precious stone slabs. Each was etched with lines, marks of time past. Scrutinizing the lines, he added another, marking another day. These slabs were a sacred tradition, carved with 400 marks per stone to signify a year. Generations had maintained this record, a fragile thread connecting their past to the present. He placed the slab back carefully, his eyes darkening even further. The rains were coming, a season spanning over 60 days, during which food was always scarce. Hunting prey in the floods was treacherous, as hunters risked being swept away by currents or attacked by colossal water creatures. But hunting too much ahead of time was futile. Meat rotted fast in the wet air, and consuming it could bring sickness. Mild cases leaving one bedridden, severe cases deadly. At least the tribe was higher up the mountain. Floodwaters hadn't reached them in years, and the caves were reasonably dry. But if the shaman didn't think of a way forward, survival through this season would remain a gamble. Extinguishing the flame with practiced ease, the shaman lay down. His overworked hands seemed immune to burns. Returning to my cave, I had little to occupy myself with. Tossing a leftover egg to Blackfang for dinner, I sprawled out on the animal pelts, serving as my makeshift bed. Bored, I fiddled with the training I had seen in videos. Sit. Good dog. Down. Good dog. Blackfang was eerily smart, picking up commands after just one try. Its eager gaze met mine every time, as if training felt like a game to it. After exhausting our play, I lay back again, my heart skipping for a second before my consciousness slipped into the fiery seed in my mind. It had changed. The once pale, flickering flame now shimmered with faint green hues, its presence fuller, steadier, more alive. I reflected on its earlier powers, a connection to Blackfang, allowing me to issue commands mentally. It also seemed to amplify growth and build loyalty, not through forced submission, but through acceptance. Yet during my experiments earlier, the flame failed to attach to a grown river beast I'd encountered, repelled forcefully each time. My guess? Fully conscious, mature creatures resisted it. It was a reflex, a defense against being controlled. It was only because Blackfang was still inside its egg, still unaware of the world, that it had absorbed the seed and bonded to me completely. I still can't figure out what special effects the pale green fire seed has. The only thing I'm sure of is that it's growing. I brought Blackfang over and cradled its little head in my palm. With just a thought, the fire seed sent a fine thread drilling into my palm. Blackfang instantly reacted, greedily absorbing it. The mental link suddenly became much clearer. I could feel Blackfang's joy. However, it wasn't long before Blackfang started transmitting feelings of swelling pain. I stopped immediately and severed the connection. Blackfang let out a yawn and flopped down next to me to sleep. At least the link is now stronger and communication more fluid. Meanwhile, the fire seed in my mind reverted to its original white color, becoming weak, like it could extinguish at any moment. Its energy had clearly been drained again. I decided not to dwell on it. After turning off the light, I held on to Blackfang and took a deep, content sniff. Smells great. Then I drifted off to sleep, knowing I'd have to worry about its food supply again tomorrow. The next morning, the brisk air jolted me fully awake. Dew still clung to the rocks, and birds twittered as they flew in the distance. Stonebone and the hunting party were readying their stone spears and axes. The elder shaman advised, "Bone, try to bring back as much animal hide as possible. Before the water tides arrive, we need to trade with other tribes for salt stones and long-lasting food." Stonebone paused before responding. "Game has been scarce near the tribe. We'll head farther east, closer to the southern area. There should be some giant antlered deer there." It'll take a while, though, and we might not make it back today. Then prepare to camp in the jungle overnight. But don't venture too deep into the southern woods. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately and get everyone back safely. The elder instructed, frowning. Don't worry. Everyone will make it back in one piece, Stonebone assured. He turned to have the team gather animal hide sleeping bags, preparing to set up camp in the forest if needed. The elder nodded with confidence. He trusted Stonebone. He was personally trained by the old man and could escape even if he ran into a fierce beast. That, plus a hunting party that worked seamlessly as a team, meant they could hold their own against most lone predators, as long as they avoided recklessness in southern territory. Son, when I get back, can you make me a slingshot like the chief's? Stonewild's eyes shone with excitement as he stared at me. He'd been coveting that slingshot for ages, only missing the tough animal tendons to make one. Sure, I'll make you an even better one when you return, I agreed without hesitation. I'll bring you a gift when I come back, said Stonewild, patting my shoulder with a grin before heading back to the group. As the sun rose, the hunting team, loaded with dried meat, flint, and stone spears, set off eastward. The tribe suddenly felt much quieter. Son, what are we doing today? Stonehill, Stonewood, and Stonelarge asked as they approached, trailed by two grubby little kids who were eyeing Blackfang, eager to touch it but too scared to try. My head hurt from the chaos. I was becoming the tribal babysitter. Let's go set the fish traps in the river and then catch a couple of gob-gob birds, I instructed. You too. I pointed at the kids. Go over to grandfather's shaman and behave. If you do, I'll bring you back some wild fruit. Okay, Suinga. The children nodded eagerly. Can we pet it when we get back? It's called Blackfang. Behave, and then you can. We'll be so good. The two nodded energetically. After checking in with the elder shaman, we grabbed the fish traps and trekked through the stony forest down to the riverbank. We set up the traps securely and then returned to the patch of forest where we had been the night before. This area was full of crooked trees, full of hollows, and looking fragile in general. I scanned the surroundings. Stonehill, are there stronger, sturdier trees around here? In the small woods ahead, yeah? My dad and them used those trees for making stone spears. I'll take you there, Stonehill replied as he slung his slingshot back over his shoulder and led the way. In no time, we found a tree as thick as a grown man's waist. Its trunk was straight, with few knots or scars. Its branches were long and straight too, and the bark was smooth. I gave it a test hack with Stonelarge's stone axe. The sound was muffled, the wood was dense. I climbed up the tree and painstakingly chopped and yanked down 2 branches, each over 10 feet long and as thick as my arm. The others helped me carry the haul to the side. Returning the axe to Stonelarge, I noticed its blade had chipped in several places. He looked heartbroken and scowled hard. Are you making spears? Stonelarge asked. No, I've got another use in mind, I replied vaguely. I wasn't completely sure yet myself. Let's head back. This is pretty far from the tribe, and there might be predators around, I said in a hushed tone. What's there to be scared of? If a beast shows up, I'll smash it to bits, Stonehill declared, puffing out his chest. Yeah, I've been itching to test out this axe. Stonelarge chimed in, riled up by the challenge. Stonewood stayed silent, though his eyes gleamed with excitement. I didn't feel like arguing anymore, so I stepped up to Stonehill. Placing a hand firmly on his chest, I swept my left leg at his, knocking him off balance and sending him tumbling to the ground. You can't even hold your ground, and you think you're ready to fight a predator? I fixed them with a cold look. My bluntness hit these boys right at the peak of their rebellious phase. Stonehill clambered to his feet, his face flushed with embarrassment. He didn't say anything, though defiance was written all over his face. It was clear he'd want a rematch at some point. Save it for when we're back at the tribe. For now, everyone listens to me. My tone was firm, and the 3 of them seemed cowed, snapping into line for now. Before long, they were goofing off again, firing their slingshots as we walked. You can't expect kids their age to back down easily. But I wasn't afraid of their brash energy. When it came down to it, the brain beats brawn. Besides, ever since the fire seed settled in my mind, I could feel myself getting stronger every day, even if my body didn't seem to have changed all that much yet. Ignoring them for now, I pulled out a black stone knife and set about stripping the 2 branches clean. The end result was 2 sturdy poles, each 6 or so feet long and as ridged as a forearm. I set them aside. The fine ones can go back and carry it next time. Blackfang, come back. I suddenly remembered the trap I had dug yesterday but hadn't checked, so I took Blackfang with me to give it a look. Blackfang darted out from the tall grass in no time, a hefty 10-pound wild hare in its mouth, which it obediently dropped at my feet. Picking it up, I saw the clean puncture in its neck. One bite, precise and lethal, taking down the prey with one decisive strike after lying in wait. Good job, Blackfang. I patted its head. This little one wasn't large in size, but its fierce nature and skills seemed almost instinctive. Seeing Blackfang already scoring, the three of them, Shirshan, Shirtu, and Shida, immediately grew more serious as they set their sights, clearly itching to land some prey to show off back at the tribe. I laughed quietly inwardly, then led Blackfang over to check the trap. But the moment we got there, I frowned. The bait, meat and wild fruit, was gone. The covering over the pitfall trap was torn into shreds, and the surrounding shrubs and grass were flattened, as if something heavy had passed through. Broken branches noticeably nibbled fern fronds. But the pit was empty, and the spikes remained undisturbed. So, clearly, whatever came through didn't fall in and climb back out. The ground was thick and damp, scattered with decaying leaves and wild grass, covering any tracks so well you couldn't make out what had come through. Not even the hint of paw prints. Could it be a herd of some kind passed through? Blackfang lowered its head, sniffing intently, then raised its nose to the wind, its teeth clacking and jaw twitching with agitation. It wasn't feeling any danger from the surroundings, but it did detect lingering traces of blood and something else. A foul scent it disliked strongly. With the morning dew washing away most of the traces, nearly nothing remained except what Blackfang could faintly pick up. Blackfang didn't seem to recognize the scent. Whatever it was unfamiliar prey to it. Sensing its mounting desire to chase it down, I quickly restrained it and made the call to pull back. We could consult the elder seer back in the tribe later. Hiding the trap anew under freshly cut leaves and branches, I motioned Blackfang to follow as we went in search of the trio again. They were still combing through the woods, picking off the easy-to-hit small birds. Just 4 to 5 tiny birds as big as a hand. A pretty meager haul. The shrub thicket over there has signs of larger animal activity. Pack up, we'll pull out first. Let's catch some fish and then report this to the elder seer back in the village. Shirshan's eyes lit up at my words, excitement bursting through his demeanor. Should we scout it out real quick? I said we're heading back, I growled with a sharp glare. Shirshan quickly dropped his gaze, silent now. Shida whispered to Shirtu, "Why is Yang so uptight?" But Shirshan remained quiet, brooding. Walking a few paces ahead, I stopped abruptly and turned back, lowering my voice. Think about the injuries on Chief Shirgu's body. Remember those who went out hunting and never came back. Even those seasoned fighters aren't always guaranteed a safe return. What makes us think we can risk it? I'm telling you now, I never want you, any of you, to end up as meat inside some beast's jaws. I wasn't brave, I knew that. But at a time like this, I had no room for risks. The village was too small and manpower too few. People who left didn't always get the chance to return. If our village was to survive and grow strong, we couldn't afford reckless losses. Shirshan flushed in embarrassment but nodded firmly. We'll follow your lead, Yang. Shirtu and Shida echoed in agreement. We're with you too. After clearing the air, the mood lightened. We joked as we hauled fish traps from the river. We didn't have much time upstream before it was time to head back, so only 4 fish came up in the traps, though one was rather sizable. It would do. With the hare and a handful of small birds between us, Shirshan and company carried the fish traps while I lugged along 2 strong pieces of wood suitable for bow crafting. Blackfang stayed close to me, right by my side. Returning to the village, I tossed the game toward the food pile and made straight for Elder Seer. I saw evidence of herd-like activity in the woods by the Blackwater River near the mountain base, I stated bluntly. Elder Seer's eyes darkened. Did you see any tracks on the ground? Branches and leaves showed clear signs of having been chewed and torn. No tracks, though, too much thick rot and undergrowth, and too much time since they came through. A large area looked trampled down flat. Blackfang caught traces of blood, but noted the herd of animals had already moved on. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. Little to no large predators have been seen roaming that region. Likely, it's a herd of grazing animals. You lot stay out of those woods for now. Once Chief Shirgu's team returns, we'll reassess. His gaze then shifted to Blackfang. This dog's unusual. Its learning speed's far above normal. My worry is when its wild nature rises as it grows older, will it become uncontrollably dangerous? It's clever, I said plainly. 2 lessons are all it needs to pick things up. I left Elder Seer's dwelling carrying his words back to Shershan's group, who were busy dividing the fresh kills. As soon as Sheeta saw me, he hurriedly asked, "What did the elders say?" "Sounds like small-fanged herbivore herds," I replied. "But for now, stay put. Until the chief returns, no random exploring." Faces fell with unspoken disappointment at the news. Fine, they begrudged together. Shrugging off their low mood, I nonchalantly chucked a slice of the rabbit's innards up high into the air. Blackfang leaped up in one swift motion, caught it mid-air, and devoured it in seconds. After a few bites of fish meat, it curled up and closed its eyes, content and napping. With nothing better to do, I grabbed one of the arm-thick wooden rods, starting to carve it into a usable bow. The wood was strong with great elasticity, yet my black stone knife struggled against its resilience. I shaved off the bark first before tapering it, thicker in the center, thinner toward the ends. The crude toolwork meant the first bow frame, just over 5 feet long, took a frustratingly long time to complete. Learning from the first, I worked faster on the second thicker, longer bow. Once done, both bows went into the shaded part of the cave's entrance, keeping them cool and out of direct sunlight to prevent splits. Come late afternoon, the skies in the south abruptly darkened under a heavy black cloud. The mass loomed lower until flashes of lightning danced at its edges, crackling and fierce. Daytime turned to dusk as if forced, shadows of peaks and trees swallowed in darkness. The oppressive air was suffocating to breathe. Moments later, the heavens split open. Lightning bolts clawed across the sky, accompanied by deafening roars of thunder, followed by a downpour of rain heavier than one could imagine. The stones came crashing down like a storm. I sat in the cave, listening to the thunderous rain, my chest tight with unease. The weather changes so quickly. I just hope nothing happens to the chief and his group out in the woods. Under the cliffs to the east of the tribe, Stonebone and his hunting party hugged the base of the rock face, seeking shelter from the storm. The torrential rain, carried sideways by fierce winds, swept over their hiding spot, but they had ducked in time and managed to stay mostly dry. The hunters huddled around a fire, gnawing on dried meat as they exchanged quiet words. The pounding rain bore down on everyone's spirits. Stonebone frowned. The storm had thrown their plans into disarray. They were still a long way from the hunting grounds, and trudging on through the downpour would only sap their strength needlessly, with the constant risk of running into danger. "Chief, eat a little. We'll leave as soon as the rain stops. It won't delay us too much," a tribesman said, handing over some food. Stonebone nodded. "Keep everything, food, hides, wrapped tight so they stay dry. Take turns keeping watch while the rest get some rest. The moment the rain lets up, we move out." "Understood, Chief," they replied softly. In a nearby thicket, the razor boar king lay slumped like a small mountain, the rainfall having turned the mud underneath it into a messy pit. It had dragged its injured body here and, after gnawing a few roots, had run out of strength, letting the rain pour down on it relentlessly. Its cracked, armor-like hide gleamed faintly as water seeped in, and the rain cleansed its wounds of rotting flesh, exposing fresh, raw injuries. It glared at the stormy sky, light from a flash of lightning reflected in its eyes, which brimmed with a ferocity and desperation to survive. The downpour lasted all through the night. By morning, the flame in my mind had regrown into a vibrant green sprout. I chose not to let Blackfang absorb it, curious to see what might happen if I waited. I carried on training Blackfang as usual, sending it a few sharper mental images through our link before lying down to rest again. The next morning, the skies finally cleared. The storm clouds scattered, and sunlight poured down over the waterlogged land. Pools of rainwater mirrored the heavens, and the freshly washed plants gleamed vividly. The air felt damp and cool, and the ground was so soft every step sank into it. 2 days had passed since the rainstorm, but there was still no sign of Stonebone's hunting party. Supplies in the tribe were running dangerously low, and the elder's gaze grew increasingly restless. Even the flame essence had changed. Its green tinge had deepened into a pale blue, and it had grown noticeably larger, almost like the size of a small candle flame now. I couldn't figure out what it was good for, aside from growth and color shift. But what I could tell was that its energy had become more substantial. Shaking my head, I muttered to myself, "Forget it for now. I need to find food." Blackfang didn't get enough to eat yesterday. In the past few days, Blackfang seemed to have grown even bigger. Its claws and teeth had darkened and toughened. Its skin had turned a shiny, deep black, and two faint purple streaks now lined either side of its spine, running all the way down to its tail. The tuft of fur on its head had also grown thicker and now had a dark reddish-purple sheen, sticking out like some striking mohawk. I couldn't bring myself to touch the emergency rations. I planned to fish at the river and hunt a few birds to make up for the lack. Lately, I'd been focusing on training Blackfang to stay alert to unfamiliar scents and creatures it hadn't seen before. With its sharp senses, it could detect danger well in advance. If something approaches, get out of there, don't try to fight it. I had repeated this drill over and over until the elder finally allowed me to head downhill. But it came with a catch. Stonehill and two others had to accompany me. The elder wanted extra hands in case things took a turn for the worse. I initially wanted to go on my own. It'd be easier to escape quickly if I ran into trouble. But since the elder had spoken, I had no choice but to agree. Before we left, the elder fixed Stonehill and his crew with a cold, harsh glare. "Follow everything Yang says to the letter. If you disobey, I'll break your legs when you're back." The three of them, itching to leave after cooping themselves up for days, sprang to their feet and thumped their chests. "Don't worry, we'll listen to Yang." If the strict rules hadn't been holding them back, they would have slipped out of the camp a long time ago. The four of us grabbed our fish traps and headed downhill. The forest had grown wild after the rain, with vines and branches tangled across the paths. Stone Dan led the way, chopping through the overgrowth with a stone axe, while I sent Blackfang to scout in circles. Stonehill and Stone Rock stayed on high alert, keeping an eye on the surroundings. None of us dared to let our guard down. We made it safely to the river. Along the way, Blackfang pounced on two birds resembling wild pheasants. I plucked their feathers and gutted them before tossing the meat its way as a reward. The river had swelled from the rain, its current now stronger and faster. We set our fish traps in the water and tied them securely, the movement second nature to us by now. Leaving the riverbank, we stopped in the denser part of the forest where birds were plentiful. Stone Rock climbed a tree to raid a nest, bringing down 6 eggs. Meanwhile, Stonehill and Stonehill used their slingshots to take down more small birds, while I patrolled with Blackfang. I found no scent of danger. The area near the tribe remained calm. But that came with a downside. Prey was becoming scarcer. I planned to check an old trap we'd set up previously. The grass had grown tall after the rains, higher than a person's waist, so I relied on Blackfang to find our way. Using my knife, I carved through vines and bushes as we went. Any venomous snakes or bugs that dared appear were quickly sniffed out and dispatched by Blackfang. It moved like a seasoned scout, sharp, precise, and unrelenting. When we reached the trap site, the covering had been washed away by the rain, leaving the pit filled with muddy water. Without tools to clear it out, there wasn't much I could do there. Blackfang lifted its head and stared in the same direction it had caught that strange scent last time. It clearly wanted to explore further. I gave it a warning. "Go ahead, but don't stray far. If there's trouble, let me know immediately." The limit of our mental link was around 500 meters. Any farther, and it would break. Blackfang darted off into the grass, disappearing in seconds. Meanwhile, I got to work digging a new pit trap. Using just a knife to dig was far from ideal, and I made a mental note to fashion a stone shovel soon. At this rate, my hands wouldn't hold up much longer. 2 hours passed. Blackfang had zipped back and forth a few times in that span, dropping off a pair of wild rabbits and a fat rodent the size of a cat. I couldn't help drooling at the sight of it. The new trap was finally done, larger than the last one. I covered it with branches and leaves before hanging rabbit innards above it as bait. It looked good to me. I figured I'd check back tomorrow. The sun was beating down fiercely now, drying the forest quickly. Then suddenly, a sharp burst of alertness shot through my mind. Blackfang's rapid surge of emotion put a pit in my stomach. My mind was clouded with an indistinct but imposing shadow. I feared it had stumbled into big trouble, so I immediately commanded it to return. There was a rustle in the tall grass, and Blackfang burst out, radiating an emotion that screamed, "No danger, but something enormous." I stared at it, confirming, "No danger, but there's something really big out there?" It let out a short squeak, like a nod in agreement. I hesitated for a moment. "All right, take me there. Be careful. Seriously, don't let your guard down." We moved quietly, crouching low as we weaved through the underbrush. More twists and turns brought utter disorientation. I began to worry we'd gone too far when suddenly a patch of grass parted to reveal a sunken clearing ahead. My pupils contracted as my heart began pounding in my chest. Before I could filter my reaction, two words escaped my lips. Holy crap! The grass in the sunken clearing was completely flattened, trampled into sludge. In the center of the muddy pit lay a gigantic mass, its enormous body partially submerged, with only its hulking rump and swollen belly visible. Standing, this beast could probably rival the height of a single-story building. It was emaciated, its ribs grotesquely pronounced. The caked mud on its body had cracked in the heat, and its abdomen bore three enormous claw marks that were black, festering, and swarmed by insects, as flies buzzed in thick clouds. The creature lay unmoving. Dead? What could have torn a monster like this to shreds? I murmured. Blackfang cautiously hopped forward to investigate, while I crouched low in the grass, gripping my knife tightly. "I'm not scared," I muttered to myself. "Just being cautious." Blackfang, acting as if it had been here before, boldly jumped onto the creature's monstrous body, chasing away the flies. Then it cocked its head to beckon me over, leaving me no choice but to nervously crawl out of the underbrush. Circling around for a better look, I finally saw it for what it was, a colossal wild boar. Its tusks were absurdly long and thick, smeared with dried blood. Its head nearly stood as tall as me. The bulging muscles of its forelimbs and back looked like carved boulders, immense, unyielding. But its injuries were horrifying. The wounds on its body were blackened and decayed, writhing with maggots. The stench was stomach-churning, and some of the maggots had already spun their cocoons, yellowish and foul. At the center of the decay, an exposed patch of raw flesh glistened in stark crimson, where faint bluish organs were barely visible beneath the surface. Occasionally, there was a feeble, almost imperceptible twitch. That thing's not dead yet. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and I turned to flee. My imagination conjured terrifying scenarios of it springing back to life, those tusks skewering me in an instant. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but it didn't move a muscle. Steeling myself, I returned for another look, my trepidation growing deeper the longer I stared. Whatever could weaken a brood of this magnitude so severely had to be a nightmare of a predator. Should I just finish it off? I whispered, glancing between my little knife and the giant creature in disbelief. Whatever courage I had wavered, unable to bring myself to act. Then I saw its eyelids tremble slightly before barely cracking open. The cloudy, lifeless orbs within stared vacantly into the distance, betraying no fight, only exhaustion and resignation. Clearly, this beast had nothing left to struggle with. Swallowing my fear, I inched forward until I could reach out and touch the tusks. I immediately ordered Blackfang off the carcass, concerned it might provoke the boar into a desperate, fatal attack. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't haul something this massive back to the tribe for food, I muttered. Resentment swelled in my chest, unwilling to let go of what felt like my find. As far as I was concerned, I discovered this beast first. It was mine. Anyone who disagreed could fight me for it. Turning over my options, my thoughts suddenly drifted to the fire seed. The fire seed could form a bond with Blackfang, strengthening and nourishing it. Could it also heal injuries? This boar's spirit, what little was left of it, seemed too far gone to put up any resistance. If I fed it the fire seed and managed to save it, wouldn't that leave me with a massive, powerful ally? The idea ignited something inside me. I couldn't resist testing the theory. Besides, the fire seed would eventually replenish itself, right? I moved to the back of the boar's head, positioning my hands against its spine. Summoning my will, I directed the blue flame stored in my consciousness to extend outwards. Thin strands of energy unraveled softly, slipping into the boar through my palms. Not only did the creature not resist, but it reacted as if starved for life force, drawing in the fire seed's energy with desperate intensity. For a moment, I panicked. It was absorbing the energy so rapidly that the once vivid blue began fading to green, then pale white. Is this thing going to drain me dry? I muttered through gritted teeth, my face pale as fear nipped at me. But I didn't let go. Finally, just as the fire seed dimmed to near extinction, the absorption ceased. I could barely stay upright from the mental drain, but I caught a glimpse of something extraordinary. In my mind's eye, within the beast's skull, a flame, identical in hue to the fire seed's original blue, ignited and danced. In the next instant, I felt a new connection bloom in my consciousness, like a faint mental tether linking me to the boar. I could sense its fierce will to survive, its unyielding gratitude, and a budding reverence tinged with fear, comparable to worshipping a deity. Once the fire seed's strength had been consumed entirely, the boar's condition visibly changed. Its dull eyes regained a spark of life, while its labored breathing grew steadier. It snorted twice, struggling feebly to rise, though its injuries were still far too severe to allow much movement. "Don't move," I ordered, projecting my thoughts firmly. "I'll tend to your wounds. It's going to hurt, just bear with it." After several repetitions, the boar's agitation settled, and it lay quietly, watching me carefully. Wading through the mud, I approached the gaping wounds again. Up close, the decay was even more repulsive, the stench of rot clashing with the buzz of maggots feasting gleefully. "Hold on," I said under my breath as I fetched dry grass and wood to start a fire. Once the flames were lit, I heated my obsidian knife until it glowed faintly. Sterilized, I climbed onto the boar's massive back. Standing atop its meat mountain of a body brought fresh waves of awe. This was power incarnate, even in its defeated state. But there was no time for hesitation. With swift precision, I cut away patches of infected tissue, clearing out the maggots as I went. Every sliver of rotten flesh reeked and glistened with filth, plopping to the ground in wet heaps. To my surprise, the boar barely flinched at first, as if its body had grown numb to the pain. Only when I reached fresher tissue did it tremble slightly, crimson blood bubbling up from the newly revealed muscle. By the time I finished the grueling task, my head was spinning. I nearly lost my balance atop the immense creature. Burnout patches of flesh littered the ground below, sizzling in the fire I fed them to. Grimacing, I yanked fresh herbs from the surrounding grass, not knowing their names but recognizing them from the village shaman's supplies, and chewed them into a paste I applied to the boar's wounds one by one. The wound was too big, and my jaw went numb from chewing as I barely managed to cover it. "Lie still and recover slowly. I'll find some food for you." The tusked pig grunted softly, seemingly in response. That was all I could do for now. I had Blackfang lead me back to the trap, hauled the prey, and went to find Stone Mountain and the others. The giant boar couldn't walk for now, and leaving it here overnight would be too dangerous. I had no choice but to grab the three of them, chop some branches, and build a makeshift fence to enclose it for protection. "Stone Mountain, grab the prey and come with me." "Yang, look, I caught a cuckoo bird." "Enough bragging, let's go." Seeing my urgency, they quickly cleaned up and followed me. We had a decent haul, 2 cuckoo birds and a heap of sparrows. We didn't check on the fish traps. They'd have to wait until we returned to the tribe since we couldn't carry everything. Blackfang walked ahead, staying vigilant, while the three of them trailed behind me, becoming more confused the farther we went. "Yang, this isn't the way back to the tribe. We're not heading back yet. I'm going to show you something. Just promise me you won't run off in fear." I grinned mischievously, eager for them to experience the same shock I had. Before long, we arrived. The tusked pig was still lying there, lifting its head briefly at the sound, but resting it back down when it recognized me. The three froze in place at the sight of the gigantic beast, their faces pale as ash. Their jaws nearly hit the ground. One of them tried to turn and flee, but their legs were trembling so much they couldn't move an inch. All they could do was watch in horror as I approached it. "Yang, it's a giant beast. It's dangerous. Come back." Stone Mountain's voice quivered. "Don't worry. It's almost dead. And I guess you could call us friends? I want to see if I can save it." "F our friends." The three were dumbfounded. "We grew up together. How could I have the guts to deal with a giant beast? Stop standing there like statues. Start cutting branches to fence it in. If we don't secure it by nightfall, we'll be in trouble. They reluctantly set to work, chopping branches at a distance and avoiding getting close. Their eyes kept darting between me and the beast, full of both fear and admiration. Using the branches and some vines, I managed to construct a makeshift enclosure with an entryway. It was a shabby fence, but it was better than nothing. I took out a wild hare and a large rodent I caught earlier. After skinning and cleaning them, I cut the meat into strips and brought them to the boar's snout. "Can you eat this?" Its eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth slightly. I fed it piece by piece, watching as it chewed and swallowed until not a single morsel was left. "That's all for now. I'll bring more tomorrow. Whether you survive is up to you." I patted its massive head, then turned away. The sun was dipping low. I had to hurry back, or Grandpa would surely be worried. The four of us followed Blackfang back along the river path. The others stayed silent for most of the way, stealing glances at my back. They looked like they wanted to ask something, but couldn't decide if they should. Pulling the fish traps ashore, we found them brimming with big fish, enough to feed the tribe for 2 days. Walking quietly, I leaned in and whispered, "Don't say a word to Grandpa Wu about this when we get back. Let's see if it recovers first." They hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Just the sight of that tusked giant had left their legs weak. But the more they thought about it, the more excited they became. This wasn't just any boar, it was a tusked giant boar. Not even Stonebone, the tribe's leader, could guarantee a win against one. Hunting such a beast was life or death. And yet, I had just fed it by hand, as if it were some domesticated creature. The whole thing was so strange it made their heads spin. With the game slung over our shoulders, we made our way back to the tribe in good time. Wu was already waiting at the base of the mountain. "Why are you all back so late today?" I replied casually. "The shrubs near the mountain are getting overgrown. It took longer to clear them." Wu gave us a quick reminder. "Try to come back earlier next time. It's dangerous out there after dark." Satisfied with that explanation, he didn't ask any more questions and assumed our spirits were high because we'd had a successful hunt. We dropped off our game and got to work quickly, tossing a fish and a few small shrimp to Blackfang. We lit the cooking fire and dug in. Grandpa Wu, still worrying about Stonebone and the others who were out scouting, ate only a little before returning to his cave. Stone Mountain couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Mom, will Dad and the others be back soon?" "It's been a while now." Emma reassured him softly, "Don't worry. Once they're past the forest, there's the Windhal Canyon out east where the beasts are scarce. Your dad can handle it." The Kanjia tribe had even more people than we did, 40 or 50. Every year, our rock tribe would trade with them for salt stones. We didn't have much to offer, so we relied on pelts and game caught along the way. Emma herself came from the Kanjia tribe. This enormous forest had countless tribes scattered across it, and intermarriage between tribes was common. Each year, small tribes would travel to others to exchange supplies, and more importantly, to find brides for the young men or marry off their young women. Of course, there was always a bride price. The stronger the woman was as a warrior, the higher the price. Once it was paid in pelts and meat, the deal was sealed. In this brutal world where survival was hard enough, women were the most valuable resource. These intercultural marriages generally took place between tribes of similar size. No one wanted to marry into destitution. It was like a primitive version of matching social status. Bigger tribes, however, preferred marrying women from smaller groups, since the bigger tribes were safer and more stable. Women from smaller tribes were often willing to trade risk for security. "Are the Kanjia tribe's warriors strong? How do they compare to us?" I asked. "They've got over 30 fighters, so more than us," Emma replied. "They hunt big game frequently, and the blood and meat give them strength. Their hunting party is fierce, but don't sell us short either." With larger numbers, they dared to hunt bigger prey. Game from ferocious beasts gave them a life force boost like nothing else. It's better for vitality than eating herbivores. In a warrior tribe, strength is everything. If you want to grow stronger, you have to bulk up your body, and eating the blood and meat of feral beasts is the quickest way. Get strong enough, and you'll heal faster from wounds and resist illness. To me, it sounds like a rational diet and fitness regimen, but these folks are the epitome of brute force. If this were modern times, they'd be the hulking, tanky types that could take someone out with a single punch without breaking a sweat. The Fangtooth tribe hunts a lot, so they've got the resources to produce more burly warriors, which also explains why they have so many powerhouses. The more they fight, the more ferocious individuals emerge. Still, I can't shake my uneasiness, because I've witnessed genuine supernatural powers firsthand. My fire seed can link to creatures and enhance them. I didn't eat any beast meat, yet I'm growing stronger every day. Get some rest, everyone. The hunting party might make it back tomorrow, Emma said softly. She had just given birth recently and didn't have that ferocity the other women held. The campfire flickered dimly. I went back to the stone cavern, retrieved a hard-dried wooden bough from its frame, secured it with a stone, and then spent some time training with Blackfang. Only after that did I finally lie down. I tried to sense the giant razor-tusked boar, but I couldn't connect. It must have been too far away. I worried the thing wouldn't make it. What if we found it dead when we arrived tomorrow? In the east woods, the hunting party camped in a beast lair. Exhausted, the group surrounded a roasting fire, their beast skins soaked through with sweat and blood, looking utterly spent. Leading the group was Stonebone, and they were roasting the meat of the lair's former landlord, a forest grizzly. The bear's hide lay stretched on a rock. The blood and meat had long found their way into everyone's stomachs. Stonebone was tired but had a gleam in his eyes. They dragged it out for days, but still managed to hunt down a herd of over 10 large antlered deer. Not bad at all. We've pushed hard these few days. Eat well and rest up. We're close to the tribe now. Tomorrow morning, we'll head home, Stonebone declared. Stonemer, you're on watch with me. Yes, Chief. Stonemer grinned, stuffing his face with meat as he acknowledged the command. Thwack! A stone hit a gurgling bird perched in the treetop, knocking it to the ground with a thud. Stone Eye's accuracy with pebbles had gotten so precise that in no time, he managed to bring down a few more small critters. At dawn, I took a small group of my buddies out of the tribe, heading toward the river. The first task each morning was always setting up fish traps. The fish here were plump and fresh. Everyone enjoyed eating them. At this rate, we'd soon have enough to eat to our heart's content. As for storing meat, salting wasn't very feasible since salt was scarce in the tribe, and we had to ration it carefully. Smoking the meat was the easiest and most effective method for preserving it. After setting the traps, we hurried to the area where the giant boar was kept. Blackfang had already gone ahead to patrol the territory, like a trustworthy scout. We crawled through the thickets, clearing a path as we went so we wouldn't have to detour every time we came through. Breaking through the brush, there it was, the boar again. Its pen was intact, though it was crawling with bugs, likely drawn to the stench of its festering wounds. It looked much better today. It had changed from lying on its side to propping itself up on its belly. The paste smeared over it had dried and fallen off, leaving scabbed-over wounds, though some areas were still weeping slightly. The edges of some wounds had even started to blacken. Hearing movement, it looked up and locked eyes with me, snorting as if looking forward to some attention. At least it seemed to be alert and in good spirits. I patted its snout and said, "Don't move around too much. You're going to tear your wounds open again. Let me get you something to eat." We stuffed the guts and meat we'd caught along the way into its mouth, tossing the bones to Blackfang. When I got a good look at its injuries, I knew the paste had to be reapplied. The blackened, rotting areas would need scraping away, or the wounds would keep getting worse. I called on Stoneshade and the others to search for medicinal herbs nearby. I lit a fire to heat and disinfect my knife. Making the boar lie on its side, I clambered onto its massive frame and began the unpleasant work of scraping away the rotten flesh bit by bit. Once Stoneshade returned with herbs, we mashed them into a new paste and applied it to the wounds before covering it up again. Finally, I hopped back down. I gave the boar a pat. "Stay put and rest up. Stop tearing up those wounds." It let out a low grumble, as if acknowledging me. Gathering his courage, Stoneshade reached out to touch the boar. "Yang, this thing's massive." I nodded. "Yeah, it's unbelievable how a beast gets this big. Makes you wonder what it's been eating its whole life." Stone Eye cocked his head and asked, "Does it have a name yet?" "Like Blackfang." I thought for a moment before saying, "Let's call it Puff." I kept repeating Puff out loud, signaling the name to the boar over and over again until it seemed to understand, responding with a long grunt. We left an assortment of bracken and roots nearby for it to nibble on if it got hungry. Then Blackfang and I went out hunting again. One of the traps we'd set earlier had caught a badger. It was about the same size as Blackfang, bouncing madly in the pit, but unable to escape. Stone Eye speared it, killing it in one blow, and then dragged it out. By sunset, I had Stone Immerse group collect the fish traps at the river while I took Blackfang to feed Puff another round of meat. I reminded it again to stay still before heading back to camp. As we approached the tribe's borders, we could hear the lively commotion from afar, and I knew Stonebone's hunting party had returned. We quickened our pace, arriving to see everyone busily butchering the spoils of the hunt: 2 large antlered deer, a grizzly bear, and even a tree lion. The tree lion was a beast with short, golden fur no more than a finger long. Its claws curved like hooks, and its 20-centimeter fangs looked absolutely feral. It measured over 4 meters in length and was known for ambushing prey from treetops. The prey they brought back weighed about 700 to 800 pounds each. The ground was covered in freshly scraped hides, over a dozen antlered deer and a pile more bear hides, the antlers themselves ready to be crafted into weapons or bone needles. It was a hefty haul, though naturally, they couldn't bring all of the carcasses back due to lack of ways to preserve. Turning back would be disastrous. It would only drag down the group's movements. If a predator ambushed us, there'd be no chance to run. It's just not worth the risk. The entrails lay on the ground, reeking with a stench that stung the nose. The tribe didn't care for it. There was no lack of meat. Even so, the sight made many turn away in disgust. But Blackfang, it treated them as a delicacy, tearing into them without hesitation, gnawing like a seasoned predator of the jungle. It had no qualms about feasting on the rotting innards, not even a flicker of discomfort. Before long, its stomach was stretched tight, swollen with food. It lay sprawled nearby, utterly at ease. And the calmer it seemed, the more uneasy my people became. "Why does this fearsome beast act like it's been domesticated?" they murmured amongst themselves. Today's hunt had left almost everyone with some injury. Claw marks, bruises from collisions, you name it. Even Stonebone wasn't spared. His arm bore fresh welts of deep purple. But the worst off was one tribesman who, burdened with the spoils of the hunt, was attacked by a tree lion on the way back. The creature sank its fangs into his shoulder, nearly tearing into his neck. He grit his teeth and lay unmoving as the shaman applied a poultice, showing not so much as a wince. Tough as stone, they'd said of him. The group, however, weren't fooling anyone. Even if they made light of it, everyone knew the truth. This time the wounds weren't fatal only by sheer luck. Who's to say we'd be so fortunate next time? As dusk settled, the bonfire blazed high. Meat sizzled on the flame, the drippings crackling as juice and fat met the embers. The tantalizing aroma had everyone swallowing involuntarily. Blackfang curled up by my leg, no different than a guard dog loyally stationed by its master. Stonebone explained our late return. It was because of the rain. The grazing grounds of the deer had been flooded, forcing the hunting party to track them for ages before finally catching their trail near the base of the cliffs. A grueling hunt and chase followed before they managed to corner and take down some of the big antlered deer. He recounted it casually, but glancing at the pile of chipped stone spears and axes, it was clear how costly the endeavor had been. My chest tightened as I thought. If only we had iron weapons, maybe bows too, things wouldn't have ended up so grim. Another grim thought crept in. Meat that couldn't be eaten fast enough would spoil. A large haul was meaningless if it rotted away. I excused myself from the group. Grabbing some branches, I rigged together a small makeshift shelter, lit a smoky fire beneath it, and added damp leaves on top. It took a few tries to get the smoke right, thick but with no open flame. The effort stung my eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming down as I worked. I then hung strips of meat inside to let the smoke encase them, darkening and hardening the flesh. Flies wouldn't touch it, and spoilage slowed significantly. The smoke grew thick enough that no one dared approach as I worked. After some time, I returned to the campfire. The shaman eyed me warily. "Yang, what are you up to?" I noticed that smoked meat doesn't spoil as quickly, and bugs don't go after it either. It lasts much longer, and it smells and tastes better too, I explained. The shaman's eyes lit up, and Stonebone turned to listen carefully, his attention locked onto my every word as if I had uttered a divine revelation. Their biggest worry, after all, was preserving meat. It had long been a painful reality that much of the hunt had to be abandoned when there wasn't enough time to transport or preserve it. The frequency of hunts meant more injuries and fewer chances of survival during floods or harsh winters, times when food supplies ran critically low. Are you sure it'll last long? The shaman's voice tightened with urgency. Stonebone, however, wasted no time. He thrust a massive cut of raw meat into my hands. Forget testing it on scraps. Smoke as much as you can now. What began as a personal experiment snowballed into a critical task under everyone's watchful eyes. Unable to refuse their expectations, I diligently sliced the meat into strips, even throwing in a fish for good measure. Everything went back into the smoking structure. It quickly became apparent how desperate the tribe was for sustenance they could save. Over the next 3 hours, only the shaman and Stonebone stuck around, helping however they could while I tended to the smoke fire. It took several tries to maintain it properly, and the flames went out a couple of times before I learned to manage it. The surface of the meat blackened under the smoke, hardening into a crust. A small piece cut from inside revealed tender, pinkish flesh still glistening with oils. The smoky aroma wafting up was intoxicating. I carved off small samples for Stonebone and the shaman. With the first bite, their eyes widened like they'd just been handed the secret to life. This was leagues better than air-dried meat. This should do the trick, I said, gesturing toward the surface. You can scrape off the blackened bits or rinse them to clean. It's fine to eat as is, but reheating over a flame makes it even more flavorful. Just keep it from getting wet. It'll hold up for 30 to 40 days, no problem. The shaman clapped enthusiastically, murmuring his approval repeatedly while still chewing. But his thoughts returned to preservation as Stonebone cut in, invigorated. Great. Tomorrow, you're teaching everyone this. We're smoking the whole haul, he practically roared, grabbing my shoulder with firm conviction. No more leaving meat behind. For him, it wasn't just a matter of food. It was about fewer life-threatening hunts. The real pain wasn't in facing death. It was the bitterness of coming back alive, only to abandon hard-won gains. Hearing this, I made a silent vow of my own. No more would even a single bite of meat, be it from a giant beast or a mere field rat, be wasted. If it could be smoked, it would be saved. Stonebone slapped me on the back, grinning. Young, you've accomplished something huge today. Whatever you want, name it. I'll see to it personally. Feigning humility, I waved it off. No need for rewards. Helping the tribe is enough for me. But I pivoted immediately, pushing my luck with a question. While we're at it, Chief, where exactly did you get the egg Blackfang hatched from? Stonebone settled down, explaining that the forests near the cliffs are home to plenty of furred creatures, giant saber-tooths, man-faced brown bears. But the true prize for armor and defense came from scaled beasts. Hardshell hides eclipsed anything from fur. The most indestructible of them all is dragon beast hide. Stonebone continued, gesturing at Blackfang. Especially the ones that grow large. You can't pierce their scales even with all your strength. Even Blackfang's tiny, but its hide's already tougher than that tree lion's. But such creatures rarely appeared near the cliffs, he admitted. To hunt them meant venturing far into the southern Greatwood Forest. That was where they'd found Blackfang's egg, filched from a young dragon beast's lair. Even the armor he wore now came from a beast hunted there. The shaman frowned as the story grew grim. Dragon beasts are bloodthirsty and savage, he warned, shaking his head. Anyone who ventures there risks death. Don't get too close from now on, he said. Then the shaman added, the southernmost part of the Giantwood Forest is practically touching the tyrant's hunting grounds. That last camelback dragon only rushed out because the tyrant's roar scared the beasts into a frenzy. The hunting party just got lucky stumbling across it. Stonebone chuckled and said, if you're keen on dragon beast eggs, I can bring one back for you the next time we hunt. I shook my head. I just want to learn more about dragon beast behavior. That way, Blackfang can assist us in hunts later. I knew full well that bringing back an egg didn't guarantee it would hatch. I had no knowledge of temperature or humidity requirements, and besides, just having Blackfang was enough. The shaman chuckled too. Give it a try if you want, but don't force it. I've never seen another tribe successfully tame a dragon beast either. Just being able to raise pigs or dodos is an achievement. Small tribes can't afford to feed that many mouths. Dodos were ancient, flightless birds about 3 feet tall, weighing 20 or so pounds. With bluish-gray feathers and vestigial wings, they were docile but prolific, often seen in flocks along open sandy shores, surviving on seeds and fruits. All right, that's enough for tonight, the shaman said, stretching. Get some rest. These old bones of mine can't stand for too long. Got it, Grandpa Shaman, Chief. You two rest early as well, I replied. Breaking off from Stonebone, I returned to my cave to train Blackfang on responding to commands. Afterward, by the light of an oil lamp, I worked on sharpening arrowheads. Over the past few days, I'd sharpened a dozen or so. Tomorrow, I'd start whittling arrow shafts to craft some proper arrows. To me, survival meant keeping my distance from danger. If I could take out an opponent from hundreds of yards away, I wouldn't risk fighting up close. Out in the stony clearing by the tribe, 3 smoke-drying racks made from thick wooden rods were now completed. Once the fires were lit, I taught everyone how to cover them with wet leaves and branches to produce smoke without letting the fires fully ignite or go out. I showed them how to hang and smoke the meat and fish properly, and how to control the heat. It took a while, but the adults eventually got the hang of it. Meanwhile, Stonehill, Stone, and Big Stone were sent off to gather more leaves and branches. Not long after, the sky above the tribe was filled with smoke, sending small birds scattering in all directions. After setting people to monitor the smoking racks, I couldn't stop thinking about Pong Pong. So, with Stonehill and the other two, I headed down the mountain. On the way, Stonehill leaned in, speaking in a low, hushed voice. Young, we didn't tell Dad about Pong Pong. Looking around to make sure no one else was nearby, he still had a mischievous look on his face. I almost laughed out loud. Good man. Solid bro. I played along, smirking. You look out for me. I'll look out for you. Someday, I'll even find you guys, good wives. Really? The mention of wives caused Stonehill and the others' faces to flush a deep shade of red. Though there weren't many people in the tribe, and certainly no girls their age, they still seemed to know what the term implied. Of course, I gave them some bait to keep them happy. Once we start hunting outside the tribe, we can gather enough furs and head over to Kangia tribe to find some good matches. Yang, you're the best. We'll follow you from now on, the 3 said, beaming with joy as they basked in the dream I painted. They played around as we placed the fish traps along the riverbank and checked the traps we'd set earlier. Finding them empty, we reset them and made our way to Pong Pong's place. Blackfang had vanished off somewhere, likely hunting for food, but our bond kept us connected. If there had been danger, Blackfang would have alerted me. Pong Pong, meanwhile, was healing astonishingly fast. Its wounds had begun to scab over after just a few days. With a mix of fire energy, herbal paste for disinfecting, dried grasses, and a little meat in its diet, its recovery had been nothing short of miraculous. I brought around 8 pounds of beast meat, wrapped in freshly picked dew-laden fern leaves, and stuffed it straight into Pong Pong's massive, gaping mouth. It chomped down with loud, echoing crunches, its massive teeth clashing like iron against iron. The only word to describe it? Savage. Even after clearing its food, Pong Pong kept staring at me with pleading, puppy dog eyes, clearly wanting more. It sent a chill down my spine. Just how much food would it take to satisfy this beast? Good thing there was an abundance of grass nearby, or else I might truly be worked to the bone feeding it. You full yet? Think you can stand? I asked through the mental link. Though it wasn't a sentient being, it seemed capable of grasping my vague ideas and imaginations. I figured I'd need to go all in teaching it later. Finally understanding that it's okay to move now, Pong Pong's eyes lit up wide. It had been so obedient before, staying perfectly still as ordered, that its current eagerness was almost comical. Beneath its massive frame, the mud seemed to groan under the pressure. Then, with a tremendous surge, the enormous dark brown creature fused with the murky swamp heaved up its massive body. The power was violent, almost explosive. First came a deep, thunderous snort, reverberating through the air. Then an entire mound of mud tore apart and flew off as it rose. Chunks of dried mud crumbled off its back, revealing coarse, granite-like skin underneath, dark gray and rugged. Thick scars and bulging muscle knots visibly rippled as it moved. Lifting its half-human height head with a mighty jerk, muddy water spilled off its massive frame with a loud splash. Its crescent-shaped, scythe-like tusks, caked with dirt and bits of bone, gleamed menacingly under the sunlight, making anyone who dared to look feel a chill. But what terrified me the most was the way it got on its feet. Its 4 massive legs, each as thick as a tree trunk, had been embedded in the swampy ground. Yet, with one solid heave, they pushed against the mud, collapsing the spot into a deep crater. A throaty rumble echoed as it exhaled between its heaves, its massive chest rising like rolling thunder. Suddenly, its rear legs braced, sending mud flying in all directions and forming a dark tidal ripple of earth around it. Then, slamming its forelegs downward in a furious motion, it clawed angrily, tearing through mud and leaves as if the ground itself were being tilled by steel plows. With a sudden burst of strength, it leveraged its momentum to haul its mountain-like body out of the swamp. Once it stood up straight, mud poured down its legs and belly, its massive stature towering to the treetops. The shadow it cast swallowed everything around it, suffocating the air with its sheer presence. It shook its head, flinging black mud and decayed grass into the air, creating a rain of muck that splattered against tree trunks meters away. Boom, boom, boom. It took a few steps forward, each one making the ground tremble, before stopping at the swamp's edge. Even with its eyes caked in mud, it fixed them on me with a profound gaze, part reverence, part dependence, like I was some kind of god capable of bringing it back to life. This wasn't the dying beast I'd found lying in the muck anymore. No, standing there was an ancient predator, risen from the mud. Over 4 meters tall, 6 meters long, and brimming with raw, primal power that could crush anything in its path. All right, stop showing off. You'll split your wounds back open, I said, wiping the mud off my face and patting its enormous snout. I knew full well, this thing wasn't just flexing, it was basking in its newfound might. Impressive, sure, but obnoxiously smug about it too. Humph, it grunted in protest, before flopping back down miserably. I slathered some herbal paste onto its wounds again, pressing it to stay put. Don't move around too much. Why don't you wander nearby a bit, but don't go far. I looked at its muscular, hulking frame, worried that lying idle for too long would make it deteriorate. Blackfang scurried around it, bouncing up to nip at its swinging tail, clearly fascinated by the enormous creature. Meanwhile, the 3 from Rock Mountain tribe had already bolted out of fear, now peeking out nervously from behind some trees. I waved them over several times before they cautiously crept back to me, visibly shaken. That thing, it won't eat us, right? We couldn't fight it even if we wanted to. It won't. It listens to me, I answered, though from the looks they gave me, they weren't convinced in the slightest. Go explore, but don't wander too far. If there's danger, Blackfang will alert you, I said, too lazy to argue further, and sat down beneath a tree's shade. I began carving a few branches I'd chopped off earlier, fashioning them into perfectly straight arrow shafts with my knife. Shavings fell steadily to the ground. The stone arrowheads fit snugly. I whittled one end of the shaft until it slid firmly into the arrowhead socket. I then notched the opposite end for the bowstring and attached broad feathers from a gugu bird. By the time it was done, I had a meter-long arrow in my hands. The only downside was the fragility of the stone heads. Iron was out of reach for now, so I'd have to make do. I kept crafting more arrows to the same specifications. By the time the sun started to sink, I had a bundle of 10 wood arrows tied to my back. I'd make a leather quiver for them later. The trio behind me, distractedly playing with slingshots in the forest, were casting curious glances my way. Watching me carve so intently, they'd convinced themselves I was making tiny stone spears. They had no idea what I was really doing, and didn't dare come closer to ask. Out on the grasslands, the beast, whom I'd taken to calling Pang Pang, chomped on shrubs and wild berries, snorting rhythmically while chewing. Every time it let out a grunt, the trio nearby would flinch, terrified that it might suddenly snap and charge, swallowing them whole. Judging by its massive maw, it easily could if it wanted to. It's about time we head back, I said as we neared the edge of the forest. We double-checked Pong Pong's wounds, and, thankfully, none had reopened. I warned the beast to stay put on the open ground until it had healed more. Humph, Pang Pang let out a low rumble, as if to say it understood. Only then did I feel safe enough to lead the group back toward the settlement, leaving that enormous pig behind to rest. When we retrieved the fish traps, 3 cages yielded a total of 7 or 8 fish, mostly in shades of greenish-gray, likely the same species. The further we got from the beast, the more my companions relaxed, their chatter returning to their usual banter. Rock Mountain's youngest couldn't resist asking, "You guys think Pa could take down Pang Pang?" If their father, Rockbone, heard his kids plotting to pit him against a 4-meter-tall monster, there'd undoubtedly be some serious, fatherly discipline on the spot. "Doubt it," another responded. "Pong Pong's so huge, it could just sit on him and crush him flat." The third piped up, fueling the joke. "Why don't we let your dad try once Pong Pong's fully healed? We'd find out soon enough." I suppressed a laugh. When did the chief become the community's measure for battling giant beasts? If this logic stuck, were we just going to throw Rockbone at every terrifying creature we encountered in the wild from now on? Still, the conversation left a heavier thought in my mind. There was no way human strength could overpower Pang Pang. Not a chance. That meant whatever had injured it so severely, leaving it on the brink of death, must have been something truly terrifying. I realized then that I never asked where Pang Pang had come from, nor what had hurt it. Tomorrow, I needed to find out. Otherwise, that uncertainty would haunt me. We were still at the foot of the mountain when a heavy plume of smoke caught our eyes, rising over the settlement. The air reeked of burning wood and flesh. Even the birds were gone, the insects eerily sparse. When we reached the tribe, we found meat being smoked thick until it blackened. Tribe members watched the fire closely, tossing in leaves and branches to fan the flames from time to time. I cut off a slab to check it. The center was still pale, not fully cured. The pieces were simply too large to smoke evenly. It needed more time. As the sun sank, everyone worked together to extinguish the fires in the smoking racks, leaving the meat to cool before transferring it into the storage caves. Dinner was the smoked meat paired with fresh-caught fish and a pinch of salt powder. The flavor was richer and more aromatic than regular roasted meat. The best part? It would last far longer. None of us could be happier after years of losing painstakingly hunted food because we couldn't preserve it. While the others ate, laughed, and talked, I quietly took my leave. After grabbing the bow frame that had been shaped and compressed under stones in the storage cave, I placed it over the fire, slowly blackening and carbonizing the surface. The back of the bow was more waterproof and insect-resistant, held its shape better, had steadier elasticity, and promised a longer lifespan. All this was just me winging it. I've never properly learned how to make a bow. It was all trial and error, a bit of luck, really. I adjusted the heat over and over to ensure the bow was evenly heated. After many attempts, I finally got it to the point where I was satisfied. Both bows were evenly blackened on the surface from the process. A quick wipe with animal hide revealed 2 unstrung black bows. I vaguely remembered weapons tended to need oiling, so I hesitated but decided to give it a try. I grabbed a piece of meat roasted to the point it was dripping with grease and rubbed it twice over the bow. Then, I let Blackfang eat the rest. I carefully wrapped the bows in animal hide as though they were precious treasures, planning to string them later at night in the cave. I already had the bowstrings prepared, beast tendons given to me by Stonebone. After soaking and twisting them, they were pliable and tough, though not as elastic as they once were. The others noticed I was tinkering with something new, but nobody asked. They were used to it by now. After dinner, I stored the smoked meat and enjoyed a quiet moment in the tribe. Then, I took Blackfang and the bows back to the cave. Lighting an oil lamp for illumination, I cut the beast tendon into 2 segments based on the bow lengths. I placed my foot in the middle of one bow, used all my strength to hook the string into the grooves on both ends, pulled it tight, and secured it. 2 bows completed. The one on the left was thicker, longer, about 160 centimeters, coming up to my chin when stood upright. The other was shorter and lighter to handle. The bows weren't pretty rough, honestly. I tested both. The larger bow was heavy in hand. By the time I reached 2/3 of a pull, my arm felt like jelly. But the bow didn't creak. It seemed sturdy enough not to snap. The smaller bow could be fully drawn, but felt far too light in comparison, meaning it likely lacked power. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, so I cut pieces from my sleeping animal hide and tightly wrapped them around the grip and the ends of the bows. I secured the wraps with fine hemp rope, which made the bows look a lot better. I grabbed some stone-tipped arrows and tested my aim at the cave wall, drawing the bow and practicing repeatedly for dozens of tries until my hands started trembling. Finally, I set everything aside, deciding to practice more the next day. After playing with Blackfang for a while, I put out the lamp and went to sleep holding him close. The next morning, I took my bow and arrows to a secluded spot to test them. The bowstring twanged, and the blue-feathered arrow flew forward, striking a tree 50 meters away with a loud thunk. It buried itself about a quarter of the way into the trunk, with the fletching still quivering. When I pulled it out to check, the stone arrowhead had shattered into powder. And that wasn't even the result of a full draw on the large bow. Switching to the smaller bow, I drew it fully and let the arrow loose. Thwop! The shot veered off course and awkwardly lodged into a nearby tree. The power was noticeably weaker, only scratching the surface of the wood. Grinding my teeth, I admitted it. I had enough power, but no accuracy. I needed practice. I also needed to make quivers for the arrows and a proper bag for the bows. Carrying them was too inconvenient otherwise. Back at the tribe, I sought beast skin from Stonebone and a bone needle from Emma. I stitched together a simple quiver, reinforcing the opening so it could hold the arrows in place. With 10 stone-tipped arrows hanging at my waist, the bow slung across my back, and a black stone dagger tucked into my left side, I felt unstoppable, like the coolest, strongest guy around. Stone Mountain and the other two stared at me in my fully armed get-up, their expressions unreadable. The other tribespeople also noticed, and probably thought I was too full of myself. They looked like they wanted to smack me around a bit. I just snorted internally. Once I gave this new bow its proper baptism against a wild beast, I'd shock them all into awe. Gathering up Stone Mountain, we headed out with the fishing team toward the Blackwater River. On the way, Blackfang kept sniffing the air alertly. My right hand practiced quick arrow drawing repeatedly, while my left carried the smaller bow. As we neared the river, Blackfang suddenly growled low and soft in the direction of a short grove along the left bank, nose tilted into the wind. My heart tightened. Whenever Blackfang gave an alert, it hit me like an instinctual warning. Stone Mountain and the others immediately put down their fish traps, gripping their stone axes as their eyes scanned the surroundings. Blackfang smells heavy blood. It's close, but he can't tell exactly what, I said in a low voice. Stone Mountain grew more nervous. If it's bad, we should head back and call for help. I nodded, giving Blackfang mental orders to track and observe the source without attacking, then hide himself. He dove into the bushes silently, following the scent trail. The rest of us hung back, maintaining a distance. We were ready to retreat at any moment. After advancing another 500 meters, Blackfang stopped. No one dared breathe loudly, crouching into the grass. Images shared through my bond with him were fuzzy, but I could tell whatever it was, long and thick, about as thick as my waist. A chill shot through me. A python. Finally, I gritted my teeth and said, "Let's move closer and see." We crept to where Blackfang was hiding, parting the tall grass to get a clear view. There it was, just meters ahead, coiled near tree roots. A massive black python, over 10 meters long, its girth barrel-like, its belly bulging as though it had recently swallowed prey. It flickered its tongue, sending soft shoo-shoo sounds into the air. The sunlight bounced off its scales, making them glisten coldly. Suddenly, the giant snake raised its head, turning toward us. But instead of striking, it began retreating toward the riverbank, clearly intending to slip into the Blackwater River and escape. "Young, are we taking it down or not? If we go back for help, there won't be enough time," Stone Mountain whispered urgently. I gave Blackfang mental instructions to distract it without getting too close, then quickly whispered a plan. "Stone Mountain, you go left. Stone Rock and Big Stone, head right. Use your slingshots to keep it occupied. Blackfang will take the front. I'll shoot from behind." But Blackfang lost control. He charged forward like a crazed beast, leaping a dozen meters in a heartbeat to sink his teeth into the python's lower abdomen, near its tail. His claws shredded scales and tore flesh as blood sprayed. "What the hell? I told you not to get close." My face stiffened in shock. The python hissed violently as it writhed in pain. Its tail. The python lashed its tail, its body tense in an S shape, before springing fiercely to snap at Blackfang. Blackfang darted away as soon as it landed, eyes locked on the serpent's head. "Shoot its eyes," I shouted, quickly drawing my bow. My first arrow, however, grazed past its neck and lodged into a tree trunk. Stones from the slingshot continued hammering into the massive python, and Blackfang tirelessly attacked from behind, biting at the same spot. We were forcing it into madness through sheer persistence. Finally, my third arrow pierced deep into its neck. The python screeched in agony, struggling even more violently. Its tail whipped out again, sending Blackfang flying before crashing to the ground. Blackfang, undeterred, got back up into a fighting stance. Suddenly, the python lunged at Stone, who immediately turned to run, narrowly escaping as the snake lunged again. "I'm going to take out its tail." Stone couldn't hold back any longer. He charged while the python's back was turned, raising a stone axe high and striking down hard. The python's tail split wide open, sending blood spraying everywhere. Enraged, the beast completely lost control. It turned back viciously, snapping at Stone as its enormous body wrapped around him, trying to crush him. The massive jaws clamped onto the stone axe it had seized. "Let go of the axe," someone yelled. Only then did Stone snap out of his panic, releasing the weapon and scrambling to flee. Suppressing my panic, I carefully aimed and released another arrow. It struck, thwack, into the python's belly. The beast recoiled in pain, curling itself into a defensive position, its head raised protectively. Slingshot stones pattered against its scales, but failed to cause any real harm. I shifted my target and aimed for its head again, but the next arrow sliced its scalp instead of going deep into the skull. Switching to my larger bow, I nocked another arrow and took careful aim. My quiver was running low now. There wouldn't even be time to collect spent arrows. The situation was too dangerous. The python, already bleeding profusely with several arrows embedded in its flesh, began losing strength. It was growing clumsier and weaving away from the projectiles. Blackfang confronted it directly, growling and snarling, forcing the snake to stay on guard without making reckless moves. After a tense standoff, the python suddenly decided it had had enough. It turned abruptly and bolted toward the Blackwater River, moving like its life depended on it. Blackfang gave chase, with Stone and Stone Big rushing to grab its tail and anchor it down. The python thrashed ferociously, whipping its mighty head back to strike. That's what I was waiting for. The moment it opened its jaws wide to bite, I released my arrow. It whistled through the air and plunged straight into its gaping mouth, exiting through the back of its skull. Half the arrow remained lodged in the python's teeth. The python collapsed heavily onto the ground, its massive body convulsing wildly before finally falling completely still under the watchful eyes of the four of us, including our dragon companion. I flexed my numb fingers and cautiously approached. Not willing to take chances, I shot one final arrow, burying it through its head and into the ground below. Stone and the others were flushed with excitement, already forgetting how close they'd come to being bitten seconds earlier. Once the adrenaline wore off, Stone turned his gleaming eyes on my bow. "Was this what you've been crafting these past few days? Do you have more?" The group moved in on me eagerly, eyes shining with expectation. I quickly stepped in to temper their excitement. "No, that's the only one for now. It's not easy to make. I'll craft each of you one when I find the time." Satisfied_for now_, they nodded. Together, we hoisted the colossal python onto our shoulders, its blood soaking us thoroughly, but we didn't seem to care. Returning to the settlement, Stone proudly carried the python's head at the front, practically bursting out of his clothes with pride. The sight of us and the massive snake soon drew a crowd of chatter. "Where did you hunt that monster? It's enormous. Did anyone get hurt? Incredible that you all managed to take it down." Even the elder, along with Stonebone, arrived, both stunned to see the serpent's incredible size. Its strength was legendary, yet the four of us had defeated it. Stone couldn't hold himself back. As soon as he saw his father, he launched into a chaotic recounting of the battle, gesturing wildly. Eventually, Stonebone pieced together the truth, his gaze falling heavily on the arrows protruding from the snake's head and the bow slung across my back. He frowned, curiosity piqued. "This was made by you? How does it work?" "It uses arrows," I explained simply. "You shoot them." To demonstrate, I pulled a salvageable arrow from the snake's body. Drawing the bowstring, I aimed at a nearby tree and let it fly. Thwack! The arrow sank deep into the trunk. Stone Bone's eyes widened like saucers, his mind racing with sudden possibilities. With this weapon, hunting and warfare might never be the same. If the hunting team were equipped with these bows, even herds of giant deer could be brought down with a salvo of arrows, dragged back as a bounty before the day's end. More people gathered around, marveling at the weapon as murmurs of excitement filled the air. How do you make it? Can we produce more? Stone Bone attempted to draw the bow himself, a gleam lighting up his eyes. The bow frame is made from strong hardwood, with animal sinew as the string. To make it more powerful, the bow should be crafted larger and sturdier. You'll also need arrows, with arrowheads carved from stone and mounted onto shafts. I laid out the basics. Brilliant. Start now. Get the supplies. Hardwood and arrowheads. Stone Bone's voice was charged with urgency. He didn't want to waste a moment now that he understood its value. He drew the bow easily, strong as he was, but the shafts had already been depleted, leaving nothing to fire. Making arrows was going to be the painstaking part. The stone arrowheads often broke on impact, meaning they'd need constant replacement. Still, soon enough, teams hauled back bundles of hardwoods and started gathering stones to shape into arrowheads. Sparks flew furiously from grinding tools. I grabbed a particularly large piece of hardwood, using my polished blackstone knife to carve and shape it carefully. Within hours, I crafted an enormous bow nearly 2 meters in length, knowing it needed to be sturdy for stronger hands. As the day wore on, the freshly skinned python hide was laid out on rocks to dry under the sun. Inside the cave, a bustling crowd was working feverishly, crafting bigger bows and sharper arrows. I slipped away quietly, taking a large chunk of python meat and some time to tend to Blackfang. We hadn't yet delivered food to Pom Pom today, and I didn't want to delay longer than necessary. If I left the settlement for too long, someone might get suspicious and start searching for me. In a secluded place, Pom Pom lay groaning in the dirt pit, but as soon as it heard movement, it excitedly charged out, its heavy stomps echoing loudly. I threw the python meat into its wide-open mouth, and while it buried its head in the feast, I quickly inspected its wound. The wound hadn't reopened. The pit I had carved out to remove the necrotic flesh had already partially healed, and fine fuzzy hairs were sprouting from the surface. It originally had both soft and coarse fur, but it was always so caked in mud that it looked like bare skin. Leaning my head against Pom Pom's massive teeth, I used the fire crystal to communicate with it. In Pom Pom's memories, it had fled from a far southern region. Even more gut-wrenching than its journey was the palpable fear lingering in its mind. Its herd had been attacked by a gigantic beast. Its companions were torn apart, and Pom Pom itself had suffered a heavy blow, forcing it to flee for survival. That enormous shadow that cast over its memory weighed so heavily even I felt a pressure in my chest. It's okay now. You're safe here, I reassured it, soothing its panic with a gentle voice. But after calming it, I found myself stuck in reality again. Pom Pom was enormous. It couldn't climb the rocky mountains, and the dense stone forest wouldn't accommodate its size. Feeding it was an even bigger issue. Even though it was an omnivore, I couldn't possibly cut grass every day to feed such a massive creature. Keeping it pinned up wasn't an option. I could only let it roam free and forage on its own. This area had plenty of vegetation. If I could clear some land at the foot of the mountain and plant grass seeds, it could turn into a pasture in no time. But that would require manpower, and I couldn't convince the tribe to prioritize such an unprofitable task right now. For now, I just had to let Pom Pom survive on its own. I'd figure out the rest later. When I got back to the tribe, I found several dozen bow frames laid out on the ground, being moved into hollow caves to dry and take shape. Over 100 arrowheads, varying in size but functional, had also been crafted. The old shaman, just finished with his tasks, came to find me and handed me 5 evenly sized black stone arrowheads. Their material was identical to the black stone dagger we'd previously found. There's not much black stone left, so I used it all for weapons. The remaining scraps I shaped into these arrowheads, for you, the old shaman said with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Shaman. I clutched the arrowheads tightly, fully recognizing their value. Bows could be made, but what was truly scarce were materials strong enough to ensure lethal damage. As I held the arrowheads like precious treasures, a wave of warmth surged in my chest. This material was much harder than ordinary stone, and these arrowheads, finely ground, were thin and razor-sharp. Once released, they would undoubtedly pierce through with formidable force. You've got a sharp mind. Consider this your reward. It's something well-deserved. In the future, the tribe will rely on you young ones to hold everything together, he said. Recently, I'd been causing quite the stir. Preserved smoked meat had solved the food storage dilemma, and the bows and arrows made hunting safer and more efficient. To a tribe long struggling through harsh days, these changes were nothing short of life-saving. The old shaman and the chief watched as I, along with Stone Mountain and the others, developed at an incredible pace. It gave them hope. In this world of rampaging beasts, a tribe could only survive and thrive if each generation emerged tougher than the last. I understand, Grandpa Shaman. Looking at the slightly hunched old man before me, I struggled to find the right words in response. That night, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Dinner had been fresh python meat, and with full stomachs, everyone retreated to their caves for rest. I stayed up, watching Blackfang wrestle and play with me, feeling an increasing unease creep in. During the battle with the giant python earlier, I noticed something. It was as if Blackfang was born to fight. It instinctively knew when to pounce, when to dodge, and seemed to react a step ahead of its opponent's every move. That raw precision and ferociousness were leagues beyond me. Stone Mountain and the others were no different. The moment danger approached, they dodged immediately and even counterattacked in the blink of an eye. Is this what's called combat instinct? The gap was even more glaring in the battle against the python. The serpent would spring forward with terrifying speed, lunging farther than its own body length. Yet Stone Mountain and Blackfang always managed to evade in time and retaliate, striking cleanly. Meanwhile, I always moved a fraction too late, reacting only after the python had already launched its attack. What I lacked wasn't strength. It was the kind of fearless, honed instinct to charge headfirst or stand my ground when needed. I was, after all, a modern soul. I'd lived too comfortably for too long, never faced battle, nor endured grueling physical training. Compared with these people and beasts who'd been forged across generations through life and death struggles, my combat awareness was glaringly inadequate. The bow and arrow gave me some distance, a buffer, but the forest was full of ambushes. Even seasoned warriors could get gravely injured or killed, let alone someone like me. If I found myself suddenly face-to-face with sharp fangs or claws, I'd still die. I can't rely solely on bows and arrows. I need to learn close combat, too, or I'll eventually fail. Even if I have ferocious beasts linked to me, they won't be able to save me every single time. Having come to terms with this, I made up my mind. While I could plan ahead as much as possible, if a fight broke out, I'd let Blackfang take the lead and I'd focus on supporting it. This way, I could fully utilize Blackfang's natural talent while also letting it grow fiercer with each battle. A few days later, aim, pull, release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows cutting through the air echoed outside the cave. After days of hard work, the dozen or so bows were finally complete. Stonebone's hunting party, along with Stone Mountain and the others, each received one. While waiting for the wooden bows to set into shape these past few days, we'd also managed to produce a large pile of arrows to practice with. Concerned about wear and tear on the good arrowheads, I had also prepared plenty of grass stalk targets for training. 50 meters away, the line of grass targets was riddled with arrows, most lodged at odd angles, and many more that simply missed, skimming past and falling to the ground beyond. Angle, pull strength, wind, and resistance all factored into. The trajectory of an arrow is tricky. Hitting the bullseye isn't as simple as it seems. After practicing for some time, I started reviewing each shot. Gradually, I became accurate about 8 or 9 times out of 10, and it was rare for me to miss entirely. Others were still far from that level. Being beginners, they couldn't grasp the theory behind it yet, so the only thing to do was brute force practice, and it takes time to achieve precision. That said, the physical stamina of these warriors is astonishing. They can steady their arms after pulling the bow tens of times consecutively, whereas I can only manage a dozen or so before needing to catch my breath. Yet, ironically, my bow is even lighter than theirs. Shershan and the others, using the same type of bow, could barely draw it halfway, and rapid fire was out of the question. Their strength was comparable to mine, while their accuracy was lacking. For hunting larger prey, even these bows and arrows were already deadly enough. Besides practicing archery and feeding pom-pom, I started training a few others, like Shirshan, specifically to build their stamina. 2 days ago, the flame within my heart turned blue again. The glow seemed to seep into my very bones, pushing my strength to new levels. By now, I could even hold my own directly against Shirshan. As for pom-pom, its recovery was unbelievably fast. Once its wounds scabbed over and healed, it became a whirlwind of energy, bouncing and running everywhere. The emotions I sensed from it boiled down to one thing: want to play. It even plowed up the ground we lived on, forming several massive pits big enough to bury itself in, like it was on a sugar high. The Rocky Mountains were a tapestry of interwoven boulders and trees. The weathered rock faces bore grooves etched by years of wind and frost. Some sunlit stones emitted a faint gleam, making excellent materials for crafting tools. Tree roots wove deep into cracks in the stone, gripping tightly and refusing to budge even under torrential rains. The cluster of dwellings halfway up the mountain gave this desolate place signs of life. Warriors regularly patrolled to clear out threats and hauled suitable stones back to carve and shape. Recently, everyone had been on the lookout for sturdy rocks to craft more arrowheads. The harder, the better. The black arrowhead stones gifted to me by the old shaman came from the mountain's summit and were frustratingly scarce. Eventually, those collected stones, of varying colors, were ground down into arrowheads of corresponding hues. After repeated trials, I found the black ones to be the hardest, followed by dark red, then blue-green. The weakest were grayish-white, and some stones shattered with just a touch. I suspected many were ores, but with melting points too high to process for now, they were set aside. I selected 5 black, 5 red, and 5 green arrows for myself. Adding in the 5 black arrows gifted by the shaman, I had 15 special arrows in total, along with 10 regular ones. I packed them all into a waist quiver, crafted by Emma from giant snake skin. Its size was perfect, the cuts smooth, and the sturdy stitching done with beast sinew far superior to any quiver I could have made myself. The following morning, the warriors assembled, weapons at the ready. Stonebone, the chief, barked orders to inspect their gear one last time. After resting for quite some days, the group had become more proficient with their bows and arrows. However, the tribe's food supply was once again running dangerously low. It was time to venture out and restock. Check your weapons. Bring all your bows and arrows. Don't leave a single one behind. Stonebone commanded with an urgency that left no room for debate. His determined gaze hinted at confidence in the mission ahead. This time, the plan was to head to the Great Bone Wasteland in the north, hunt aggressively, and bring back as much prey as possible. Beyond the northern forest lay the expansive Great Bone Plains, where beast herds and megafauna clustered. The tribe had hunted there before, but disturbing the herds inevitably caused them to scatter and flee, physically exhausting to pursue in the open expanse, and our attempts often ended in losses. Worse, when the herds panicked, some turned aggressive, stampeding en masse and trampling anything unfortunate enough to be caught in their path. If a group-hunting carnivore targeted you, even a moment's negligence could mean death. These creatures could scent blood like predators and surround their prey, attacking in packs of at least a dozen or more, vicious and tenacious. With our tribe's small numbers, we couldn't afford such losses, nor did we have the manpower to haul too much prey back with us. If more was caught than we could carry, it would rot and go to waste, a life-risking effort simply not worth it. But now, equipped with bows and arrows capable of attacking from 100 meters away, things were looking a lot easier for us. The warriors roared in unison, their pent-up fighting spirit igniting like fire. The chief pointed at me and a few others, including Shirshan, and said we'd be granted an adulthood ceremony as the rainy season's waters recede. This came with the condition that we'd join the hunt in earnest after. Shirshan thumped his chest, loudly vowing to keep training hard. Stonebone emphasized for us to stay put and not wander. He estimated it would take about 3 days for their group to return and left us tasked to keep ourselves busy around the area. After concluding his briefing, he led the hunting party forward at a relentless pace through the forest. Each warrior's stride kicked up dirt, leaving deep impressions behind. They moved like they meant business. Fully armed, their presence alone was enough to deter predators. By the time the sun began sinking, their group had reached the outskirts of the forest, where the landscape opened into the Great Bone Wasteland. Nightfall wasn't ideal for hunting, so they decided to camp in an old cave for shelter. These kinds of makeshift cave strongholds were scattered across the hunting ranges, serving as safe havens left behind by previous hunting teams. They offered protection from danger and were indispensable for survival in emergencies. Before dark, the team identified a cave that hadn't been claimed by any wild animals. They cleared away overgrown weeds at the entrance, lit fires to drive out pests, and settled in for the night. This particular cave had once been home to feral fang beasts, brutal creatures resembling giant hyenas. After being cleared out by the tribe, it became one of our hunting sanctuaries. Stonefang handed over a piece of dried meat and said, "Chief, have some food. I'll take first watch tonight." Fire at night kept many beasts at bay, but the scent of cooked meat could also attract unwanted trouble. Dried food was simpler and safer for such overnights. Stonebone accepted the jerky, giving orders for someone else to take over watch after midnight. As night deepened, the forest became increasingly rowdy. Cries and howls overlaid one another, punctuated with occasional pained wails. It was obvious predators were clashing all over. The bleak soundscape clung to their ears and warned of danger lying just beyond. At first light, the hunting team packed up and exited the forest, stepping onto the rugged edge of the open wasteland that awaited, ready to track and stalk their prey. Back near the Rocky Mountain, I had already started the day by grabbing Shershan and two others for strength training through hoisting boulders. Emma, carrying her child, stood nearby, practiced shooting arrows into makeshift grass targets. It was then that it hit me. She wasn't just some woman tending to chores and kids. She was deadly accurate with a bow too. The female warrior is strong, even out-muscling us. The moment the bowstring released, the arrow hit the bullseye with precision, clean and swift. It was clear she'd trained hard. She stood tall and straight, half a head higher than me, even though I'm 6 feet tall. Among us, only Sure-Tooth could rival her size. I sized myself up and didn't feel disheartened. I'm still young. I'll grow taller eventually. After morning training, we prepared to head down the mountain to fish by the river. It had been a few days since our last trip, so today we planned to catch extra. What was unusual was that Emma decided to join us. She rarely left the tribe, usually busy taking care of the children or helping the old shaman with tasks like preparing animal hides. This time, she was low on herbs. Our last hunting trip had depleted a lot, and since the shaman's legs aren't in great shape, only Emma could go out to gather more. I offered to help, but Emma insisted that she needed the activity herself, so I didn't push the matter further. Once outside the tribe, Emma grabbed her spear and slung her bow over her shoulder, her stance immediately sharp and unyielding. She was every bit a warrior. The moment she held her weapons, her face looked like it had been carved out by sun and wind, her high cheekbones and hard, spear-like nose adding to her intensity. Her gaze was cold, like tempered steel. One sweep of those eyes, and everyone knew not to mess around. The soft gentleness she had when caring for the children was gone, replaced entirely with the vigilance of someone who's survived the wilds. Sure-Tooth had long since grown used to this side of his mother and didn't dare act up. Emma would absolutely smack him if he did. In the bushes, Hyatt darted around recklessly, making lively little chirps, acting like a little mad thing when there was no real danger. Every time it fetched back prey on my command, Emma seemed more impressed. After a while, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Young, why does it obey so well? How did you train it?" Before I could shrug it off, Sure-Tooth jumped in to boast. "Hai is amazing. It can find prey really far away, and its claws can even tear through the scales of a giant snake." I kept it vague. It saw me first thing when it hatched. I feed it, train it. It's just really smart, too. Emma nodded at that. Definitely cleverer than the wild ones, and calmer too. It doesn't lash out. Sure-Tooth immediately latched onto her arm, whining, "Mom, get Dad to give me an egg too. I want to raise one." Emma didn't deny him outright, but she didn't promise either. "Not many around here. You'd have to go to the Giantwood Forest to find one." "We'll see." Sure-Tooth fell silent, but didn't give up. It was obvious he was itching to bring up the time I tamed a giant boar just to make his case stronger, but he held back. After setting the fishing traps by the river, we followed Emma deeper into the woods to gather herbs. We had two main goals. One was thornleaf weed, dark green with large leaves and sharp thorns. Its minty sap was good for stopping bleeding and dressing wounds. In the damp thickets, one grab could gather a whole armful. The second was rootgrass. Its leaves were small, but its roots were thick and white. It could be boiled into a remedy for internal injuries and even helped kids with stomachaches. Rootgrass was harder to find. We dug through whole patches to barely unearth 5 or 6 roots. So we kept moving further. The more we searched, the further from the river we wandered. As I dropped another handful of roots into the basket, my body froze mid-movement. Haya's urgent signal burst into my mind. Something was chasing it. I hissed low to the others, "Watch out. Something's after Haya." The 5 of us immediately huddled up, with Emma taking the front. She raised her bow, shielding everyone behind her. I quickly instructed Haya to lead its pursuer toward us. The undergrowth shook violently, the rustling sound quickly closing in. Haya burst out first and immediately spun around, letting out sharp, snapping barks, clearly ready to fight for its life. A split second later, the bushes were shoved aside, and a dinosaur-like predator emerged, a 4-meter-long archosaur standing almost 2 meters tall when upright. Upon spotting us, its thin, tall crest on its head flared open dramatically. It let out a menacing hiss, and I immediately recognized it. A Dilophosaurus. Emma murmured under her breath, "A venom spitter. Not the toughest claws and teeth, but don't let it spray you." These creatures love to stick near water. Their venom was highly corrosive, capable of blinding you instantly if it got in your eyes. It must have been planning to make Haya its next meal. Whoosh! Emma acted first, releasing an arrow with a sharp twang of her bowstring. Almost simultaneously, the rest of us launched our own arrows. The Dilophosaurus let out a shrill scream, wounded, before opening its jaws to spray venom at us from a distance of over 10 meters. We were ready for this and quickly scattered to avoid it. The green venom hit the grass, sizzling ominously, but we kept shooting. With more arrows piercing its hide, it roared in pain and spewed more venom in retaliation. Taking advantage of us dodging, it turned to flee. I had been tracking its every move and loosed an arrow that struck its leg. The Dilophosaurus stumbled, hindering its escape attempt. Emma wasted no time. She rushed forward, stone axe in hand, and slammed it into the beast's chest, aiming for its heart. The force of her strike cut through its tough hide and sent the creature flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Haya leapt onto its neck, clamping down on its throat with its jaws while clawing relentlessly. Not wanting to risk harming Haya with another arrow, I drew my blackstone dagger and thrust it straight into the split chest wound, stabbing deep into its heart. Shirtu and the others joined in, swinging stone axes at the creature's crest. The Dilophosaurus barely had a chance to fight back before succumbing to its wounds and laying motionless. We retrieved our arrows. Most of the regular stone-tipped ones had barely wedged in, but the greenstone arrows had sunk deep. Those were the real killers. I glanced at the hulking corpse and couldn't help feeling tense. 300 to 400 pounds of weight sent flying by a single swing of Emma's axe. If that hit a person, there'd be no surviving it. Meanwhile, Shirtu and the others were still panting but grinning triumphantly, hands running over the downed beast, clearly buzzing with adrenaline. Staring at the corpse, I said, "These venomous dragons often move in groups upstream at Blackwater River. It's likely they move down along the waterway." She urged us to exercise extra caution when leaving the camp in the upcoming days. Once the tribespeople return, we should comb through the area meticulously to check if any other beast packs have migrated nearby. After everyone agreed, I sent Blackfang to patrol the vicinity. Blackfang had grown surprisingly fast, all thanks to his diet of meat. Now the size of a medium dog, he blended seamlessly into the jungle's foliage with his keen nose. Perfect qualities for a sentinel. Once we were done sorting through the spoils of the hunt, we continued digging for root grass. After several hours of working, we'd amassed quite a haul. Seeing the quantity was sufficient, Emma, worried about her child, decided it was time to head back. The fishing baskets had also been retrieved from the river. Stone Mountain, and two others carried the double-spined drake, while I dragged the fish traps, trailing behind Emma, who carried our herbs, back to the tribe. As for Pom Pom on the other side, I didn't have to worry about it. That tusked giant hog knew how to graze on shrubs and roots to fill its belly. It lazed about in its dirt pit, swatting its tail listlessly. Its injuries had long since healed, but I'd been deliberately keeping it confined, forbidding it from wandering freely. It hadn't been fed meat for 2 days, and its restlessness was growing, its eyes darting constantly toward the direction pointed to by our mental connection. After absorbing the fire seed, its intelligence had significantly improved, just like Blackfang. Its tethered bond to my spirit made it oddly clingy to me. Whenever it neared me, it could feel that fiery, overwhelming presence, like an invisible force pressing down. It left the beast with no choice but to obey my commands. Upon returning to the tribe, Emma handed the herbs to the old shaman. She then cradled her now awake, crying child, soothing him while helping sort the medicinal plants. The double-spined drake's hide was promptly skinned and hung out to dry. Emma had plans to craft leather armor from it, stating it would provide better protection than fur clothing. Each member of the hunting party already had their own set of hardened leather armor, painstakingly fought for and won in the dangerous jungles. The drake's skin was rough and hard with a rigid, uneven outer layer that made arrows, even if they managed to pierce it, struggle to cause significant damage. That still wasn't much though, just the hide of a smaller dinosaur. Encountering larger dinosaurs was an entirely different matter. Their tougher, thicker outer shells, sometimes reinforced with ridged carapaces, could withstand claws and fangs alike. Creatures like the armored ankylosaurs, whose entire bodies were shielded with bony plates, could even deflect the bite force of massive predators, leaving one to desperately target potential weak spots. Hardened leather armor offered great durability, but was excruciatingly tedious to make. Each piece had to be hammered into shape bit by bit, and during colder weather, fur insulations had to be sewn inside, or they wouldn't stand up to the chill. The next morning, a thin fog blanketed the mountain's base. The outlines of the distant peaks faintly emerged through the haze as dew droplets splattered upon the ground with delicate precision. Though still half asleep, I was abruptly jolted awake by a forceful presence pressing against my consciousness. My eyes sprang open. A low, resonating hum echoed in my mind. There weren't any words, yet the message was as clear as day. "I've come for you." I snapped completely awake, focusing intently on the link. Pom Pom was on the move, incredibly close now, and the pulsating mental connection gnawed at me anxiously. Clearly unable to hold back any longer, it had spent the entire night searching for me. As dawn barely crept in, it followed the resonance guiding it my way. The closer it got, the stronger the mutual pull became. I could almost sense its glowing eyes brimming with excitement, like it couldn't wait for me to notice its arrival. "Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Wait for me where you are." I channeled the command repeatedly through our mental link, effectively reining its impatience. Finally coming to a halt just outside the forest at the base of the mountains, Pom Pom lingered there. Breathing a sigh of relief, I wasn't so much worried about being found out. Stone Mountain and the others were long aware of Pom Pom. The real issue was explaining this unusual connection to figures like the old shaman and stone skull of the tribe. With the fire seed's mysterious origins still eluding me, providing any satisfactory answers was beyond reach. Without a proper explanation, something like this could easily be dismissed as an ominous curse and summarily dealt with, by fire, no less. Superstitions like these weren't uncommon in the tribe. Infants born with deformities were labeled as cursed, and individuals whose peculiar words or actions challenged the authority of the shaman or chieftain risked exile. I armed myself, whistling for Blackfang to follow, and headed down the mountain. It didn't take long to spot Pom Pom lying in the dirt, rolling about. "Get up. Look at how filthy you are. You've got ill-behaved swine written all over you." Pom Pom hadn't changed much, still caked in resin, dirt, bloodstains, and broken grass stems. Its stench hit so sharply that even the likes of Stone Mountain avoided getting too close. Paired with its menacing tusks, it definitely looked more like some malevolent beast. "Going forward, clean yourself up. No meals until you're spotless." Pom Pom snorted indifferently, clearly unbothered. Come on, let's head to the river for a bath. I waved it over and led the way. The river was just over a meter deep, barely reaching its front legs at the bends. All it really could do was roll around repeatedly to soak off the crusty mud. It didn't take long before the clear river water turned murky, chasing away the predatory fish that usually lurked nearby, let alone daring to nip at us. Grabbing a dry branch, I braced myself and scrubbed at its hide until the water streaming off ran clear. Exhausted and out of breath, I finally got Pom-Pom clean. It waddled onto the riverbank, shaking itself dry, sending water droplets flying with enough force to sting like tiny pellets. Cleaned of its grime, Pom-Pom's deep brown bristled coat gleamed under the sunlight. Its jet black mane ran from the crown of its head down to its back like a billowing flag in the wind. With its yellowed tusks and taut, rippling muscles, it now looked colossal, powerful, and utterly impressive. The sight sparked a sudden thought. Should I try riding it and see how fast it could run? The dense jungle was packed with tangled roots, bushes, and fern-covered ground layered in thick humus. Inhaling deeply, I caught a musky scent of damp earth and decaying wood. Suddenly, a low rumbling erupted through the forest, making the ground quiver beneath my feet. Out burst a massive boar-like beast, draped in coarse black and brown fur. Its shoulder height easily exceeded 4 meters, with curved tusks slicing the air like blades. Straddling its sturdy back was a lone figure. Clutching the stiff bristles at the back of Pom-Pom's neck, I held on for dear life. Thrown up and down relentlessly as its ferocious sprint sent shockwaves through the earth. It was time to take off. I could only crouch low, clamping my legs tightly around the bulging muscle beneath me. The wind roared past my ears, accompanied by the snapping sounds of tree branches breaking from impact. The shadows of the trees sped by the corners of my eyes in a wild blur, while startled birds and moths scattered in all directions, bursting apart like fragments. With a powerful lunge, Pom-Pom surged forward, as if moving a mountain. Thick vines, as wide as bowls, snapped off its shoulders with a resounding crack, and decayed tree trunks shattered into splinters under the impact of its tusks, sending wood chips flying everywhere. It leaped abruptly across a moss-covered ravine, its landing so forceful that it left my chest feeling shaken and breathless. Only after it had run to its heart's content did it finally come to a stop. I tumbled off its back, nearly fainting from nausea. It was my first experience riding a giant boar, and it almost knocked me out cold. Truthfully, sitting on its back wasn't uncomfortable, as its solid muscles absorbed most of the jolts. But that heavy and lightning-fast momentum was dizzying and nauseating. Not to mention, its bristly fur was slick and slippery, loosening my grip, even slightly risked being flung off. On the way back, I didn't dare let Pom-Pom run wild again. I made it slowly tread through the forest instead. As I perched on its back, my mind spun with thoughts on how to explain this giant beast to Old Wu. Back in the stone chamber, Old Wu stared at me with wide eyes. "You're telling me there's a giant tusked boar near the foot of the mountain, and you've managed to tame it?" I narrated everything in detail. How I encountered Pom-Pom, treated its wounds, and eventually nursed it back to health. I even called in Stone Mountain and the others to confirm my story. Old Wu still seemed skeptical. "How exactly did you pull that off?" Feigning ignorance, I shrugged. It was dying, so I treated its injuries. I didn't expect it to survive. After that, frequent interactions made us familiar with each other. Over time, I started understanding what it wanted to express, and it followed my commands without ever showing aggression toward us. Stone Mountain and the others nodded in agreement. "Grandpa Wu, Pom-Pom is really smart and listens to Young better than anyone else." Old Wu fell silent for a long moment, his gaze sharpening as he suddenly focused on me. "What about Blackfang? Was it the same with it?" I nodded. "Blackfang has been close to people since it was born. It only has to bark, and I can understand what it needs. I've been training it daily with commands, and it obeys everyone, helps us hunt, and even stands guard. But why is it like this?" Old Wu furrowed his brow. "I've never seen anything like this in the tribe. I can only guess." I pressed him. "Can we keep training them then?" After pondering for a moment, Old Wu nodded, though his tone was grave. "If you can, keep training them. But make sure to watch them carefully. The moment they harm anyone in the tribe, we'll have no choice but to take care of it." I let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Grandpa Wu. Stone Mountain and the others broke into smiles alongside me. After they left, Old Wu shuffled over to a corner filled with ancient stone tablets, pausing to examine one that was etched with strange symbols. Beast Whisperer, he muttered under his breath. The records described a ritual where children were raised among beast packs, and only those who survived might learn to command beasts in battle. But the chances of success were so laughably slim, and even survivors often couldn't truly command their beasts. He dug through the tablets for a long while, but found no satisfying answers. In the end, he could only attribute it to me being uniquely gifted or perhaps even blessed by the heavens. However, what weighed heavier on his mind was another question. If this boy could command giant beasts, what did that mean for the future of the tribe? At the foot of the mountain, near the rocky forests, I brought Pong Pong back. As it appeared, nearly everyone left behind at the base was startled and quickly gathered around in awe. For Old Wu and Amma, this was no small matter. It was a monumental event for the tribe. In the past, all they could ever do was fight these massive beasts to the death. Never had they dreamed of being able to get this close without conflict. Pong Pong wasn't as monstrous as the creatures deep within the mountain, but even standing near it made breathing difficult due to its overwhelming presence. Old Wu, who had spent his entire life hunting, was now witnessing the tribe tame such a formidable beast, a sight that stirred both excitement and unease in his heart, leaving him indescribably conflicted. Amma cradled her baby in her arms while two little ones barely waist-high clung to the edges of her animal hide skirt. They peeked out from behind, nervously shrinking back, yet unable to suppress their curiosity. Even though everyone knew I had tamed Pong Pong, their hearts remained on edge. They feared it might suddenly lose control and crush someone, like Stone Mountain and the others, into pulp with a single misstep. We had discussed with Old Wu beforehand about how to house Pong Pong, and we decided on a spot not too far from the mountain base. It was close enough for Pong Pong to sound the alarm in case of intruders, while also allowing the tribe's warriors to respond quickly. The simple shelter we built was no more than a fenced enclosure, with some dried grasses loosely spread on the ground. There wasn't enough time to construct anything more elaborate, let alone secure a proper roof. The goal was simply to give Pong Pong a sense that this place was its den. Old Wu gave a few final instructions before heading downhill with Amma. His old age made walking this path a significant challenge. The two little ones reluctantly followed, dragged back by Amma despite their unwillingness to leave. Pong Pong's sheer size was intimidating. It could send someone flying without even intending harm. Feeling a strong sense of security and satisfaction, I couldn't resist the itch to ride Pong Pong for another spin. I took along Stone Mountain and the others too, who eagerly jumped at the chance. With 4 people on its back, Pong Pong didn't seem to feel a thing. Following my guidance, it entered a steady trot through the forest. Blackfang sprawled at the front, claws firmly gripping the thick hide on Pong Pong's back. Every step Pong Pong took on rocky terrain produced a sharp clink-clank, as if striking metal. Shrubs as tall as a person were flattened into the mud as it marched forward. From their vantage point on Pong Pong's back, the others scanned the forest. Their bows occasionally stretched taut, taking down distant prey. Pong Pong's imposing presence caused all nearby creatures to scatter in panic. By the time we returned to the mountain base, it was laden with over a dozen wild catches, as well as 2 hefty badger-like beasts, each weighing over 50 pounds. After settling Pong Pong back into its enclosure, the group lifted the wild game we'd secured and prepared to feast. The tribe moved towards home, but what awaited them, skinning and carving up the spoils, would be another grueling task. On the desolate, bone-dry plains, about a dozen people lay flat on the yellowed ground, like weathered stones smoothed by the winds. They were wrapped in coarse animal hides, their bronze, wind-burned skins stretched over hardened muscles. Ahead of them, a herd of longhorned wild sheep grazed on the roots of the brittle grass, their gray-brown fur blending almost seamlessly with the barren landscape. Only the occasional sheep bleat and the faint crunch of dry grass under hoof disturbed the silence. At the head of the group was Shirgu, who raised his hand and spread his fingers wide before clenching them into a fist with force. The signal was clear. Warriors on both sides rose swiftly, pulling back their wooden bows with strings humming under tension. Greenish arrowheads, sharpened to a deadly point, glinted sharply under the midday sun. The first volley of arrows screamed through the air, piercing the stillness as they struck the edge of the unsuspecting flock. Blah! One ram let out an anguished cry as an arrow sank into its hind leg, toppling it. Dark red blood sprayed across the sun-bleached grass, like an eerie flower blooming in an instant. The hunters, including Shirgu, loosed another round of arrows, driving the sheep into chaos. The wild flock scattered, hooves pounding rhythmically against the earth like a drumbeat. In the frenzy, some of the panicked sheep even charged inadvertently toward the ambushers. Without hesitation, the hunters dropped their bows, surging from their hiding places with fierce roars. Heavy spears were flung at close range, the penetrating force carrying an audible whistle as they struck. They targeted only the wounded, those slowed by their injuries, and every strike was mercilessly accurate. The warriors closed in swiftly, finishing the hunt. Spears and stone axes rained down as they pinned their injured quarry to the ground, delivering fatal blows. Shirgu led the charge, narrowly dodging a crazed ewe that lunged at him. With a sharp sidestep, he evaded its horns and drove his spear into its ribcage in a single fluid motion. A sickening thud marked the weapon's entry, and the ewe let out a piercing wail before staggering a few more steps and collapsing lifelessly. The plains transformed into a gruesome battlefield. The dull thuds of spears and the sharp cracks of bone splitting echoed all around. Blood mixed with the dry wind, its metallic tang only growing heavier as the fight carried on. Amid cries of pain and the frantic sounds of clashing, the hunters expertly dodged the horns of their prey, delivering lethal blows with mechanical precision. Eventually, the last rams were cornered and slain. Silence returned to the plains. Only the hunters' labored breathing and the pungent stench of blood infused the cold air. The group stood over their haul of a dozen or so carcasses. Though their eyes gleamed with residual adrenaline and bloodlust, this hunt was undoubtedly a victory hard won. Clean it up. Take everything we can carry. The smell of blood will bring. Others, Shirgu ordered gruffly, keeping his voice low as he urged the group to move swiftly. Barely 15 minutes later, trouble began to emerge. Deinonychuses, sleek predators the size of mastiffs, crept forth from the shadows. Overhead, vultures circled, their harsh cries breaking the eerie calm, while even the larger, winged terasaurs spiraled cautiously lower, drawn by the scent of fresh kills. Predators of all kinds quickly descended, tearing into the remains left behind by the hunters. The carcasses became a battleground of snapping jaws, shoving matches, and shrieking chaos. The scene was spiraling when a thunderous roar shattered the fray. From the horizon came another beast, a 7-meter-tall Carnotaurus, its massive horns curved fiercely upward. Its powerful footfalls rocked the ground like the pounding of war drums. A few unfortunate hyenodons, caught in its path, were crushed into pulp. The other scavengers backed away in submissive growls and low hisses, unwilling to challenge the apex predator now gorging itself on what the humans had left behind. But among the frenzied chaos, a particularly audacious Deinonychus, its feathers thick and its body larger than its packmates, lifted its head. Its slit pupil eyes glinted as it sniffed toward the direction the humans had retreated. A spark of recognition shone. Fresh prey. With sharp clicks and guttural trills, the lead Deinonychus barked orders, sprinting forward without hesitation. The rest of its pack surged after it, emboldened and unified, and neighboring predator groups fell in line, swelling their numbers. The hunt was on. Shirgu and his warriors moved quickly through the forest, laden with their hefty prey. The rich, bloody scent of their kill wafted in the air behind them, drawing glances from unseen eyes hiding among tangles of jungle foliage. They dared not slow. The further they went, the easier it would be to escape the deathstalkers trailing them. But the pack of Deinonychuses grew only larger. Their numbers swelled to nearly 100 as they merged and absorbed rival groups, relentless in their pursuit. The gap between predator and prey was narrowing with every hurried step. The hunters pressed southward from the giant bone plains, heading toward the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. The terrain grew swampy, their boots sinking into sticky mud littered with rotting leaves. The weight of the spoils dragged them down with each step, as if the earth itself clawed at them to stay. Glee from the day's hunt had long worn off, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion and a sense of tightening dread. They didn't have much longer. The sharp, whistling calls of the Deinonychuses sounded closer, piercing the forest's depths like blades. Their cries were communicative, a vicious, high-pitched language designed to coordinate the hunt. Shirgu's instincts screamed danger. "Move faster," he barked to the group, pausing only slightly to listen. His bronze face glistened with urgency and sweat. "Shermang, drop your kills. Now." "But leader, I—" "Shut up. You want to die here. Do as I say, or I'll kill you first." Shirgu snapped in frustration as the blood trail they were leaving would only spell certain doom. His gaze hardened. "The rest of you get going. Don't stop for any reason. Meng, yeah, you're staying with me to hold the rear." Just moments after the group pressed ahead, the forest behind them erupted with movement. The pack of Deinonychuses flooded in, their shrieks bouncing off the foliage, slicing into the hunter's ears. What remained of the discarded carcasses distracted the pack temporarily, but within minutes, they devoured everything to the bone. One particularly large Deinonychus, its feathers bristling with dominance, reared its head and screamed orders once again. Its packmates responded without hesitation, charging toward the scent of human prey. The alpha predator was in control now, and this hunt had just escalated. The raptor pack immediately fell silent as the team regrouped and caught up. The leader, sniffing the air as it ran, confirmed their prey was close. It let out a trembling call, issuing an order. The pursuing velociraptors lowered their bodies, their speed surging. Before long, Stonebone and his group's figures were exposed. No matter how fast a man could run, he was no match for these natural-born hunters. One particularly strong velociraptor could no longer hold back and leapt out of the underbrush like a streak of brown lightning, targeting the man at the back of the group. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them turned mid-sprint and fired. 3 arrows zipped through the air, 2 hit their mark, slicing through the raptor's feathers and sending it tumbling to the ground. It twitched a few times before going still. This temporarily caused the pack to pause. They were cunning and immediately grew more cautious. The leader, shrieking with fury after witnessing its fallen companion, raised its cries further. The pack began to fan out to the sides, moving to encircle their prey. Wary of the arrows, they no longer charged head-on, but started to close in while maintaining a safer distance. Stonebone and his group ran, firing shots behind them. They managed to take down a few more, but many of the velociraptors darted into the trees, utilizing the cover to evade the arrows, which mostly missed their targets. A sinking feeling weighed down Stonebone's heart. There were too many of them. Killing just a handful wasn't enough to slow them down. Both flanks had nearly closed in on his group, and they would soon be trapped. He gritted his teeth and decided to toss aside 2 carcasses from their hunt to buy them time. With their hands freed, 2 teammates joined in firing their bows. The pack grew even more cautious after losing over a dozen of their kin. They ran tightly against the trees, using the trunks as cover while continuing to creep closer. The village was still far away. The warriors were pushing their stamina to its limits, their speed gradually slowing down. Meanwhile, the predators, having crossed the boundaries of their own territory, continued their relentless pursuit. The sheer scale of their numbers was unlike anything Stonebone had experienced before. "Stop! Back to back! Form a circle!" Stonebone bellowed. The group threw their hunted carcasses to the ground to free themselves and quickly arranged themselves in a defensive circle. They placed their remaining game in the center for protection and raised their bows, aiming at the raptor pack, which loomed just dozens of meters away. Arrows pierced the wolfhound-sized velociraptors, felling a few on the spot and staining the air with their blood. The stench of death wafted downwind. Bowstrings buzzed continuously, vibrating with each shot. The sight of their dying kin held the pack back, but the scent of blood drove them into a growling frenzy. Urged on by the leader's high-pitched screeches, the velociraptors finally launched an all-out charge. 11 warriors tensed, their muscles taut and steaming as primal heat radiated off their bodies. Cornered, their savage, primal instincts burned to the surface, and their ferocious spirits surged. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, piercing the throat of a leaping raptor. Its screech was cut short as it crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. In mere moments, The struggle over their haul turned into an eruption of blood-soaked chaos. Arrows rained relentlessly, striking down bodies and painting the ground in shades of crimson. Yet they couldn't stop the wave of shadows pressing closer. One raptor dodged mid-charge, narrowly avoiding an arrow, as another sprang high off a companion's back. Its claws extended, aiming straight for Stonebone. He met its leap with a thrust of his spear, impaling it through the chest, then flung it aside. Raised spears. With a booming shout, the warriors switched their bows for spears. They pressed against the oncoming forces, alternating between stabbing and sweeping strikes. When their spears splintered under the pressure, they reached for stone axes and continued the fight, managing to barely fend off the initial wave of attacks. The pack abruptly froze. They recoiled at the sight of the strewn bodies covering the ground, retreating into the underbrush and hiding behind trees. Even still, there were overwhelming numbers. Dozens of cold, calculating eyes stared at Stonebone's group from within the shadows, searching for an opportunity to strike, or perhaps simply waiting for nightfall. The warriors, with arrows knocked once more, stood on full alert. They hastily shoved dried meat into their mouths, chewing in between labored breaths. When thirsty, they knelt briefly to sip from puddles of blood pooling on the forest floor. Every breath carried the scent of metal and decay. In unison, they growled in defiance, a sound that could normally scare off lesser creatures of the woods. But against these beasts? Useless. Stonebone wasn't naive. He read the situation clearly. They were stalling for time. The sun dipped closer to the horizon, and fear tightened his chest. He entertained the idea of abandoning their haul and retreating, but none of the warriors seemed willing to strip themselves of their hard-earned spoils. Positioning himself at the front, Stonebone led the group forward. With each step, he struck at the probing raptors that tested their defenses. 3 warriors held the rear, maintaining vigilance. Reluctantly, they pressed forward, understanding that until their backs were fully against the wall, they wouldn't give this fight up. Night descended. Moonlight filtered softly through gaps in the branches, painting the ground in a patchwork of silver and shadow. The scent of blood hung heavy in the air, calling to the forest's nocturnal predators. But even they hesitated, held at bay by the oppressive presence of the raptor pack. From a distance came the occasional predatory growl, though none dared approach. The warriors marched as quickly as they could manage. 3 smaller skirmishes tested their mettle further. The raptors were becoming more calculating, suffering fewer losses, while the warriors were growing dangerously fatigued. During one engagement, a raptor slipped through their defenses, its claws tearing apart the beast hide and flesh covering one warrior's back. The man's agonized scream rang out as he fell, his hunted carcass rolling free. In an instant, 3 or 4 raptors pounced on the fallen prey. The surrounding warriors erupted into a violent counterattack. Their spears whipped through the air as they struck and swept the raptors back. It was enough to prevent further casualties. The injured warrior gritted his teeth, reclaimed his weapon, and climbed back to his feet, ready to rejoin the fray. Under the command of their leader, the velociraptors maintained their relentless speed and numbers for hit-and-run strikes. A volley of blows met them each time. Spears bit into bodies, stone axes shattered skulls. But even as death shot through each attack, the raptors returned it in kind. Teeth and claws left deep gouges in thighs, arms, and torsos, carving deep wounds and exposing bone before succumbing. The warriors' quivers eventually ran empty. Their spears were gnawed to splinters. Even the edge of their axes dulled and chipped away. The humid air reeked of iron, mud, and the rot of the underbrush. Each breath seemed to spoil the stomach. Blood saturated the ground, mixing with sweat and grit. In the heat of survival, they had no room to feel pain, birthing roars of fury while hacking into the next attacker with savage swings. At the forested base of the mountain, where their village lay in waiting, several figures darted swiftly through the dense forest, alternating between sprints and slower jogs. A massive, tusked boar blocked their path, but the group barely registered it as a threat. Any wild creature in the woods fled at its imposing presence, while smaller, slower animals ended up crushed beneath its massive hooves, their remains sinking into the muddy ground. Occasionally, They stumbled upon shaggy rhinoceroses drinking along the riverbank or encountered the grumpy, lone-horned rhinos. In those moments, I had Pom-Pom steer away discreetly. Treetop monkeys, startled by the commotion, screeched in panic, their cries echoing through the forest. We'd already scouted the rocky hills in this area. The fearless sense of exploration had become intoxicating. The more I observed the environment and its creatures, the more I felt in tune with the land. Interestingly, the farther we ventured, the larger the beasts seemed to grow. To the north of the tribe lay sparser streams and towering trees. Pom-Pom munched on low-hanging fruits as it trotted along, while Blackfang skittered ahead, rummaging through decaying leaves in search of fat bugs. We crouched on Pom-Pom's sturdy back, arrows drawn, aiming at the birds hidden in the foliage. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, carrying with it the occasional waft of decomposing scents. Suddenly, a colder gust swept past us. Blackfang, mid-run, halted abruptly. It raised itself on hind legs, nose twitching sharply at the air while its ears swiveled to pick up distant sounds. From the north came a chaotic chorus of screeches and bellows, the unmistakable sounds of combat. The wind carried the musk of predators and the heavy metallic sting of blood. Blackfang's nose discerned every layer of it, picking up even the faintest traces of human scent, a scent familiar to our tribe. Velociraptors and dromaeosaurs, born killers of the jungle, possessed a low, guttural hiss that echoed far and wide. This distinct sound often signaled coordinated pack hunts. As Blackfang listened on, it became clear a large group of its kin was actively hunting to the north. Chirp, chirp. Blackfang issued a warning to me immediately. Seated on Pom-Pom's back, I turned, using our mental bond to interpret Blackfang's urgent message. "There's a big raptor pack hunting up north," I said grimly. "I can smell blood, heavy blood, and Stonebone's scent mixed in too. Something's gone wrong." This was the time our hunting teams would typically be returning. The blood in the air confirmed my growing fear. They'd been ambushed, or worse, attacked while carrying back their game. Injury and death were likely among them. Scooping Blackfang into my arms, I called out to Pom-Pom in urgency. "To the tribe. Find the shaman and Emma. The chief's in trouble." With a thunderous leap, Pom-Pom surged forward, its huge hooves pounding the dirt and leaving craters in its wake. It smashed through shrubs and undergrowth as we clung tightly to its back. Stonehill and his companions said nothing the entire way, their faces grim with tension. At the base of the mountain, we dismounted, racing into the tribe with haste. I found the shaman and Emma first, speaking before they could even ask. "Elder, the chief's team is under attack." Blackfang picked up the scent of our people northward. They're surrounded, cornered by a large predator pack of raptors. The shaman's expression tightened. "How far?" I shook my head. Blackfang's senses extend far. I can't say for sure, but it's not too distant. Emma was already donning her gear. "I'll head out to support them now." "No," the shaman barked. "What good is one person against a whole pack?" "We'll go too." Stonehill and his crew shouted urgently. The shaman hesitated, torn. The moon had already risen, and rushing through unknown darkness was likely suicide. Furthermore, these were youths, barely seasoned in combat. Charging into a predator's den was as good as handing them to death. I forced down my own panic and spoke firmly. "I'll go with Aunt Emma. We'll ride Pom-Pom. It's faster than any on-foot pursuit. Besides, Pom-Pom's strength could break through a pack's assault." The shaman considered Pom-Pom's size and power. A flicker of hope crossed his eyes. He nodded sharply. "Take bows, take stone spears. Go immediately. Stonehill, you three, stay behind and guard the tribe," he commanded, leaving no room for argument. For him, survival of the tribe depended on keeping a few left to carry on its bloodline. Before heading out, Stonehill and the others dragged over the last bundles of arrows and long spears from the tribe's stores. They tied them securely to Pom-Pom's sides, ensuring we'd be prepared for what awaited. Positioning myself at Pom-Pom's front, gripping Blackfang tightly to guide us, I shot Emma a look of determined resolve. "Wait for us," I told those staying behind before urging Pom-Pom forward. With a single gesture, Pom-Pom surged into the darkness, heading northward into uncertainty. The sounds of jungle combat grew clearer with every thundering step. Clashes, snarls, and frantic yells filled the night air. The raptors, emboldened under cover of darkness, launched wave after wave of attacks. Their hissed calls echoed like hunting chants as dozens lunged from unseen corners, preying on vulnerable warriors. The stench of iron in the air, the smell of blood, grew unbearable as the scene came into view. 11 fighters. Now just 6 clung to what was left of their composure, their makeshift defenses faltering. Among the fallen, 5 gravely injured warriors lay in the center, forming a grim circle of desperation. Their breaths were shallow and labored, their bodies caked in blood. Stonebone, the chief, was struggling to stay upright, exhausted and fighting through a mix of dread and regret. He cursed himself for refusing to abandon the heavy game meat earlier during the escape. If not for this burden, they might have long since returned safely to the tribe. Scattered at their feet were lifeless raptors, their bodies piled haphazardly to create a crude wall against further attacks. This temporary barrier bought them brief moments to catch their breaths before the next ambush. But in the vast, untamed heart of this forest, it was impossible to deny the inevitable. Death was closing in. Dread twisted around their hearts like icy vines. Fatigue weighed their arms as if filled with stones. There was no retreat, no escape, only the grim resolution of a final stand. They all understood one thing. If this was their end, they'd take as many of the beasts as they could with them. Yet amidst the hopeless chaos, a sudden, rhythmic tremor broke through the jungle. At first, it was a low rumble, distant as an approaching thunderstorm. But it gained strength, each beat hammering louder. The crack of splitting trees, the snap of severed vines. It was the sound of an unstoppable force hurtling forward. Pebbles danced on the ground as the earth shook. Even the raptor pack faltered, hissing sharply as all heads turned toward the disturbance. The thunderous force was charging straight at them. Panic. Boom! A dark shadow, like black lightning, crashed into the edge of the jungle, its nearly 20-ton body smashing into the ground with an earth-shaking roar. It was a tusked giant boar, as massive as a moving mountain. Its bristles stood upright, gleaming under the dim light, and its limbs were as thick as stone pillars, each step forcing the ground beneath it to groan. The most terrifying thing was its curved tusks, shining coldly like 2 massive axes, ready to reap lives at any moment. And there I was, sitting atop the giant boar, my legs clamped tightly around its neck, one hand gripping its bristles, the other holding up a burning torch. Behind me, Amma held a bow, her cold gaze sharp as a blade. Pung pung, charge. I growled low. The boar responded with a roar so fierce it froze creatures nearby in their tracks. It showed no signs of slowing, no signs of tiring, barreling forward like an out-of-control semi-truck straight into the pack of velociraptors surrounding us. The first velociraptor didn't even have time to scream as it was impaled straight through its chest by the massive tusks, its body sent flying into 2 others. The circle of predators was instantly torn open. Pung Pung pressed on, its massive frame wreaking havoc among the raptors. As we passed by Bones and the others, the boar slowed just enough for Ima and me to leap off. With a quick slash, I cut through the ropes securing the weapons on Pung Pung's back, and they thudded to the ground. Bones and his men's eyes lit up immediately. They snatched up the fallen arrows and spears, surging back into the fight. Ima pushed me into the protection of the middle ranks while I, still a bit dazed, could only manage to pull out my bow and help Blackfang stealthily take shots through gaps in the fray. Meanwhile, Pung Pung went berserk. Its tusks swept wide as it shook its head violently, practically cleaving a raptor in half, viscera splattering everywhere as it tried to leap onto the boar's back. Free of its earlier burden, the boar roared relentlessly, bringing gusts of wind as it turned and charged again. Its iron hooves stomped down, crushing the skull of another raptor without leaving room for a single cry. This wasn't a battle, it was pure annihilation. The velociraptor's speed and agility were laughable against this mountain. Their attempts to attack from the sides, even pounce onto its back, were futile. Its tough hide and thick flesh acted like natural armor, with their sharp claws only leaving shallow scratches. Ima nailed an arrow straight through the chest of a velociraptor trying to climb Ping Ping's haunches. Blood sprayed into a mist. The whole crew quickly fell into sync with the boar, Pung Pung would charge in and shatter their formation, and then the warriors would strike down those left behind. The raptor leader, larger than the rest and marked by a vicious scar near its eye, screeched sharply, trying to reassemble their chaotic ranks. It stopped engaging head-on, instead circling the boar at high speeds, searching for an opening. But it hadn't realized Blackfang's claws had already marked it as prey. Pung Pung, take down the red-feathered one, I commanded. Pung Pung, visibly irritated by the leader's antics, suddenly sank its hooves deep into the mud. In the next moment, it lunged sideways, predicting the leader's retreat. The raptor leader didn't even get a chance to scream before it was struck directly by the boar's massive shoulder. It was sent flying like a stone, crashing into a boulder at the camp's edge, the sound of its bones snapping echoing clearly. With the leader dead, the surviving velociraptors crumbled. Fleeing with panicked screeches, they disappeared into the dark forest. The battle was over. Standing atop a pile of corpses and surrounded by bloodied mud, Pung Pung roared into the night, a sound so fierce and loud it reverberated through the valley. The campfire was reignited, casting light on the faces of warriors who had narrowly escaped death. Their eyes were drawn to the boar, filled with equal parts fear and awe. The wounded were tended to, and any surviving velociraptors were finished off for good. Bones, panting heavily, spoke first. You have no idea. Thank the gods you showed up. I thought we were done for this time. Amma nodded. It was Yang and Blackfang who caught the scent of your battle in the forest. That's the only reason we made it in time. Bones turned to Pung Pung. Where did that monstrous tusked boar come from? Yang tamed it. I'll explain when we're back at the tribe, Amma answered curtly. Bones nodded gravely. The blood here reeks too heavily. We won't stay long. Rest a while, then we move. Clouds covered the moon, plunging the forest into nearly complete darkness. In the distance, eerie cries echoed. Guwa guwa. 3 severely injured warriors were carried on the backs of others, longhorn sheep, and more than a dozen velociraptor carcasses tied to Pung Pung. What couldn't be carried was discarded. Pung Pung, at the front, cleared a path through vines and underbrush with its massive tusks. I walked in the heart of the group, shielded by the others. Bones and Ima held the rear guard, while Blackfang prowled close beside Pung Pung, vigilant in leading the way. We moved slowly, making our way back to the tribe. Half an hour later, the clearing where the battle had taken place was silent except for the thick stench of blood lingering in the air. The night pressed down on the primal forest like a pitch-black stone, with only broken moonlight filtering through fern leaves and tree canopies, scattering faint patches of white on the ground. Everything was eerily quiet, so quiet the usual hum of insects seemed swallowed by the darkness. A water lizard coiled itself beneath the massive roots of a redwood tree, holding its breath to the faintest whisper. And then, suddenly, it froze. It wasn't something it heard, it was something it felt. The ground beneath its claws was trembling. The vibrations came low and slow, but they carried a weight. Each pulse felt like iron, sinking deep into the earth and reverberating through bones. Thump, thump. It was like some unseen giant hammering the forest floor with a wooden mallet, steady and unstoppable, exuding an unmatched, crushing weight. The lizard raised its head stiffly, staring into the densest shadows of the jungle. At the edge of the darkness, something began to move. It wasn't light, it was deeper than night itself. A mass of shadow squeezed between 2 ancient trees, as if the night had come alive, pushing its way into the clearing. Shrubbery bent and flattened against the ground with a faint s-ich-ich sound. The entire jungle seemed to bow before it, retreating to make space. The metallic tang of blood drew forth something far worse. The predators had been drawn in. Moonlight fell upon it, and its shape finally became clear. A terror bird, towering nearly 4 meters high, its neck like a massive pillar. Its head easily rose above the brush, resembling a moving mountain. Its 2 legs were as thick as ancient tree trunks, each step causing the ground to groan under its weight. Its coarse, dark brown feathers looked like a layer of felt covering its body, trembling with every gust of the night wind. Atop its disproportionately small head were a pair of black eyes, cold and calculating, as if surveying its domain. Behind the first, another shadow emerged. The second bird was slightly smaller, but carried an equally oppressive presence. As it stepped into the moonlight, its giant hooked beak gleamed downward, shaped like a powerful set of pincers. Neither bird let out a call. Only their heavy footfalls and the faint rustle of their feathers broke the silence. They walked straight toward the corpse on the ground, utterly ignoring the small creature under the tree roots, treating it as though it were nothing but air. The first bird lowered its head, and its serrated beak effortlessly severed the thick vines draped over the fallen corpse. It clamped down on the ragged body of the dromaeosaur and began to chew, the muffled crack of bones sending a chill down to the bone. The second plunged its long beak into the blood-soaked mud, sniffing carefully, as though searching for other scents. Suddenly, it lifted its head and stared in the direction where the tribe warriors had fled with their haul of prey. The trail reeked of fresh blood. The two birds lingered, scrutinizing the path for a moment, but chose not to pursue. The feast before them offered enough sustenance to last for a long while. They wouldn't need to hunt again anytime soon. The terror birds shrieked briefly, as they tore into the meat. Deciding on the spot, they claimed the area as their temporary home, intending to devour every single one of the dozens of corpses before moving on. And maybe, just maybe, those humans who took their prey would return. At the base of the rocky mountain, dawn was breaking. The group had pushed through the forest all through the night, finally arriving at the base of the tribe's mountain. The tension of the endless flight and their precarious situation finally began to melt away. The path up the mountain was too narrow and steep for Pumping's colossal frame. They had to unload the hunting spoils from its back and haul them up by hand instead. Waiting at the base were 3 tribe members, including Stone Mountain, who, upon spotting the flickering torches, rushed down. Seeing that the hunters were injured but alive, Stone, the fastest runner, dashed up to inform the old shaman, who had stayed awake all night awaiting news. The other 2 stayed to help ferry the spoils back and forth from the foot of the mountain to the safety of the tribe. The sheer amount of prey left them dumbfounded, but the blood on the dromaeosaur claws and the deep wounds littering the hunters' bodies told the grim tale of what kind of night it had been. The 3 onlookers, who had been waiting for hours, seemed to grow up suddenly in that moment, forced to confront the sheer brutality of survival. After carrying a few loads, Emma finally pulled me aside, handing me a pouch of medicinal herb powder and some salve. "Go treat Pingping's wounds," she urged. I headed over to the massive beast. The long, clawed gashes along Pingping's belly and legs made me flinch. For once, I stopped trying to overexert myself hauling prey, instead focusing entirely on cleaning and bandaging the wounds. Though the cuts weren't deep, they were skin-breaking enough to be concerning. Having spent too much time alongside Blackfang, I knew far too well how deadly dromaeosaur claws could be. Thankfully, Pingping's tough skin had protected its vitals. Once patched up, Ping returned to the small shelter I'd built for it. The cooling salve seemed to soothe its discomfort, and it let out a few content grunts before promptly falling into a heavy sleep. The beast had run well over 100 kilometers and fought valiantly. It had pushed itself to the absolute limit. The campfires still burned brightly, casting flickering shadows across the tribal camp. The spoils from the hunt had to be dealt with immediately. Even the wounded warriors gritted their teeth and stumbled through the efforts, refusing to rest yet. Children, too small to fight, followed the shaman and helped gather firewood. Nobody dared stop working, not while hunger loomed over them all. The massive longhorn sheep were dragged to the fire. Their spiraling, ivory-like horns glimmered in the firelight, a testament to the hard-fought victory. A veteran hunter knelt beside the sheep, running a black stone blade down its sternum in one clean motion. With precision, the cut opened wide to the bone. The pungent stench of blood and organs hung thick in the air, mixing with the smoke. The sharpness of it clung to everyone's senses, though to these people, it only brought relief. It meant another day survived. Men and women worked together in near silence. Skin was removed, meat carefully sliced and packed into clay pots, and soft fat set aside for rendering into oil. Their swift, practiced motions carried an urgency, as though racing against the ever-present hunger nipping at their heels. The sight nearby was even grislier. A pile of a dozen dromaeosaur corpses lay in a twisted heap. green feathers and razor-sharp talons jumbled together like a nightmare dragged out of the jungle. No one pitied these ferocious scavengers. Instead, they eyed the succulent thigh meat and their lethal claws with intent. Warriors took up stone axes, cracking open leg bones and stripping away the meaty thighs. Those claws, sharp enough to strip human flesh, were carefully detached to be later fashioned into knives and spearheads. The feathers were discarded in a heap, while the tough hides were collected, awaiting the sun's heat to dry and cure them. A smoking shed had been lit, billowing thick gray clouds into the slowly warming morning sky. Meat hung in the racks above, filling the space, and with it, the chaotic camp finally began to quiet. The shaman busied himself tending to the seriously injured. Steaming bowls of medicinal broth, thick with shredded herbs and tiny bits of meat, were brought to the wounded, their chilled bodies finally warming with each sip. Large gashes on their chests and backs were smeared with medicinal paste before being tightly bound with thin cords of woven fiber. The tight pressure helped prevent future bleeding. Suturing would have offered a better fix, but needles and thread were foreign to these people, and it seemed the shaman wasn't interested in risking such an unfamiliar method. To them, sewing flesh together seemed something unnatural. For now, the wounds didn't appear life-threatening, not with their alarming natural resilience. By the time all the spoils were handled, the sun had fully risen, and the heat began pressing heavily upon them all. I set aside some choice organs for both Pung Pung and Blackfang, with the rest buried deep in the earth to avoid attracting danger. Emma and Stone Mountain stayed by the smoking shed, keeping an eye on the drying meat. The others collapsed back into their shelters, seizing what little time they had to recover, their bodies trembling from sheer exhaustion. For the first time, the people could pause, taking in the unprecedented mountain of spoils they'd never seen before. The harvest, it was hot and solid against my chest, like it had pressed last night's fear beneath its weight. Flesh, fat, fire, and sweat all churned together. This wasn't a celebration, it was proof of surviving, a preparation for the next dawn. Twilight draped over the mountain like a dark green and purple net, slowly enclosing it. The last rays of sunlight squeezed through the cracks between the stone pillars and treetops, casting fragmented beams on moss and decaying leaves. The scattered calls of birds during the day grew fewer as the night deepened, replaced by the increasingly loud chorus of insects and frogs, urging us to stay vigilant. A deep, beastly roar echoed from the distant jungle. As the last golden light faded, the bonfire on the tribe's clearing was reignited, its flames roaring into the gathering night. I stayed alone in the cavern, staring at the ember burning in my mind. Quietly, it grew bigger day by day, finally shifting from a light blue to a deep, glowing violet. That violet flame was as rich as amethyst, its edges radiating a faint glow. It wasn't hot. Instead, it felt surprisingly like warmth seeping through cold, burrowing deep into my bones, soothing the pain and exhaustion accumulated from the day. The glow stretched outward, as if it could touch people even through the air. When it entered my body, it was absorbed, and my fatigue began to fade, replaced by strength swelling within me. Blackfang, lying by my side, watched me intently. Our spiritual connection carried over a sense of pressure on its soul, equal parts afraid and attached, making it cling even closer to me. Suddenly, I saw a faint green glow marking Blackfang's presence. It wasn't physically in front of me, but I knew it was real. A heavy feeling settled in my gut. Was this Blackfang's soul? Was the green color a result of absorbing the ember? Reaching out mentally, I saw another glow in the distance, near the foot of the mountain, a faint blue one surrounding Pong Pong, clearer now than ever before, almost like something I could manipulate. Focusing on the blue light, I let my thoughts nudge it. It quivered faintly, and an instant later, I felt a connection, a tactile sense in my mind, fragile yet tangible, as though with just a little more force, I could crush it. When I increased the pressure, Pong Pong suddenly reeled, overcome with dizziness and fear, as though something vital to it was being forcibly taken. I instantly let go. That was when I understood. As they absorbed the ember and grew stronger, they were also becoming tethered to my soul. I held the power to suppress them outright, or even sever the bond violently. Calming Pong Pong down, I rose and left the cavern. My fist met the nearest tree trunk in a single strike. With a booming thud, the tree shook violently, dead leaves raining down around me. My strength had increased yet again. Over the past few days, I had come to realize an unmistakable pattern. Every shift in the ember's color caused those exposed to its radiation to grow stronger more rapidly. My connection with Blackfang and Pong Pong also deepened. As they absorbed energy, their growth accelerated too. Exhaling slowly, I muttered to myself, "For now, this'll do. I'll explore what else it can do later." The tribe had been resting for a day. One by one, they began to stir and gather outside. Around the fire, Stonebone, Emma, and the elder shaman sat cross-legged, deep in conversation, while others nearby stood attentive, listening. The moment I stepped out, the crowd turned to look at me in unison. Stonebone's eyes lit up, almost unsettlingly bright. He had clearly been restless ever since hearing I'd tamed the tusked giant boar. His curiosity was practically boiling over. "Yen," he asked, barely able to contain himself, "is it true that the giant boar listens to you? Actually understands you?" I nodded. "It does. Once it gets used to me, it can understand simple commands." Stonebone wasn't satisfied. "How did you train it? Could other beasts be tamed the same way?" I shook my head. "It's hard. Wild beasts are naturally wary, easy to provoke into hostility. Pong Pong was dying when I found him. That's the only reason I had a chance. I'd already tried taming beasts that resisted. They refused to absorb the ember. Out in the wild, getting a feral beast to drop its guard was nearly impossible." Still unconvinced, Stonebone pressed on. "What about eggs like Blackfang's? If we raise a hatchling, could it work then?" I thought for a moment. If it's newly hatched and doesn't have formed instincts, raising it to trust us first might work. But the egg has to be close to hatching, too small, and we won't be able to keep it alive. Stonebone frowned thoughtfully, nodding slowly. Annoying as it was, he figured trial and error might eventually yield success. He resolved to gather some giant beast eggs after everyone recovered. Tossing some meat toward Blackfang, Stonebone watched sourly as the beast ignored him entirely. Grumbling about how Blackfang only listened to me, he refused to let it go. The elder shaman interjected, suggesting that maybe my unusual relationship with these beasts was a gift from the gods. Stonebone perked up, recalling rumors of strange, gifted people he had heard of during trades, like those in the south who, supposedly, could hold their breath underwater like fish and avoid drowning. Maybe it wasn't all just stories. The thought tightened something in my chest. I knew I was different, but hearing about fish-like people hinted at stranger things hiding in this world. The shaman cut through Stonebone's hopes brusquely, warning against stealing giant beast eggs. If the beasts went berserk, the tribe would be wiped out. Stonebone grudgingly backed down, knowing the shaman wasn't wrong. With so few people and the dangers so great, even success wouldn't guarantee the eggs would hatch. Night fell dark and thick as ink. On the clearing, the bonfire crackled and hissed, its light carving a circle out of the surrounding darkness. A dozen warriors gathered around the fire. Shirtless, their scarred and battered bodies glistened in the firelight. Their heavy breaths mingled with the sound of tearing meat as they ate, not just consuming food, but devouring the proof of their survival. Skewered on a stick, the roasting meat dripped oil that sizzled and sparked as it hit the flames. The aroma only sharpened the hunger gnawing at everyone. I cut at the meat with my black stone knife, sharing with Blackfang beside me. The warriors, less patient, grabbed chunks of searing hot meat with bare hands, shoving it into their mouths despite the burn. Meat juices dribbled down their chins, but they paid it no mind. The hunger, they weren't just eating meat. They were devouring life itself, the proof that they had earned another day. Nearby, a child tossed stripped-clean bones into the fire. As the flames consumed them, the bones cracked and blackened, gone in seconds. Wu leaned against the tree trunk, slowly chewing, his cloudy eyes fixed on the flames as if searching for the shadows of his ancestors within them. The wind carried the distant howls of wild beasts through the forest, but this little space encircled by the fire was momentarily safe. We had rested for 3 days, and most of the injuries had healed. Only a few of the severely injured still couldn't venture out. The meat we brought back was smoked and stored in the cave, ensuring we wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. The tribe praised me again for the successful hunt. The animal hides were still being processed, We had to scrape off the leftover flesh and fat. If the hides weren't up to standard, we couldn't trade them for supplies. There was no room for sloppiness in this. Stonebone led those who had recovered to patrol. I rode on Pom Pom, tagging along with Stone's Hill and the others, setting fish traps by the river as we walked. Whatever fish we caught could liven up our meals a bit. We also checked on Pom Pom every day. Over the past few days, with a diet of plenty of meat, innards, and fish, its fur had become noticeably shinier. It was full of energy, constantly moving around. It even dug a 3-meter-high hole next to the mountain wall, squeezing its body into it and resting its head outside to enjoy the breeze. Occasionally, Blackfang would come by to keep it company. The two of them, one big and one small, squeezed together at the entrance of the hole, looking both odd and amusing. The tribe brought over thick tree trunks and built a sunshade at Pong Pong's shelter. Satisfied with the arrangement, Pong Pong became more amicable, even grunting greetings as it passed by. But no matter what, it wouldn't let anyone but me ride it. Over the past few days, I noticed my strength growing again. I guessed I had pulled ahead of Stone's Hill and the others by a considerable margin. My physique hadn't changed much, but my muscles were taut, almost scary to look at. One glance, and it was clear I wasn't to be trifled with. Stonebone trained us in combat daily, how to track prey, use weapons, and survive in the jungle. He also had Stone Might and the others spar against each other. Stone Might had heavy fists, but missed more often than not. I dodged around him so much he looked like he was chasing a monkey, which made him more and more irritated as the spar went on. Then, suddenly at noon, the sky darkened. Heavy clouds pressed low, and the wind howled like a beast. The trees thrashed violently, bending under the force. A storm was brewing. I went to check on Pong Pong's shelter first, layering it with more leaves and mud on top to reinforce it. I didn't want to risk the whole thing getting blown away in the storm. Back at the camp, the air was sticky and oppressive. Thunder rumbled within the heavy clouds, rumbling like explosions right above us. "Young, grandfather wants to see you." "The chief is with him too," Stone's Big called out in a hurry. "Do you know what it's about?" I asked. "No idea. He just said to get you." I handed him my bow and arrows. "Take this back for me. I'll head there now." With that, I made my way to Wu's cave. Inside, the old shaman and Stonebone were counting the marks on a stone tablet, lit by the dim glow of an oil lamp. The engravings covered half the stone. Once it was full, it would mark the passage of a year. Grandfather Wu set the stone tablet aside and looked at me. "The weather's been strange lately. I fear the season of high water is near. We need to trade for supplies with the Kanjia tribe in advance. This time, along with the hides, we should bring extra cured meat." I frowned. "What do you need me to do?" Stonebone explained. "You'll be coming with us on this trip, and you'll bring Pong Pong too. We've been planning this for a while. We want to trade for more this time, but there's only so much we can carry ourselves. You're the only one who can command Pong Pong. With its size and strength, it can haul both the game we catch and the supplies we trade for back to the camp." My eyes lit up. "I'm in. Pong Pong's stamina is incredible, and it's strong enough to make a big difference." Stonebone managed a small smile, but turned serious again. "The journey will be dangerous, both in the dense jungle and in the mountains. Follow my orders. If anything happens, prioritize staying alive. Leave the rest to us." I nodded. "I'll be careful. And besides, Pong Pong can protect me." The old shaman nodded in agreement. "When it charges, it can smash rocks to pieces. Most predators wouldn't dare go head-to-head with it." He finalized the plan. "It's settled. Prioritize trading for enough salt rocks. If you encounter other tribes or wild scavengers along the way, avoid conflict. Once the storm passes, stock up on more game before setting out. Head back for now," he added. "We'll call for you when it's time to discuss the route." I left the cave, mentally planning what I needed to prepare in terms of weapons and tools. Stone-tipped arrows were a must. Something was bound to block our way during the journey. Even with the chief and Pong Pong for protection, I had to be prepared to fight. Otherwise, I'd be doomed if trouble came. My strength had grown, and it would only continue to improve. Weapons weren't the only necessity for survival out in the wild. Medicinal herbs that could save a life had to be packed too. Fire-starting stones, water skins, these were absolutely essential. Losing fire or water on the road was worse than getting injured. Blackfang had to come with us as well. Its hearing and sense of smell were far superior to ours. It could navigate the forest seamlessly even in the dark, warning us of danger well in advance. But Blackfang's weak spot was its neck. To protect it in chaotic situations, I had crafted a sturdy leather collar for it. If something did go wrong, no enemy could bite through its throat. The sky outside had turned completely black. The storm clouds churned as the first drop of rain fell, quickly giving way to a torrential downpour accompanied by clapping thunder. The rain fell like a solid sheet, bending the treetops under its weight. Lightning lit up the forest in split-second flashes, making it look like snapshots of a nightmare. In its shelter, Pong Pong lay curled up. Despite the intense storm, its sunshade stood firm and steady, allowing it to roll over and resume sleeping comfortably, even fussing as if the nest wasn't cozy enough. Meanwhile, in the stone cave, Blackfang kept shaking its head, clearly unaccustomed to the new collar. I didn't coo or comfort it. This was part of its training. On the road, it couldn't afford to be without any protection. Next, I turned my attention to the issue of storage. For a long journey, you couldn't just be carrying a pile of scattered items. If we ran into, the danger was so thick, even reaching for a weapon felt sluggish. My eyes lit up as I noticed that crocodile skin lying nearby. 2 days ago, while I was napping by the river, Pong Pong had charged down from the riverbank and stomped a crocodile to death with one swift step. That crocodile skin was perfectly dried, its back armor tough as iron. Not even Pong Pong's step had cracked it. It was as durable as it gets. I decided to put it to use. I went to work. First, I cut off the tail but left a short section of the tough skin, drilling holes into it for hanging tools. For the limbs, I fitted openings that I secured with thin animal hide cords, ensuring a tight fit by stitching the seams with a bone needle. I left the head mostly intact, just cutting an opening at the neck to serve as the bag's entrance, and fashioned a clasp using its teeth and leather. The lower jaw was removed, and I smoothed the edges so nothing would accidentally cut me. After several hours of effort, I transformed it into a deep green-black crocodile backpack. About 1 meter long and 60 centimeters wide, it fit snugly on my back. The hardback armor rested against me, effectively doubling as a shield. The opening at the neck made for an easy-access pouch, and the crocodile's head leaned slantwise across my shoulder. I drilled holes on the head sides for straps, so I could even use it as a rain hood if needed. I stuffed the bag full with essentials, even stowing a stone bowl in there, so I could eat on the go. The bag stayed firm, even underweight. Leather craftsmanship never fails. It's reliable and, if needed, could hold up in a bad situation. Satisfied, I set it aside. By the time I reached the cave entrance, the sky had gone completely dark. Everyone was tucked away in their respective spaces, eating quietly. In the rain, I washed myself in Blackfang, the cool water making me feel fresh again. After tying up my hair, I lay down, staring at the purple flame in my mind. Pondering it for what felt like hours got me nowhere. Eventually, I connected mentally with Pong Pong, who was napping near the foot of the mountain, gave him a little nudge, and then drifted off. Blackfang curled up beside me to sleep, his ears and nose twitching constantly, always ready to spring into action. The next day came, and though the rain had stopped, the low-hanging clouds stayed, draping the sky in gray. Thunder rolled in the distance as if to remind us that this disaster wasn't over. The ground was soaked and muddy, and the stones glistened from the rain. Those with nothing to do gathered in Old Man Shaman's cave to chat, while 2 kids played and laughed nearby. The warmth in the cave was comforting, but outside, the jungle felt unnaturally silent, the heavy air pressing in ominously. The rain lasted 3 more relentless days. The dampness seeped into every crack and corner. Even the meat stored in the caves was at risk of molding, so fires were lit to dry the space. On the 4th day, the skies cleared, but the sun was brutal, its intensity like a furnace. In just half a day, the ground baked dry, and everyone hurried to spread out the animal hides to dry anew. I patted the base of Pong Pong's back with pelts, fastening them tightly using rawhide loops that crossed under his belly and chest to secure the padding in place. 4 wrought tin baskets, each towering over 2 meters, had been loaded up, 2 on each side. Stonebone and the others packed the baskets meticulously, waterproof pelts on the sides, soft hides at the bottom, smoked meat on top, all sealed with leather coverings to keep the weight even. With help, The baskets were hoisted up and tied securely with straps as thick as an arm. Pong Pong now resembled a mobile warehouse, bulked up from head to tail. A gap was left on his back for someone to ride, while the rear portion was stocked with arrows and spears, better safe than sorry. Though the added load didn't crush him, it undoubtedly slowed him down, making quick movements through the jungle impossible. This wasn't a hunting trip, this was a trade expedition. In all, there were 8 of us, led by Stonebone and Stonefierce, each armed to the teeth. Stonebone had left strict orders for the remaining tribesmen to defend the village in his absence. I readied my crocodile backpack, which was loaded with dried herbs, pelts, and extra cords, and bid farewell to Stone Mountain and the others. "Father, we want to go too." The 3 young ones couldn't suppress their frustration, clamoring to join the journey. Stonebone's response was curt. "No, you're staying here. This isn't a hunt. We have goods to protect, and we can't look after you. But we can take care of ourselves." Stone Mountain protested. Stonebone's expression darkened. "Enough. Stay and train with the others while I'm gone. If I find out you've been slacking, you'll answer to me." With heads hung low and frustration stifled, the 3 had no choice but to fall silent. Old Man Shaman pulled me aside, his words filled with concern. "It's a long trip. Listen to the leader, and don't try to act like a hero. If there's danger, let them deal with it. You make sure you survive first." I nodded. "I'll be careful. Don't worry." As the fog lifted under the midday sun, our group grew smaller and smaller in the distance, until the remaining villagers scattered and returned to their tasks. The jungle was thick with humid air, the smells of decayed earth, wildflowers, and the unmistakable musk of beasts mixing in the damp heat. We moved cautiously into the dense foliage, each step rustling the ferns beneath our feet, too tense for chatter. Center to our group was Pong Pong, impossible to miss with his sheer size, stomping through the jungle like a living mountain. Each swing of his tusks sent dead wood and vines flying out of the way, and even with the heavy basket strapped to him, his steps didn't falter. I lay on his back, fingertips running through his coarse mane to keep him calm and steady. Surrounding Pong Pong, 5 battle-hardened warriors watched the jungle like hawks, their scarred bodies tense and ready, never loosening their grip on bows and spears. Stonebone led from the front, working with Stonefierce to push aside enormous leaves, scanning every shadow like predators themselves. Blackfang flitted among the undergrowth, silent but alert, tracking scents and sounds. At the rear, an experienced archer brought up the back line, arrow notched, ready to shoot at the slightest hint of movement. The group stayed nearly silent. Only the occasional crack of a branch underfoot or the rustle of leaves betrayed any presence at all. Using hand signals and a few low whistles to communicate, the entire group was as tense as a drawn bowstring. I used animal hide and charcoal to mark our path, preparing to sketch a simple map. According to Shirgu, at this pace, we'd reach Windhal Gorge before sunset tomorrow. However, with the goods we were carrying, we moved slower than a hunting party. We hadn't encountered any large beasts along the way, but venomous snakes and small critters were plenty. Blackfang casually killed one and dragged it back for dinner. But as we ventured deeper, the birds in the treetops suddenly went silent. The entire forest became eerily quiet. Chirp, caw-caw. Blackfang let out a sharp warning call. My heart sank. It smelled something it had never encountered before, and there was a strong scent of blood. I immediately blew a rapid night owl whistle toward Shirgu. The warriors instantly raised their spears and spread out. Shirgu hurried over. "What did Blackfang find?" Lowering my voice, I replied, "The scent of blood and a predator. Not sure just what." Shirgu shot a glance at 2 nearby warriors, who immediately crouched low and scouted the area. They returned shortly. "There's saber tiger dung and claw marks here. This is its territory," one seasoned warrior reported in a hushed tone. Shirgu's expression darkened. A saber tiger of that size could be terrifying, especially given its penchant for ambushes. If we encountered it, it'd be a tough fight. He issued commands. "Stay sharp. Keep moving. I'll scout ahead. Young, make sure Blackfang watches our surroundings. Any movement, and it must alert us immediately." Shirgu had no interest in tangling with the beast. He wanted to get through this section of forest before nightfall. Before night fully set in, we managed to clear the forest and arrive at a field of scattered rocks. The boulders were scattered haphazardly, and Shirgu chose a wind-sheltered spot to set up camp for the night. These rocks could offer some cover from a surprise attack. We planned to push through another section of forest at first light to reach Windhal Gorge. Pung Pung unloaded its rattan basket and seemed relieved. It snacked on shrubs near the campsite, and we shared some of the meat Blackfang had caught along the way. The campfire was used only to heat water. We gnawed on dried smoked meat, avoiding roasted meat to prevent attracting trouble. Still, Blackfang was growing increasingly agitated, pacing back and forth as if picking up on a faint, shifting scent. Its reaction didn't give me a clear sense of danger, but I instructed it to remain on high alert regardless. In the depths of the forest, the light turned dim and yellowish, shadows lengthened, and the air reeked of rot. A massive, dark golden figure slithered through the shadows, almost imperceptible. It emerged from behind a moss-covered ancient tree, the ground seeming to sink slightly beneath its weight. The creature was over 3 meters tall, with a heavy, muscular body bulging with raw power. Its dark golden fur was marked with menacing black stripes, and most alarming were the 2.5-meter-long saber teeth jutting from its upper jaw. Dried blood clung to their tips. The beast crouched low, stalking silently through the underbrush. Its thick paws pressed on the fallen leaves without a sound. Its nostrils twitched, amber-colored slit pupils scanning coldly like blades. It tracked the scent of a tusk boar, mingled with faint traces of human sweat. Its prey lay just ahead. It circled to the leeward side, using a slope and vines for cover. To the saber tiger, even a fierce tusk boar was just meat. It was in no rush to strike. Instead, it laid low, calculating the distance and waiting for the perfect moment. Its whip-like tail swayed slowly, as if coiling power. The buzzing of insects faded to a hush, and the air grew oppressively still. Every muscle on the tiger's body was taut as a bowstring. It parted its maw slightly, saliva dripping silently onto the dirt. The beast was waiting for the darkness to fully descend, planning to strike when the tusk boar began to relax. Blackfang was the first to pick up on the familiar scent of danger, a scent that had followed our trail all the way here. The predator had been hiding skillfully, but it had left traces behind. Without hesitation, everyone grabbed their bows and positioned themselves around the campfire. The shadows beyond the firelight felt like gaping black voids. I strained to keep my focus on the darkness while Pung Pung was directed to graze on the outer perimeter as bait, hoping to draw the beast out. The creature's patience was unnerving. The longer we waited, the more irritable we became, muttering curses under our breath for its cunning. No one dared to sleep. We knew it was out there, watching from the shadows. The slightest lapse could be fatal. Yet, despite Pung Pung moving further out to draw it in, the predator didn't bite. It wasn't taking our bait. Time dragged on. Hours passed with no attack. Just as we began to suspect it had retreated, the moon slipped behind a cloud, plunging the area into deeper darkness. Pung Pung, having just received the order to return, turned to head back when a black shadow suddenly shot out, slicing through the wind with startling speed. In a mere flash, it closed the distance of dozens of meters. It had been lying in wait for us the entire time. Pung Pung spun around immediately, its tusks lowered as it charged headlong to meet the attack. A pair of beastly roars erupted as claw and fang clashed, the impact of their collision echoing like a thunderclap. Pung Pung stumbled back a few paces, but avoided any critical injury. As the firelight flickered, the predator's massive form became clear. The saber tiger. Its golden fur glowed faintly, streaked with black stripes. Its fangs curved outward, and its low growls rumbled menacingly, like a storm being withheld in its throat. Its eyes were so ferocious they made it hard to breathe. Shirgu's brows furrowed. This one was an absolute monster. A volley of arrows flew immediately. I loosed one too, but the tiger jerked its head, dodging, resulting in one arrow embedding itself shallowly into its left shoulder. It wasn't a deep wound. The saber tiger crouched low before lunging again, deftly dodging several more arrows as it closed the gap once more. Pung Pung stood its ground, following my direction to defend rather than chase. The beast's repeated attempts to break through weren't yielding the opportunity it was looking for. Its powerful frame tensed tighter, readying for another charge. Several arrows struck its back. Although not fatal, They had slowed it down considerably. Pompon's head and neck were marked by several claw wounds. If not for the suppressive power of the arrows, its flesh might have been brutally torn away. The saber-toothed tiger had also suffered an injury from the tusks, though the wound hadn't penetrated deeply, leaving its combat ability intact. "Keep shooting. I'll go in." Stonebone seized an opening. With Pompon holding firm up front, he didn't have to face the beast directly. The injured saber-tooth grew more frenzied as the battle raged. It leaped again, aiming to attack from behind. Stonebone timed its airborne moment perfectly, jumping onto Pompon's back and launching himself off again, raising his black stone axe high above his head and bringing it down with all his strength. The axe came crashing down like thunder, splitting the tiger's forehead open, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. Blood trailed down its chin and dripped to the ground. The saber-tooth landed heavily, locking its gaze with a burning intensity onto Stonebone. Though the blow hadn't killed it, the pain and fear ignited a hesitant retreat. With a powerful leap, it disappeared into the blackness of the jungle, the rustling of foliage fading quickly into silence until it was gone entirely. Once they were certain the beast had retreated, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Stonebone's hands trembled from the force of the strike, and chips had broken off the blade of his axe. Blackfang, cautious as ever, had stayed at a distance during the struggle, knowing it couldn't intervene against such a fearsome opponent. Once the saber-tooth was well gone, it padded forward to sniff the air, confirming there was no lingering threat. It let out a soft caca bark to reassure me. "Yang, is it gone for good?" "It's gone," I replied with a deep exhale. Blackfang can't pick up its scent anymore, and from the fading noise, it's pretty far away now. The oppressive presence of that beast had left us on edge, a predator so ruthless, calculating, and cunning it could lurk in the shadows with unyielding patience, waiting to strike at the moment we might crack. Back at the camp, though we finally began to relax, no one dropped their guard entirely. Stonebone assigned watch shifts before letting the group settle in to rest. The battle itself hadn't lasted long, but the relentless standoff beforehand had drained us. Thank goodness Blackfang was there, maintaining vigilance and preventing the stress from overwhelming us outright. Pompon lay down near the camp, and I began cleaning and treating its wounds. They were shallow claw marks, thankfully. I rummaged through my crocodile hide backpack for some herbs, grinding them into paste before gently applying it to the scratches. "HRFF," Pompon whimpered quietly, twitching in pain. "Great job out there. Here's a reward for you, a big hunk of beast meat." It sniffed eagerly as I handed the piece over, chomping it down with gusto while I returned to lie by the campfire. The night had grown deep. Far within the jungle's depths, a massive shadow fled through the darkness, wounded and breathless. The ambush had dealt it a humiliating loss. The female saber-tooth, her fur matted with blood and mud, heaved raggedly, emitting guttural breaths like a broken bellows. Her forehead bore a deep slash from Stonebone's axe. Her legs were bruised from Pompon's strikes, and her flank was peppered with light arrow wounds. Her lustrous golden-striped pelt was caked in grime, her body convulsing with pain as she barreled through the undergrowth. The humiliation fanned a murderous rage within her, forcing her to crash recklessly through thickets and brush as though vengeance itself were fueling her flight. The tiger finally dove into a shallow cave carved between boulders and tree roots. The air inside was damp and rank with the stench of rotting remains, a grim refuge, but enough to conceal her massive form. She slumped heavily onto the ground, which groaned under her weight. From her throat came a low sound, somewhere between a growl and a sorrowful whimper. After a while, regaining some strength, she turned and tore into the half-eaten carcass already inside, devouring what remained. Once sated, she began to lick her wounds. Her barbed tongue scraped against torn flesh, the pain terrible enough to make her limbs quiver. Her claws feebly gripped the ground as a mix of blood and drool pooled beneath her, but she swallowed the pain, letting it fuel her resolve. By the time the bleeding from her forehead had stopped, there was no relief in her eyes, only a fire that burned fiercer than ever. She had memorized their scents, and the singular desire for revenge gripped her tightly, refusing to let go. The night passed quietly. At daybreak, our group prepared to continue the journey. We packed our goods back on a Pompon's sturdy back. The scratches on Pompon had already scabbed over. As we gathered our things, the big creature munched lazily on some thick ferns, waiting for me to climb aboard. I grabbed hold of the vine basket's edge and swung myself up. The group proceeded onward, soon arriving at the edge of a sprawling swamp. None of us dared to go directly through it, choosing instead to trace its perimeter. The swamp was teeming with hidden dangers. Beneath the murky waters lurked enormous pythons and marsh crocodile boars, both poised to spring out and drag prey under. The air buzzed with the sound of frogs and venomous insects. Even hearing it was unnerving enough to make one reluctant to step forward. I picked a few small red berries from the bushes lining the swamp and tossed them into my crocodile hide bag. Stone Strong cautioned me. "Those are blackthorn berries. Eat too many and you'll get the runs. And be careful of the thorny vines at their base. Just one scratch can sting like hell." The ground was also dotted with clusters of ash-gray mushrooms, their smell as foul as rotting meat. They were lethally toxic. Even Pompon sneezed wildly when getting too close. Now and then, we encountered massive marsh mosquitoes buzzing through the air, their heads the size of fists. Drawn by Pompon's scent, they tried to land on its back to suck its blood, much to their misfortune, as I shot them down with arrows before crushing them underfoot. After a full day's trek, we finally reached the Windhal Gorge under the cover of night. The deep recesses of the gorge offered some shelter where we could huddle together for the evening. Unfortunately, Pompon was too large to fit within the narrow hollow, so it settled outside to stand guard. The gorge resembled a jagged scar in the earth, its floor littered with crumbling rocks. Sheer, towering cliff faces loomed on either side, their surfaces barren of trees or grass, save for iron thread moss clinging stubbornly to tiny crevices. The wind here was alive. Outside, its whispers were soft and rustling, but upon entering the gorge, its currents were bound and twisted by the cliffs, shearing apart into sharp, cutting blades. As it passed through tight rock formations, it hissed like knives and rumbled through vast chambers with the force of animalistic growls, surging and ebbing in an incessant, wild cacophony. It was my first time here, and the noise kept me tossing and turning for hours. Stonebone chuckled quietly beside me. "Can't sleep? My first time was worse. I was so frightened I didn't even dare come inside. The wind was much fiercer back then, like the sky itself was falling." I whispered back, "Are there wild beasts in this place?" Shirgu explained, "Ordinary beasts won't come near. They're scared off by the noise. Only when a cold wave hits does the mammoth herd pass through here." He described how when mammoths march in groups, the ground trembles under their steps, and their trumpeting rivals the howl of the wind. They don't fear the cold or the heat, moving only where food takes them. After all, if migration weren't essential, no creature would willingly do it. The journey is filled with peril. Mammoths may be temperamental, but they rarely seek conflict. Even predators tend to avoid them, except for some colossal beasts like the tyrant from the southern lands. Those, even mammoths steer clear of. Late into the night, the wind suddenly stopped, leaving the canyon eerily quiet. Half asleep, half awake, I lay on my back and noticed the moonlight casting a shadow at the edge of the cliff. That looks like a person moving their head," I thought groggily. Then I jolted awake. How could there be stones on the edge that looked like a figure? No, that was no stone. It was a silhouette of a living creature standing upon the razor-sharp ledge of the precipice. Its mass was blacker than the night itself, unmoving like a sculpture, save for the faint tilting of its head as it gazed intensely at the canyon below. Moonlight traced the edges of its body in soft silver, outlining a slender neck that twisted slightly, revealing a sharp, exaggerated bird-like beak, nearly as long as half its body. It stood there, surveying for what felt like an eternity. Then it seemed to grow weary. Rising and stretching its body, massive wings unfurled, gently shaking as though loosening stiff muscles. Yet, the motion was utterly soundless. Several hundred meters below the top of the cliff, I stared upward in shock. From where I was, those wings seemed to stretch wide, shadowing almost the entire expanse of the canyon sky. Each must be at least 20 meters long. The moonlight dimmed as the silhouette loomed overhead, and the cold, oppressive presence made my stomach churn. What is that?" My throat went dry. waking up in the middle of the night to something so unnatural. Who wouldn't be afraid? Shirgu, who had also spotted the creature, whispered under his breath, a sky terasaur. That's what brought it here, I'll bet. Probably drawn in by Pong Pong's bulky size. These things are the fiercest predators of the skies, absolute rulers up there. They're fearless, even attacking colossal beasts to feed, and often hunt creatures far larger than themselves. They almost never land unless nesting. Their nests are found only on high mountains or cliff faces, built in the most unreachable places. It's likely just passing through to get a look. The canyon floor isn't a good spot for it to hunt. Its den is probably not far from here. Once dawn breaks, we'll continue, don't provoke it. Despite Shirgu's cautious reasoning, it felt as though the creature sensed our presence below. Its wings suddenly stretched open before it leapt effortlessly off the cliff's edge, gliding swiftly across the gap in absolute silence, soon vanishing into the night. One of the night guards, who was tending to the fire, whispered to me, "Get some rest, Yang. I'll watch over the camp. There's a lot of walking tomorrow." But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't fall asleep. That massive silhouette, reminiscent of a medium-sized aircraft, was etched deep into my brain and wouldn't leave. My fire seed can communicate with creatures. I couldn't help but wonder, if I could gain control over it, establish a mental connection, wouldn't that grant me the power to soar to the sky on its back? In the darkness, the giant shadow glided across the miles-long canyon, its presence blotting out sections of moonlit ground below. Its speed was terrifying. In mere moments, it was nothing more than a shrinking silhouette on the distant horizon. In the dangerous swamplands, a 10-meter crocodilian boar was thrashing about, tearing apart its prey. It was so focused it didn't notice the enormous shadow swooping down. By the time the hurricane-force wind made it turn its snout upward, it was already too late. Razor-edged talons pierced its hide as if through paper, and a merciless beak ruptured its skull in one strike. The once raging boar croc went limp as a lifeless husk, and with one powerful flap of its gigantic wings, the terasaur rose into the air. The gust overturned branches, uprooted weak shrubs, and swept debris everywhere. The shadow retreated from the dangerous waters, holding on to its meal. Back at an isolated clifftop in the canyon's middle, a nest woven from thick branches and vines clung to the stone face. The terasaur landed soundlessly, dropping the dead boar crocodile by its side. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, I saw it tear the croc's hide open, consuming chunks of bloodied meat before retreating to its nest. There, quietly tucked under its shadow, gleamed 3 giant eggs, their pale white refracting the moonlight dimly. "Yang, wake up. Time to get moving." A restless night made me groggy when woken, my head murky and heavy. The others in the tribe had already packed up the camp. Hastily munching on a few wild berries, they began strapping goods once again to Pong Pong's enormous frame. The wind, which had calmed the night before, picked up again, carrying with it an ominous, almost ghostly whistle. Everyone hurried silently forward, attempting to cross the canyon quickly. I trailed at the back, my eyes scanning the skies, yet seeing no sign of the terasaur. The canyon remained strangely quiet. All night, I had tried to formulate a plan to subdue that sky lord, yet nothing plausible materialized. Frustrated, I turned to Shirgu and asked, "Chief, is there some way to capture last night's terasaur?" Shirgu let out a small laugh, shaking his head. "Put that thought out of your mind. With the few of us here, we wouldn't even be a mouthful for it. It's a creature of the skies. You'd have to start by finding its nesting ground. And even then, they nest only in places almost completely inaccessible. No way we could ever get close." A wave of disappointment washed over me, and I forced my reckless thoughts back down for the time being. By late morning, the group reached the midpoint of the canyon. Sheer cliffs rose on either side, making this spot the highest part of the gorge. The lack of sunlight made the air damp and cold. Poisonous insects and snakes scuttled and slithered everywhere. A massive centipede emerged from a crack in the rocks, instantly impaled by the nearest warrior's spear. It writhed madly, nearly as long as a person, before finally falling still. Its venomous mandibles, nearly hollowed fangs, still dripped yellow poison even after death. An idea struck me. Hastily downing the remaining water in my flask, I darted forward, crouching beside the dead centipede. Using my dagger, I sliced open its skull, revealing globs of pulsing venom sacs. Got it. Carefully, I extracted the sacs, pouring their contents into my emptied water flask. It filled about halfway with the lethal liquid before I sealed it shut again. The others watched quietly, with no urge to interfere. I didn't bother offering an explanation. My intent was simple: save the venom for later, in case we encountered more dangerous beasts. But still not enough, I mentally noted. Centipede venom isn't typically fatal, but it induces fever, pain, dizziness, and nausea, enough to incapacitate and torment prey, leaving them vulnerable. Shirgu's expression shifted. He seemed to have read my intentions, nodding slightly in approval as he eyed the small flask tucked into my side. Good thinking, his demeanor seemed to say. Now weaponize that. Once the wound opens, the prey gets poisoned. Even if the meat gets roasted, it's still edible. Some tribes survive purely by using this hunting method. We continued trekking along the rocky terrain for several hundred meters. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the sliver of sky above the cliff. It was so fast that all we caught was a fleeting streak of darkness. Right on its heels came a piercing caw, caw, that echoed violently, sending tremors rippling through the entire canyon. Pteranodon. Stonebone's expression darkened. We're near its nesting grounds. It's warning us. Move faster. We need to leave immediately. Everyone quickened their pace. Even Pom Pom looked on edge, cowed by the overwhelming presence of such an apex predator. It had seen one of these creatures dive and snatch a companion before. We dashed forward as fast as possible, finally bursting out of the canyon. The ominous cries faded away into the distance. It wasn't until the first light of dawn peeked through that the weight on our chests seemed to lift. I glanced back. Far up in the skies, a silhouette still circled, something dangling from its claws, its latest catch. Soon enough, it disappeared back onto the cliffside. The wilderness greeted us with the sour, earthy smell of decay. Low, thorny shrubs stretched endlessly around us, no towering trees to be seen. The team progressed slowly, halting as a river about 15 meters wide appeared before us. Stonebone led some of us downriver to scout for a shallower crossing. If the water was too deep, it would soak our hides and spoil the meat we carried. We needed a fordable spot. Meanwhile, Blackfang scouted ahead through the tall grass, darting in and out. It snagged a couple of wild rabbits and even dragged back a groundhog almost taller than itself. This area seemed rich with herbivores. Herds of large antlered deer grazed in the open, scattering the moment they spotted us. One particularly huge moose with sprawling, tree branch-like antlers lumbered along, lazily munching on grass. It was even bigger than Pom Pom, but its timid nature relied more on its size and antlers to deter predators rather than outright aggression. The river narrowed at one point, where a giant fallen log stretched across the water, a natural bridge. Stonebone instructed us to cross before following the river upstream to reach a mangrove forest ahead. Pom Pom tested the log's stability, and though it creaked ominously under its weight, it held up long enough for all of us to make it across safely. No sooner had we touched the other side when the grass ahead rustled violently. Blackfang, standing up front, let out a sharp cry, the signal, and directly shared its thoughts into my mind. A pack of a dozen velociraptors had caught up with us. Blackfang dashed back to the now-formed defensive line, its small yet lightning-quick frame zipping through the undergrowth. The shrill rustling of grass erupted again as the raptors emerged, about 10 to 15 of them, each standing 5 to 6 feet tall. They fanned out in a semicircle formation, hissing in unison. Stonebone and his team didn't flinch. The numbers weren't enough to alarm them, not with Pom Pom standing at the ready for support. The velociraptors didn't immediately attack either. They postured aggressively, gnashing teeth and flashing their sharp, curved talons, as if to say, asterisk, this is our territory. Asterisk, the colorful tufts of feathers on their heads gave them an unruly, punkish appearance, like a gang of troublemaking street kids. They screeched incessantly, their beady eyes flicking toward Blackfang, taunting it with a volley of snarls. A particularly bold one, a yellow-feathered raptor, tried edging closer, only to narrowly dodge a bite from Blackfang, who snapped at it with irritation. The longer I observed, the stranger it felt. It wasn't a genuine attempt to fight or chase us off. Instead, It looked like they were trying to recruit Blackfang, especially problematic since it was female. Their standoff escalated into an even louder back-and-forth screeching match. Meanwhile, the rest of us could barely hold back from intervening. But just as tensions reached their peak, as quickly as they'd arrived, the raptors suddenly turned tail and retreated. Through my connection with Blackfang, I heard its jubilant thoughts, reveling in its perceived victory. It had managed to curse them out and scare them off. At least, that's what it believed. Though honestly, if it came down to a one-on-one fight, Blackfang might not have stood a chance. Meeting its own kind seemed to have left it both alert and uncharacteristically energized. The group thought we were in the clear and pressed on, keeping an extra firm grip on Blackfang this time to stop it from darting off. But we hadn't gotten far before the grass stirred again. This time, that same bold yellow-feathered raptor reappeared, timidly holding a wild rabbit in its mouth. It dropped the offering at Blackfang's feet and let out a series of warbling, appeasing calls. I had enough. First it tried taking our kid, and now it was courting her on the spot? Unbelievable. I raised my bow and planted an arrow right in front of its feet. The sharp thunk sent it screeching and fleeing back into the grass. Placing a hand on Blackfang's head, I gave a firm warning. Don't go mingling with those little punks. They're nothing but trouble. Blackfang chirped softly, nuzzling into my hand. Finally, with its tension easing, mine did, too. As dusk fell, we set up camp on a wind-sheltered hill by the river. A bonfire crackled warmly, and we prepared to settle in for the night. Yet Stonebone and the others, gripping their spears tightly, seemed visibly strained. The raptor pack was still tailing us. Their incessant chatter through the underbrush was maddening, and every so often, they'd pop out to vocalize at Blackfang. Yellowfeather, the worst of the lot, eventually abandoned its gifts in favor of noisy, lovesick calls, especially after seeing Blackfang happily accept the smoked meat I fed her earlier. Every time they appeared, the whole camp tensed, ready to explode. Stonebone looked like he'd love nothing more than to skewer them on the spot, but with no open threat behavior and the added complication of Blackfang being involved, we had to endure it. Blackfang eventually got so fed up that she stuffed her head into my lap, softly whining. Thankfully, by deep nightfall, they finally retreated. Silence blanketed the camp, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire. I rubbed my aching temples and finally exhaled, glad to get a brief moment of respite. Back in Windhal Canyon, the winds howled eerily, like ghostly wails. Even the insects had gone quiet. Midway up the steep canyon walls, nestled in its towering perch, a colossal creature lay curled within a nest of twigs. Underneath it, 3 enormous eggs were sheltered, their large mottled shells resting securely beneath a thick, downy body. At the canyon's entrance, under the dim moonlight, a second figure emerged. Flashes of golden-brown fur with dark, tiger-like stripes revealed a familiar form. The great saber-tooth we thought we had left behind. Tracking our scent, it had arrived, despite clearly being unsettled by the ominous whistling winds of the canyon. Hunger and the need for revenge drove it forward. It wasn't long before it stumbled upon the area where we'd rested the previous evening. A glimmer of excitement sparked in its amber eyes. The scent trail was still fresh, and it could smell us. Asterisk and asterisk the pig. Up ahead. One massive paw came down, smashing a poisonous insect that had leapt at it. It pressed on, keeping low to the canyon's edge. Silent tracking below. Atop the cliff, a terasaur looms like a stone sculpture, staring intently downward, its gaze growing increasingly agitated. Already irritable during its hatching period, the presence of both humans and a tiger intruding on its territory only heightens its vigilance. Impatient, it let out a sharp screech, a booming wah-wah that ricocheted off the canyon walls, its echo intensifying as though trying to forcibly expel the intruders. The saber-toothed tiger froze momentarily, startled by the deafening sound, its steps along the rocky wall coming to an abrupt halt. But in the next instant, it burst forward, accelerating with rapid leaps, desperate to escape the confines of the canyon.